Days later. "I'm not an invalid," grumbled Dorian. Sure, he might have been halfway mummified and hog-tied to a sickbed, but Fate's healing elixirs had worked wonders. At first, after Yama's God King Chi ran roughshod over his insides, he would have put his odds of survival at a coin flip. But now, after chugging Fate's most potent healing elixirs day and night and letting his torch dragon bloodline do its work, he was nearly feeling like himself. All the gold chi in him had been rounded up, neutralized, and expelled, leaving a few patchy holes in the tarp roof as they went. His insides felt strangely itchy, and his spleen somewhat tender, but besides that, he had no complaints. He couldn't seem to get that across to Gerard, who stood at his side wielding a giant glass instrument purportedly used as a medical device to measure vitality, but which could easily double as a torture device for prisoners of war. Hells, strapped in and tied up as he was, Dorian even looked the part. "Please, stop protesting, my liege," said Gerard, holding it aloft. "This will only take a second." "Must you shove it up my nose?" "It is for your own good," explained Gerard. Gerard Jr. burped smugly on his shoulder. That toad went wherever Gerard went these days, to Dorian's great chagrin. "Other orifices are possible, but you would find them even less comfortable. Unless... Nose is fine." "Very good, sir. Hold still. You should feel a small pinch." Dorian sighed, laid back, and submitted to his fate. He watched the instrument approach with not a small amount of trepidation. "Hello!" A head poked through the tent flaps. It was Fate, or rather the top half of him on a flying carpet. For a man missing half his body, he seemed in good spirits. "Hey," said Dorian, his voice made nasal by all the glass in his nose. "Oh, what's this?" said Fate. "Gerard's doing a checkup?" Then it felt like a hot nail was being driven into the center of his skull. He howled, fists clenching. "And done," said Gerard. He checked the readings on the instrument as Dorian keeled over, gasping. Gerard Jr. gurgled in satisfaction, the mean little turd. "Oh, is that necessary?" Dorian croaked. "I've been hit with torture devices less painful." "No, not strictly," said Gerard, wiping down his instrument. "We could have done a simple nasal swab, but it would have been slightly less precise. In matters of health, we should always seek the best evaluations." "Ah, as expected. Your levels are perfectly normal." "Thanks," hissed Dorian. "Of course. It's my pleasure to help, sir," said Gerard without a hint of irony. He even gave a little bow. Said Fate, unsure. "May I come in? Is now a good time?" "Go on," sighed Dorian. The flying carpet scooted astride inside. Fate wore a conflicted look, which put Dorian instantly on guard. Fate's default expression was beaming. Fate's confliction was anyone else's distraught. "I come bearing news. News good and bad. First, the good. I've just had a very pleasant chat with your brother, Dorian. He seems to be in good spirits." "Shame." "Eh?" "Apologies. Go on." Yes. The bad news is what he said, namely that we appear to be in a bit of a pickle. Jez has found new strength. He's resorted to torturing the God Kings under his possession." Fate swallowed. "Including your brother. I'm sorry." Dorian was silent for a few seconds. "On the one hand," he said at last, "it's my brother. Let's be honest, he sort of deserves it. I mean, the man has no sense of humor." On the other, his voice grew tight. Jez, what a fucking ass, eh? Most uncouth of him, said Gerard with a frown. Hu Yi suspects he'll soon resort to killing his prisoners outright. Fate shuddered. That, and he also suspects Jez will launch a ruthless counterattack on Salieris imminently. Friends, we have entered a new stage of this war. Before our enemy had some civility. Now we must take extra care and move extra fast. He tapped his interspatial ring and produced a scroll out of thin air. Which also means your mission will need to operate on a tighter timeline than we had first agreed on. 8 bodies you must retrieve. I shall portal you within 10,000 li of each body. In the meantime, the rest of us shall be making a fervent push to reach the labyrinth, Jez's stronghold here in hell. We would be most obliged if you could portal back to meet us there for the final shove. At full strength, that is. So, how long do we have? At the latest, 3 moons, said Fate. We'll have arrived at Jez's stronghold by then. We have driven him back, demolished much of his presence on this plane. We must not give him adequate time to regroup. 3 moons, huh? Dorian scratched his head. For 8 bodies? Not a lot of time. I know, and I'm sorry to put it on you, but we truly have no choice. And, well, Fate smiled weakly. If anyone can manage it, it's you. Here are your weapons for the journey. This scroll has a map of the bodies. This interspatial ring contains all the fate strings, labeled properly. They shall shuttle you between the planes and back here once you're all done. And he handed the treasures over, a little tearful. If it means anything, I believe in you. Oh, it means the world, said Dorian. What he said, but in a non-sarcastic manner, said Gerard. Lovely, said Fate. I knew I could count on you. Fate turned to leave, but he stopped in the doorway. Ah, I nearly forgot. Your brother insisted I ask you a question. What? He told me to ask you, what is the purpose of footwork? Seriously? He's literally in prison 1,000,000 li away, and he's still on my ass about my training. He was rather insistent you answer, said Fate, looking embarrassed for him. Dorian rolled his eyes. Well, Gerard, what do you think? Gerard frowned. The textbook answer, I believe, would have something to do with controlling space, keeping balance, creating momentum, and controlling distance. Almost, but your answer is incomplete. The point of footwork is to fulfill the first condition of those so-called Hu Yi's principles of combat. The purpose of footwork, and all movement techniques, is about positioning, of course. It is about putting yourself in the optimal place to attack or defend relative to your opponent. Excellent, beamed Fate. That is nearly word for word what he said. He instructed I give you a gift if you got it right. Namely, Fate drifted over and patted him on the head. Dorian's cheek twitched a little. He says to imagine it's from him. And he says he's glad all that drilling was not for naught. And to come visit him already. He grows bored of waiting for you. The most annoying part was, Dorian could vividly imagine the bastard's smirking face as he said it. 1 day later, Dorian was released from the wards the next morning. Gerard had done all the necessary preparations, naturally. All the resources they'd need were on an interspatial ring on his finger. There was another ring he gave to Dorian, which contained the exact same materials, just in case. Always best to be certain. Then they set off to pick up the last member of their party, who'd been missing all this time. Neither of them had heard from her in a week. "Where is she?" said Dorian. "I'm not sure, but I can hazard a guess," said Gerard. They shared a glance, and then, as one, started marching toward a thin streak of smoke in the distance. The kitchens. Sure enough, there was a figure on the floor of the mess tent. "Oh!" They found Sun collapsed on her side, twitching lightly. She'd taken on a vaguely spherical shape. Her stomach had bloated to thrice its normal size, and there were so many sauces smeared on her face, a cluster of orcs were using it to dip their chips. Sun didn't seem to mind. By the look in her eyes, her body was there, but her brain was on some other plane. But she lit up when she saw Dorian and Gerard draw near. "Oh, hey," she waved. "What happened to you?" said Gerard. "Are you quite all right?" "I don't remember," mumbled Sun. She burped. "Let me think." She scrunched her face in. There was a brief silence. "Ah," she grinned. 3 days ago I started eating, and then I didn't stop. I was trying to test my limits, I think. I'm still digesting." "It was very impressive," commented one of the orcs. "She ate a small civilization's worth of food." "We orcs have a tradition of giving nicknames to creatures worthy of great respect," said another. "We have bestowed upon her the title Creator of Famines." "Huzzah!" roared the bunch, toasting her. "Huzzah!" cheered Sun. "Sorry to bother, O Creator, but duty awaits." Dorian dragged her unceremoniously to her feet. Gerard offered her a handkerchief, which she wiped her face off with, to the orc's loud displeasure. "Thanks," said Sun. "I think a day or two and I'll be normal." "Where to?" "The Dragon Realm, where all the great dragon bloodlines originated, including my own, and where the great dragon clans still situate their ancestral homes, and where I made a fairly significant mess a few thousand years ago." He winced, recalling the state he'd left the place in. "Last I was there, I was told in no uncertain terms never to return. Well, told is a gentle way of putting it. I made, how should I put it, significant impact, I think. It was in my life as Salus Godhunter, and, well, let's just say I lived up to the name." "Oh, no," said Sun, wide-eyed. "You were naughty." "Very. In any case, it's been, 6, 7 millennia since then? Surely they've put it all behind them, rebuilt, and moved on." "The residents of Dragon Realm mark their time in 2 eras," supplied Gerard. "Before Salus and after Salus. This year is 6413 AS, I believe." "Ah." "Each year children make sugar sculptures of Salus, which they burn and eat." He paused. "There are crueler holidays of a similar ilk, but I will spare you the details, sire. I would not want to hurt you." Dorian nailed him with a long stare. "Anyway," a tap of the interspatial ring, and 3 glowing threads of fate appeared in his palm. Emerald strings, frayed at one end. The other end vanished in thin air. It led to a realm far, far away. Let's definitely not mention we are in any way searching for, or related to, the body of Salus Godhunter. Each of them gave their string a tug, and they were off. 250. The Godhunter, 2. It had been a while since he'd last visited the Dragon Realm, but despite the sour terms on which he'd left, he found himself eager to visit again. no one did grand like the dragons. Their plane was the most mountainous in all the multiverse, and they made the most of it. If you saw a peak, you could bet a dragon had made it its home. Carved deep tunnels into it, tunnels spilling with gold and silver and crystals and elixirs, technique manuals galore. If a dragon valued it or knew it was valuable to anyone else, it stole it. A greedy yet straightforward folk dragons were, and proud as all hells, too. No one preened over their multiversal rankings more. Their whole society was stratified by power. Literally, the stronger the dragon, the higher on the mountain they made their nest, and the strongest on the mountain was made the mountain lord. Only they got to carve into the mountain itself, and they made the dragons who lived on their peaks pay tribute. Even the peaks were stratified. Lesser lords ruled lower peaks, and on and on. Some peaks got so big they rivaled continents on lesser realms, peaks with tens of millennia of mostly bloody history. Their sculptures, Dorian recalled, were astonishing, sometimes so large you could mistake them for mountains themselves. Made sense since dragons were so handy with those big, curved claws, as good at carving up flesh as they were stone. There was no sensation when Dorian yanked on his fate thread. He was one place, and then he was another, as if he hadn't moved, as if he'd been there all along. The dragon realm. He grinned, and the more he looked, the more his grin frayed at the edges. It was not quite as he remembered it. The most obvious difference was the sky. Not that proud orange-red, but all gold, slightly pulsing. It marked a realm Jez had fully conquered. And then there were the peaks. Fate had spat them out mid-air, giving them a broad view of the mountains all about them. But they weren't mountains. They were 9/10ths of a mountain. Then they abruptly cut off, giving way to flat plateaus, like someone had cut off the peak. Ah, that someone, Dorian remembered with a wince, had been him. "Huh, what's up with those mountains?" said Sun, perched on Gerard's shoulder. "Back when I was Salus, I executed a slash," said Dorian. "It was meant to chop the Dragon King's head off. And it did, only it chopped a lot of other stuff off, too. I may have slightly underestimated my strength." They drifted over a peak. No smoke coming off it. Another oddity. Was its lord not home? Fate said his threads would deposit us on the right plane. Dorian consulted his map. It worked like a blood probe. It drew a radius where it felt his body's aura strongest, and his dot was certainly within that radius. We should be within 10,000 li of the right place. "Shall we ask the locals if they've noticed anything irregular of late? Perhaps they will know the precise location," said Gerard. "I imagine a God King body dropping from the sky is rather difficult to miss." As they neared the peak, Dorian sensed no aura drifting off it, not within the mountain nor atop it. "It appears this peak is empty," said Gerard. "If there was a Dragon Lord, they would have come charging out to challenge us by now, I expect. They never did like trespassers." "What about that one?" Sun pointed to its neighbor. That one was empty, too. "Weird," said Dorian. "Last I recall, these peaks were teeming with dragons." "Sir," said Gerard, "you left the realm in rather a shambles, as you recall. After the year of your rampage, their population dropped by nearly 30%, mostly males." "Well, yes, but it's been millennia. Surely they've recovered by now." "On the contrary, the dragon population has only declined since then." "How?" You waged war against the Dragon King, sir, who made his home atop Mount Tai. That was tantamount to waging war on the realm itself. For 2 decades you burned their spirit crop, set a vicious plague amongst livestock, and sent a scourge of pests to make certain their best land could no longer support spirit herbs. You then scalded and salted the land and trashed the great library of Tai, which held all draconic knowledge of artificing and alchemy until then on their great stone pictographic tablets, incidentally a lost marvel of engineering. This has, I believe, had the equivalent of sending dragonkind back to the Bronze Age. And then you set about massacring all who stood in your path, said Gerard. Among them the dragon realm's best and brightest. I did? It sounded rather excessive now he heard it laid out before him. I must confess it's been a while. It's rather hazy in my memory. Probably because he hadn't thought much about it at all for thousands of years. It is all recorded in great detail in Thaddeus's scintillating volume, The Complete History of the Dragon Realm, Volume 9, The Salus Calamity, which stretches to modern day, incidentally. Ah, yes, those tablets. It was coming back to him in vague chunks. Those were valuable? I broke them because I liked how it sounded. In my defense, they had this satisfying crunch to them, and I was quite drunk. It was in the post-war festivities, you see. Gerard did not look particularly impressed. A great number of dragons declared their realm too ruined, or simply fled the realm to avoid your wrath. This begun the great draconic diaspora. All right, we get it, sighed Dorian. Long story short, there's a lot fewer dragons here. You were very naughty, commented Sun. She waggled a carrot she was munching at him. They soon happened upon a mountain with smoke curling out the top. A god's aura curled out with it, not even a particularly strong one at that. Why's it so weak? Muttered Dorian. In my day, a peak lord was at least at the top of God, usually Empyrean. According to Thaddeus, you plundered most of the dragon's hoards quite thoroughly in your time here, sir, said Gerard. The rest, the most valuable cultivation techniques and treasures and so forth, left with the great draconic diaspora. I should just stop asking questions, shouldn't I? Grumbled Dorian. I've a bone to pick with this Thaddeus fellow. He makes it sound like everything wrong with the dragon realm is my fault. Is it? Said Sun, looking genuinely curious. Well, yes, but it's rather rude of him to point it out. Trespassers! Who goes there? The voice rasped, but it still had that dragon's throaty boom. A great craggy head poked out from between 2 stones, smoke spurting from its nostrils, its yellow eyes narrowed. They promptly widened as they took in Gerard's Empyrean aura and Dorian and Sun's peak god auras besides. That is to say, what can this one do for you? We're looking for a giant object that landed here recently, said Dorian. Also, where you keep your tastiest treats? Sun piped in. Shush, child. We'll get to you later. First, giant object. Probably fell out of the sky, has a god king's aura. Have you heard of it? Ah, yes. This one has. It dipped its head. There was quite some scuffling over who claimed possession of it, as this one recalls. But it was above this one's stratum. This one hears on the wind that it was taken by those loyal to Jez. Shit. And where have they taken it? Said Gerard. The dragon jerked its head east. As far as Dorian could tell, there was nothing there save for 1,000 other peaks jutting over a fluffy floor of cloud cover. Which peak?
Not those.
It jerked its head in the same direction. Now that Dorian squinted, he could make out the blurry outline of a peak rising over them all, so far away he wasn't sure if it was real. He had a sinking feeling he knew exactly which peak this dragon referred to.
You have eyes, but you cannot see Mount Tai,
the dragon snorted. Mount goddamned Tai. That great hunk Dorian remembered vividly.
If memory serves, said Gerard slowly, Mount Tai is the home of the serving Dragon King. That would be him and his legions.
Would you kindly give us an estimation of their strengths? How many Empyreans they've got? God Kings, perhaps?
How many more questions must I answer before you leave? Said the dragon crossly.
Gerard blinked. Sun reached over to give Dorian a poke. Do dragons taste good? Can we eat it?
They have at their disposal the Dragon King, who is a God King, and a few dozen warriors of Empyrean strength at my best estimation, the dragon said quickly.
It tried to show what it must have thought was a winning smile, but it only managed to look hungry. A fair effort, but its biology let it down. There were just too many bared, sharp teeth. A God King and a dozen Empyreans. The Dragon King was ranked in the top 30 among God Kings too, and they were holed up in a stronghold of a peak that was one of the few things here Dorian could clearly recall, mostly because it had been such a pain in the ass to breach. How were they to manage this? 251. The God Hunter. 3. Sun chewed thoughtfully on her carrot. So, heist? Again? Not this time. I signed a pact with fate, unfortunately, Dorian sighed. In return for his help, we're not only retrieving my bodies, we also have to destroy Jez's infinity hearts on the plains along the way, and if his forces are headquartered at Mount Tai, you can bet the heart's there too. There's a very slim chance we can steal an object with a God King's aura out from under their noses, but we're certainly not destroying the source of their power on this plane without them noticing. So we actually need to beat them? Like, in a fight? Unless you've got a better idea, it's looking like it. Sun wrinkled her nose like she'd just smelled something rotten. How will we do that? Not a clue, said Dorian. Why don't you come up with something? Isn't planning your thing? Well, yeah, but I need information, and resources, and time, and that's a God King and a dozen Empyreans. That's a lot. She scratched her head. But I guess I can give it a shot. Be right back. She squeezed shut her eyes, scrunched up her face, and went perfectly still. You! Intruders! Beneath, the dragon let out a spark-filled snort. Dorian had forgotten it was still there. What? You mean to take on those bastards on Mount Tai? Wait! Sun's eyes snapped open. You're not a fan of this Dragon King? A fan? Ha! That so-called Dragon King dipped his head to an outsider, without an ounce of dragon's blood in him. Not regal blood, no common blood, not even Drake. Nothing! The dragon spat out a puff of fiery disgust. No, he's turned his back on the old ways. Not a mote of dragon's pride left in him. He's no king of mine. Imagine that, Dorian whistled. I remember old Snarltooth. That stubborn bastard wouldn't yield to me when I had him dead to rights. Now he grovels to Jez. Guess time really has dulled him.
Snarl-tooth, said the dragon. You've not been around these parts lately, have you? He's not been the Dragon King for years.
Then who is?
Scraggle-tooth, that feckless brother of his. Sold out Snarl-tooth to Jez the first chance he got. Now he's king like he always wanted, only he spends every waking breath kowtowing to an outsider. It isn't done.
No, it isn't. Not at all, said Sun agreeably. He sounds awful. She was cooking something up. Dorian could tell by that cheeky grin slowly spreading across her face. He knew since he wore it all too often.
I never did like that Scraggle-tooth, the dragon declared.
He seemed like he had a lot to get off its chest and was happy ranting at pretty much anyone.
Always seemed the slimy type, and now he's forcing the rest of us to join that cabal of Jezzes and give up our powers to them. And if we refuse, like most any self-respecting dragon has, why, we've got to pay tribute, 1/10 of our hordes. It's intolerable. It's tyrannical.
He gnashed his teeth.
You can't even spread your wings these days without Jezz's say-so.
What a buffoon, a scoundrel, a mean man, agreed Sun, pounding her fist. Someone should really do something about that guy, and his goons. Say, he's only got a god king and few dozen Empyreans, you said?
That's my guess. What's it to you?
How many other dragons are there about, do you think? Ones who might feel the same way you do?
What do I look like to you? A fortune-teller? The dragon snorted.
Quite the snorter, this one, and Dorian could hardly blame it. If Dorian's snorts brought out giant clouds of sparks, he'd snort all the time, too.
Do you see a scrying glass lying about?
That was the thing with dragons. Their egos not only huge, but also made of rubber. Squash them down for a few minutes, and they'd bounce right back. Just give me a guess, pretty please, said Sun. The dragon eyed her, then Dorian and Gerard. Gerard quirked a brow, then flared his Empyrean aura. The dragon made the sensible choice.
There are a few hundred gods, maybe, out and about, and a dozen or two Empyreans. I hear the folks up in the glassy mountains.
Here he jerked his head at an icy range beneath a clump of sleeting clouds.
Are snorting up a cloud over it.
Muttered Sun. Interesting. She exchanged a glance, and Dorian caught her meaning instantly. So, what do you think? She asked. Not bad, he said. Could work. His wings blew out to either side of him, stretching to their full size like masts in the wind. At the same time, Dorian flared his torch dragon aura, let it out in full. His fourth form torch dragon aura. The dragon gasped.
Ah!
His eyes were instantly reverent.
Torch dragon! Regal bloodline!
That was the dragon's term for a legendary bloodline. Only a handful qualified, and Dorian's was among the rarest. Only with a regal bloodline could one qualify to become a dragon king.
And of such maturity, such purity.
He swallowed.
This one suspected you were of kindred blood, but this one did not think. This one has eyes but cannot see Mount Tai.
Then it beat its head madly against the ground, showering gravel everywhere.
Please, forgive this one. This one was foolish. This one was blind.
No need for that, laughed Dorian. Please rise. I'm not here to punish anyone, or lord myself over anyone for that matter. I'm not Jez. On the contrary, actually." He winked at Sun, and she threw him a thumbs up. "I'm here to save you."
What?
"My name is Dorian, and as you have felt, I am your kin. It's so saddened me to hear of the many oppressions Jez has inflicted upon you of the Dragon Realm," he sighed. "In truth, the realm from which I come, Hell, has suffered his attacks too. It's horrible."
"Horrible!"
wailed the dragon. "But in my realm, we've managed to rout his forces, beat them back, and we are even now marching on his capital." Dorian spread his arms. "Now I've come with my companions to liberate this realm too."
"You have?"
And he thrust out Fate's map. "This was given to me by Old Man Fate himself, the leader of the multiversal resistance." He shook it out and held it up for all to see. Motes of Fate's laws, green and soft, swirled gently above it like drifting snowflakes.
"Ah,"
croaked the dragon. "It was on his mandate that I came here." Now he had this dragon hooked. His mouth hung wide open, leaking trickles of smoke out the edges. It was time to reel him in. Like a god descending to grace mortal soil, Dorian flew down. Gently did it. He gave the dragon ample time to soak in the majestic sight, his majestic aura, his majestic smile even. And then he reached out a finger and pointed it straight at the dragon's head like it was being specially chosen. The awestruck dragon ate it up. It was dribbling a little slobber as he drew near. "What is your name?" boomed Dorian.
"This one is called Greenscale,"
cried the dragon. "Greenscale. Greenscale," said Dorian, like he was some judge weighing the syllables. He nodded as though he found them worthy. He flared his bloodline, and the dragon nearly keeled over. This close, it must have felt overwhelming. "Will you join us on our quest to liberate this realm from Jez's tyrannical rule?" "And also find a delicious treat for Sun," Sun added, her voice a little squeak in the wind. "That part's important too."
"Yes,"
cried Greenscale. His eyes were watery. "Then welcome, Brother Greenscale, to the Resistance," said Dorian. He swept his arm out in one grand gesture. "We shall sweep across to the glassy mountains." Where were the darn things again? Gerard gently moved his arm to point at the correct mountain range. Ah, yes. Icy peaks, sleety clouds. "To the glassy mountains," Dorian continued unperturbed. "And then to its neighbors, and their neighbors, gathering strength along the way, gathering all those true dragons who would never bow their heads. And then, our warriors in tow, we shall march on Mount Tai itself and liberate this realm for good. We shall show that Jez bastard that he can never keep down a dragon's fighting spirit." It had been a while since Dorian had played the maniacal cult leader. That speech was pretty rusty. Still, it was only a first draft, and he figured he'd have many a chance to revise it as they went about drumming up a force. Rough as it was, it still seemed to move Greenscale. The dragon trembled. "To the Resistance!" whooped Sun. She gave a little fist pump.
"To the Resistance!"
cried Greenscale, and burst into tears. "I also support this movement," said Gerard. "I will distribute pamphlets if necessary." "Excellent." Dorian pointed at the glassy mountains. The correct ones this time. "Off, then, to gather more kindred spirits." And so their party got a fourth member. And so those dragons who refuse to surrender, who snort at tyranny, and who kowtow to no one, shall show those bastards on Mount Tai who truly rules the dragon realm. Revision 2 was a little more soul-stirring, but too wordy still. Refuse to surrender and kowtow to no one were basically the same thing. Still, 3 white-scaled dragons of the glassy range seemed practically ready to go into battle for him then and there. A 4th, an Empyrean dragon with a shaggy mane shot through with ice, was not so easily convinced.
"I don't know you," he grunted. "And you are but a god. How are you meant to defeat Scraggletooth?"
"Ah, but I am not just any god." Dorian whipped out his Spirit Pavilion ranking crystal. "I am the number 1 ranked god in the multiverse. Ignore the username. And this—" He tossed the crystal to Gerard, who caught it with one hand. The other held up a parasol that neatly repelled all the sleet. Now a new number flashed above the crystal. "Is the 7th ranked Empyrean in the multiverse. Both of us have fought and won against God Kings before."
Said Shaggy Mane. "I don't know."
"And the numbers will be on our side. A God King is formidable alone, but he is but one God King with but a handful of Empyreans. How many gods will we storm him with? How many Empyreans? But even if the battle may be fraught and the enemy strong, is that any excuse to bow your head? To flee with your tail between your legs like some beaten dog?"
"No!" cried Sun. "No!" cried Greenscale. "No!" cried the 3 ice dragons.
"I should hardly think so," said Gerard mildly. Which was how they got the dragons of the glassy mountains on board, too. Dorian was pleasantly surprised how smooth it was going. His words and Sun's well-timed cheerleading made for a nice 1-2 punch. Dorian the Liberator. Dorian the Savior. Imagine that. Of course, fate being the heinous bitch it was, their next encounter turned quite violent. 252. The God Hunter 4. Dorian stood atop the glassy mountains and squinted into the distance. The sun peeked over the horizon, pinking a sea of fluffy clouds. Mountain peaks poked through them. There was a nub of a mountain peppered with tiny sakura trees. There was a mountain right out of a classical painting, dotted with bonsai trees, with a pretty blue stream winding from top to bottom. There were mountains spurting fire, mountains belching smog, mountains pimpled with crystals and riddled with greenery. You could bet the dragon living in each of them had a law that matched. "Where to next?" said Sun. Dorian carefully considered the lot. "What about that one?" One mountain that towered over the rest of them. It looked like a mound of giant thorns glued together with tar, and slivers of smoke slithered around it. "I don't know," said Sun with a frown. "Looks villainous. It is the tallest mountain around, and we're raising an army, aren't we? We'll need strong fighters."
"Excuse me," said Greenscale.
Ever since Dorian recruited him, the dragon had gone from brash to fawning.
"But that's Mount Death, home to the notorious Slick Claw. This one humbly suggests we pass."
The glassy mountain dragons nodded their agreement.
"He's a bully, that Slick Claw. Worse than 1,000 Lee, always spoiling for a fight," said one. "Plus, he's ranked in the top 100 among Empyreans. He can be very nasty."
"Top 100 among Empyreans, you say?" Dorian said, grinning. "We'll need a lot of Empyreans if we're to storm Mount Tai. As many as we can get. Let's pay this Slick Claw a visit, eh? Can't hurt." The worried looks the dragons shot each other told him what they thought of that sentiment. Still, Dorian forged on ahead, and the rest of them scrambled to follow. This time there was no need for any prodding. Slick Claw came out to get him. There was a crash and a shower of stone as its head broke through its mountain peak. Then it bellowed, glaring, and hauled the rest of its body through. Slick Claw might have been the biggest dragon Dorian had seen in this life. His head alone dwarfed his whole body. The dragon steamed laws of death. He had a great black body, blackened further by swaths of scar tissue, and 2 great white wings spread like giant cobwebs. He was missing an eye and a leg and half of his teeth, but Dorian had no doubt that if those gnashing jaws snapped shut around him, they'd get the job done just the same. Slick Claw took in their strange procession, his expression curdling from disgruntled to downright nightmarish. "What the fuck is this?" he boomed. "Greetings, Slick Claw," said Dorian. Up went the torch dragon aura. Up went his smile, warm and wide like they were old friends. "My name is Dorian of Torch Dragon blood, and I'm here to help the wronged dragons of the Dragon Realm strike back at that horrible slaver Jez. I and my compatriots are currently gathering recruits, and I've heard your name brought up as a great candidate." "Me?" "My friends here say you're among the fiercest of the dragons. The proudest, never one to give up that Slick Claw, never one to bow down, not to Jez or anyone else. We could use your fighting spirit." It was his best speech so far, but Slick Claw did not seem very taken with it. Nor was he much impressed by Dorian's bloodline, nor with his aura, or even his winning smile. "Ha!" It was like a thunderclap from Slick Claw's throat, so loud Dorian saw a few heads poke out from neighboring peaks to see what the fuss was about. "Is this meant to be a joke?" Slick Claw issued a snort to rival Greenscale's best. "You 4 pipsqueaks and this god whelp want to bring down Jez?" "We may not look like much now," said Sun. "But you just wait. Once we're done recruiting—" "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Slick Claw laughed and wouldn't stop laughing. Lots of heads poked out now. "Funny, funny little monkey." Slick Claw licked his lips. "Let me tell you what is going to happen. You will run around this realm with your parade of fools. You will pick up more fools as you go, and you will run up against Mount Tai and its 100-cannon fleet, and its walls of black steel, and its arrays, which no dragon has broken for 10,000 years, and you shall break like wind against the mountainside." Their troop was still bubbling with honeymoon optimism. It was rather rude of Slick Claw to sprinkle in that other, much more likely possibility. And now Greenscale and the others shuffled uncomfortably behind him. That was the trouble with crowds. They were easily swayed one way, but the same went for the other way, too. Dorian got the sudden strong urge to beat the shit out of this Slick Claw fellow. Not out of anger, mind you. But the neat thing about arguments between cultivators was the winner was not really the one who made more sense. Slick Claw could produce an ironclad treatise listing 10,000 ways this resistance was a stupid idea, and as long as Dorian beat him up, then laughed at him, then humiliated him, then violated his corpse in amusing ways, his followers would cheer him on more than if he'd produced the most magnificent argument the multiverse had ever seen. It was the first rule of debate. Your argument is invalid if I can beat you up. Also, it would be quite fun, and the easy thing to do. They might even get a few recruits from the onlookers that way. But, then again, he wasn't alone. This wasn't a solo run. There were actual consequences to his actions this time, and it was sadly not simply about him and his whims anymore. Fate had saddled the burden of a movement on him, and if he was to give this resistance the best shot of success, there were probably better, more diplomatic ways. It hardly did his whole "I'm here to help the little guy" thing any favors if he went around beating up any little guys who disagreed with him. So, stifling a sigh, Dorian plastered on that winning smile again. Or a smile, at any rate. It appeared to be winning very little from Slick-Claw. "I understand your scorn, Slick-Claw," he said. "Frankly, if I saw some ragtag bunch of dragons dreaming of challenging the rulers of the realm, I'd laugh them off too. Our cause may be just, but what's the point if none of us can make it a reality?" Slick-Claw considered him with a lazy eye. "If you know this," he breathed, "why the fuck are you still here?" "Because we may be more than meets the eye," said Dorian simply. He said it as much to the dragon before him as the dozen dragons that were drawing closer and closer, curious who this impetuous little fellow was who dared to challenge Slick-Claw. Step 1, establish credibility. For instance, he tossed his ranking crystal to Gerard, who caught it with a flick of the wrist, and with the same hand displayed his Empyrean ranking. A few gasps from those nearby. It wasn't every day, or every year, or even every century you came face to face with a top-ranking Empyrean. "This is Gerard," said Dorian. Slick-Claw pulled back, hissing and narrowing his eye like it had just been struck by a light that was a little too bright. "Ranked 7th among Empyreans in this multiverse, and he is my servant." "Greetings," said Gerard, waving. You may be wondering, why is it that Gerard, a creature of such a caliber, is a servant to me, a mere god? Gerard tossed back the crystal, and Dorian caught it with an open palm, let its number 1 ranking show for all to see. "Because I am Dorian, the first-ranked god in this multiverse. We alone can challenge that coward of a dragon king. But we will not be alone. We will have at our sides all those brave dragons, true of heart, who are sick of bowing their heads to that tyrant up in Tai." "Hear, hear," said Sun. A few murmurs echoed her. "Who are sick of being forced to give up a 10th of their hordes, a full 10th to that scoundrel." More murmurs of agreement. "Who are sick of living under a golden sky. An outsider has already come to the dragon realm once. His name was Salus Godhunter, and it was due to him that you live in mountains with no peak." Angry murmurs. "Now a second outsider has come, thinking the dragon realm is easy pickings. Will you let Jez do the same once more? Friends, I can tell you the Torch Dragon ancestor would have never put up with such a thing, nor the venerable ancestors of any of your bloodlines." He was riffing now, not really sure what he was saying, but he could tell the crowd was into it. "And where are they now?" asked Slick-Claw, shaken but still defiant. "Dead, slain by Salus." "Dead, fighting for what they believed in, fighting with the true spirit of the dragon. You can wound our flesh, but you can never put out the fires in our hearts." "That's right. cried Sun. He even got a few shouts at that.
You're one to talk. Aren't you an outsider, too? Spluttered Slickclaw.
I'm a descendant of those true dragons, just as you. In fact, of purer blood than you, friend Slickclaw. And you are right. I am a product of the great draconic diaspora, just as so many of us dragons in the multiverse are. A diaspora he'd learned about 10 minutes ago, incidentally, but he spoke teary-eyed and wobbly-voiced like it was something as dear to his heart as family. Do you know what they say out there in the multiverse? They say that the great age of the dragon is past. They say that the dragon realm is but a husk, doomed to be a plaything for foreigners' whims. Snorts, cries, gnashing of teeth. But I have returned, because I do not believe that. I believe that the dragon realm can rise again, that the spirit of our proud ancestors yet remains in our blood, that all it takes is for those who still believe in the might of the dragon to rise again, as one, and seize back what was once ours. "To the dragon realm!" cried Sun, shaking a tiny fist.
"To the dragon realm!" went the roars.
Dorian wagered they'd just gotten at least a half-dozen sign-ups in one fell swoop. He gave himself a mental pat on the back. With how he was speaking, he nearly convinced himself he was out to do some good for the realm. Slickclaw could only gape, leaking smoke like a chimney whose fire had almost gone out.
He swallowed. "You've got pretty words, little dragonoid. I shall give you that. But words are all they are. I have yet to see any evidence you can back them up. You may have tricked all these fools with that crystal tossing of yours, but for all we know, that crystal was a counterfeit."
"Perhaps. But a fourth-form regal bloodline is harder to counterfeit, wouldn't you say?" said Dorian. "But I take your meaning. You wish to see evidence. Shall we make a bet, then, friend Slickclaw?"
"Name it."
"I hear you are an Empyrean ranked in the top 100 in the multiverse. Are you not?" said Dorian. "I am but a god, as you say. Give me your strongest strike. I will put up no defense to it. Not a shield, not a technique, nothing. If I can receive it, you'll join our cause. If not, well, naturally, I'll be forced to stop bothering you on account of my being dead. What do you say?" And Dorian knew he had him. 253. The God Hunter, 5.
"What is this?" snapped Slickclaw. "You would mock me, little dragonoid?"
"Not at all." Dorian smiled like the Buddha himself. He spread his arms. "Go on. Have at it." Slickclaw stared at him for a few heartbeats, and Dorian got the sense the dragon was trying to decide whether Dorian had something up his sleeve, or if he was simply an idiot. Then Slickclaw breathed out a cloud of smoke, lips curling to a nasty grin, and it was evident which of the two he landed on.
"Very well," said Slickclaw, voice soft as a snake's hiss. "I will play this little game of yours."
He raised that cobweb wing of his, and its bony white edges boiled over with black laws of death. Dorian politely let it rise to a frothing peak. He even stuck out his neck as the wing screamed down like an executioner's blade. There was a savage gleam in Slickclaw's eyes. The dragon wouldn't be satisfied with half measures, a head left hanging by its gristles. No, he was swinging to shoot Dorian's head into the sun.
"Heavenly annihilation! Wing of frenzied death!" screamed Slickclaw.
There was a clang, shocking crackling, a wash of hot air, and air electric with charged chi. The spectators shielded their eyes, coughed, and turned away. Someone cried out. But then it was done, and everyone's eyes turned back, wide and shocked, to find Dorian's neck without a blemish. It was Slickclaw who cradled his wing, tears prickling at his massive eye. "Fuck!" he roared. Dorian got the sense it was either that or whimpering. "Well, that's that, everyone." Dorian held out a hand. "Welcome to the Resistance, Brother Slickclaw." Slickclaw's face twisted. No, I do not accept this. You've tricked me." "How so?" "You made it appear no, I was not ready. That is all. One more. Again." He must have thought Dorian would protest. Surely this would have given him a way out. But of course, Dorian didn't. He tapped at his lip, pretended to think, and shrugged. "Please, be my guest." It was hard for a tar-black dragon to look pale, but Slickclaw managed it. He licked his teeth, flexed his wing, shuffled his weight on either leg, did a whole lot of squinting, working himself up to the task, trying to fan up some courage, maybe. He took so long he attracted a few boos from the dragons gathered about. Then his teeth gritted, and that was that. Another wing clanged down on Dorian's neck. This time Slickclaw couldn't suppress a howl, then a most undragon-like whimper. Again, here was a crossroads. It would be so easy to stomp this Slickclaw into the dirt. So natural, and the dragon was in position for it too, head bent over, neck curved in perfect stomping position. Dorian's foot got an itch just thinking about it. But that was no way to make friends. And friends, Dorian begrudgingly admitted, were valuable. "Actually, Brother Slickclaw, I must commend you." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sun give him a thumbs up. "Truthfully, those were some formidable strikes. Very few Empyreans, and certainly no gods, could have taken them as I have. But I have taken the blows of god-kings on these wings." It would have seemed an outlandish claim before that little demonstration. Now the crowd nodded along. "Rest assured, friends, I can take the blows of that fake King Scraggletooth, too. Now, Brother Slickclaw, what do you say? We could use those wings of yours." Slickclaw tongued his teeth, hesitant. "You are strong, Dragonoid," he admitted. "That I will give you." He looked like he needed just a little pushing. "That dragon guy made you pay 10% of your hoard, didn't he?" shouted Sun. "Think of all the gold he's got stuffed up there, all the treasures, and also all the delicious treats. Go with us. Think about it. If we take Mount Tai, all that's ours." It took a few breaths of gnashing and sucking and squinting for Slickclaw to come around to it. But when he did, a slow, rather evil-looking smile crept across his face. "Very well, then, Dragonoid Dorian," he said. "I will play this little game of yours." "To the Resistance!" cried Sun. "To the Resistance!" roared everyone else. Sun cackled. She slapped one of the glassy dragons on the leg. They had a little back and forth, and the dragon snorted and slapped her back, which promptly sent her flying head over heels into a faceplant. She bounced up, grinning through a face full of mud, and struck a pose, drawing a circle of laughs. Everywhere she went, she had a way with creatures. She got them, somehow, knew just what to say to tickle them, to rouse them, to cheer them up, to get them on her side. and most seemed to like her back. Dorian suspected it had something to do with her being genuine and friendly and kind and overall a rather decent person, which, now that he thought about it, went a long way to explaining why he'd never managed to pick up the trait. Still, his rabble-rousing and her people skills made for a winning combo. At this rate, they'd be storming Mount Tai in a week. 2 days later. The fortress atop Mount Tai was so high up you had to breach not one, but 2 cloud layers to get there. It was the peak above all peaks, which was symbolically resonant, but practically annoying, Scraggletooth always felt. It made looking down at the rest of the realm nigh impossible. You could only see the little folk on unusually clear days. But who needed them when he had all he could ever wish for up here? Scraggletooth's sleek form was curled up on a gel sack in his garden. The garden was magnificent enough on its own, impeccably manicured, bursting with pretty spirit herbs. Vines crawled over the awnings, the trees slithered all over the floors, heavy with fat spirit grapes. You couldn't make it from one end of the garden to another without bursting a few. But the real attraction was the giggling harem of ladies lounging on either side of him, thick of tail and arm, just how he liked them, with waists so small you'd think they had no organs. Red Fang, his favorite, batted her eyes at him as she fed him a grape. Servants, eunuch drakes, milled about with bottles of wine, eyes carefully downcast. Ah. Scraggletooth let his half-lidded eyes drift shut with a satisfied groan. When he'd sold out his brother to get all this, he'd expected to feel some guilt. Thus far, not much, really. He thought he'd felt a prickling of it at one point, but it had turned out to be a mild case of indigestion.
Red Fang, would you be a dear and feed me one of those delightful ginsengs?
He ate it out of her palm, and she giggled. Why should Scraggletooth feel guilty? Guilt was a self-imposed emotion. Only idiots chose pointless self-flagellation. Scraggletooth had found the key to happiness. Anyone could be happy. Negative emotions were products of the mind, which meant they were entirely optional. Best to ignore them altogether, he felt, as he scoured the gaps in his teeth with a tiny diamond pick. Just look at him. There wasn't a thing about his life he'd change. He could float in this blissful comfort forever. One eye cracked open and glared at the sky.
Oh, bother.
What is it? Said Red Fang.
Trouble,
sighed Scraggletooth. One of his lieutenant's shadows fell across his face, the sole blemish in his perfect blue sky. Empyrean Spiketail landed in his garden in a disheveled heap, squashing 4 grapes as he did, splattering juice everywhere. He was a wiry figure, this Spiketail, with sunken eyes and wings too big for his body. Disturbing to look at. At least he had the good manners to stay out of sight most of the time. Spiketail, of course, knew Scraggletooth's opinion of his looks, as Scraggletooth brought it up to him nearly every time they spoke. It was how Spiketail knew never to present himself unless the situation was— how had Scraggletooth worded it last they spoke? "Unless the world is on fire and I am the only dragon with a bucket of water."
"What is it?" drawled Scraggletooth.
"Revolution!"
cried Spiketail.
"Calm down, please. You're disturbing my women. Nothing is so dire that it merits a raised voice."
"My lord, but,"
choked Spiketail.
"there is a dragonoid in the valleys, stirring up great trouble."
"Those valley maggots, I swear. Stirring up trouble is their favorite pastime. Hardly noteworthy."
"But this time is serious. He's gathered 9 Empyreans to his cause, and no less than 60 gods. And my sources tell me he's only recruited from 1/3 of the realm so far. My lord, this is very, very bad."
There was this desperate cracking in Spiketail's voice, which everyone had when they tried to convince Scraggletooth to do pretty much anything. Scraggletooth sighed again. It was growing readily apparent Spiketail was not going to go away on his own.
"It's 9 Empyreans. What are they going to do? Tickle me?"
Titters of polite laughter from his harem. None of them meant it, of course, but it was the appearance that mattered to Scraggletooth.
"Please, my lord," said Spiketail, "I beg of you, take this seriously. This dragonoid is unusually—"
"Dragonoid?"
"Yes."
Spiketail drew himself up.
"Describe him."
"He's a torch dragon who claims to be the first-ranked god in the multiverse. Has a monkey and a rock companion, both in humanoid form."
"Fascinating."
It seemed Scraggletooth would need to do something about this infestation after all. How incredibly annoying.
"Send a message to our dear friend Jez. Tell him his man is here. He'll know which one. In the meantime, arm our cannons with high-grade stones. Restock the Imperial shields. Summon the rest of the guard and put them on high alert."
"Yes, sir."
"You may go."
Then, as an afterthought,
"And please, do consider wearing a mask next time. Your face, as you well know, is hideous. Please do not subject me to it further. It's rude."
Spiketail looked rather dejected at that. He flew off with slumped shoulders. Sighing, Scraggletooth closed his eyes and drooped his head, trying for that same posture of total repose. He couldn't quite find the right configuration for his limbs. He couldn't, for the hell of him, snatch back that feeling of blissful comfort. There was a strange feeling in his stomach now. He grunted. It had better be indigestion.
"The little folk, I swear, Red Fang," he grumbled. "My brother was ranked in the top 5 in the multiverse, but it is like they forget I am a top-ranking God King too. A more temperamental God King might take offense."
"It's so unfair," agreed Red Fang, feeding him yet another grape.
"With Jez's gift of power, I'm as strong as he ever was, aren't I?"
"Without a doubt."
"Yet I don't get 1/10 the respect."
"Mm-hmm." They smiled lovingly at each other. Ah, Red Fang, Red Fang. He'd stolen her from her husband. Well, executed the dragon first, so was it really stealing if it was from the dead? Then he made her play this charade. 3 of her children lay rotting in his dungeon. There used to be 4, but she'd cracked once on the act, broken into tears, screamed, "I hate you," pounded ineffectually at his chest, and so forth, which was so disturbing to the rest of his women, and indeed ruined the morning's good mood. So he'd been forced to execute one of those children, a girl of 12 years. Now Red Fang's act never cracked.
"I like to think of myself as a liberal sovereign, one who gives his subjects free rein. Yet some, it seems, mistake my laid-back temperament as weakness."
In his eyes there was a flash of coldness. Then, in a blink, back to half-lidded slothfulness.
"Another grape, my dear?"
254. The God Hunter, 6.
"Who are we?"
squeaked Sun at the top of her lungs. "The resistance!" shouted Dorian. The two dragons flanking him did too. Then the dragons behind them in the V formation, then those farther back, until the words rippled down their whole fleet, all the way to the clumps of gods in the rear. "What do we do?" "Fly fast!" shouted Dorian. "Fight hard!" shouted the dragons in the middle. "And never surrender!" shouted the dragons at the rear. "Hurrah!" cried Sun. "Hurrah!" cried everyone else. It was a marching song Sun had spun up, and silly as it was, it helped keep up their army's good cheer these last few days. And they were starting to gain the shape of a real army. Greenscale had been made a squadron commander in charge of 8 dragons, and was overjoyed to get a hand-knitted cap from Gerard to mark it, too. Slick Claw was one of Dorian's captains. He'd taken to being the army's resident hard-ass with gusto. Sun didn't have a title, but folks seemed to listen to her anyway. Maybe she was the official mascot. She kept the troops suitably fired up, chomping for battle at a moment's notice. So far they'd snagged some 70-odd deities, and the more they got, the easier it was to snag more. A few more days and they'd finish sweeping the realm for recruits. And then it was on to Mount Tai. Gerard flew up to him. "Sir, I've discovered a possible opportunity. You'll want to listen to this." "Do tell." "You recall the dragon ancestor?" Gerard dropped his voice. "The god king Coldheart, mightiest of the elder dragons, the one you battled for 40 days and nights as Salus, and at last dealt a fatal blow." Of course. Coldheart hadn't been an endless fount of chi as some dragons were, nor was he a miracle of nature physically, but he did have a deep understanding of the Tao of ice, so deep that fighting him felt like wading 1,000 li through thick mud. Sometimes it felt like Coldheart could freeze time itself. Coldheart was particularly memorable because dragons did not usually have strong Taos. Even their god kings lacked something in comprehension when put next to peers of other species. They usually leaned on their physicality and brute chi to win fights. Gerard held up a thin volume. "It is said in the history of the dragon realm that Coldheart was one of the few dragons in the multiverse to be gifted a chamber of infinite time by the master artificer Rithius himself, which is a miraculous artifact, a great training tool for Tao and Chi, purportedly, but it is so much more. Time within passes differently than for those outside, and all one needs to power it is a ready supply of spirit stones. At its maximum setting, 10,000 days can equal 1 outside." That explained Coldheart's weirdly advanced Tao. "Fascinating. Fate has gifted you with the Divinity Lotus, which already enhances your Tao comprehension speed 16-fold. If paired with this chamber of infinite time and an infusion of Tao elixirs, I can probably hit Empyrean, maybe even before we assault Mount Tai. I like your thinking, and I assume you're about to tell me you know just where to get this thing." "The dragon ancestor left an inheritance before he passed. It is recorded in Chapter 46, The Reconstruction, 16. According to Thaddeus, it is a matter of public knowledge in the dragon realm. The ancestor's inheritance is situated in an impressive temple, you see. It is said to draw dozens of visitors daily. Some even pray to Coldheart. A minor religion of some note has cropped up around it, actually. Hold on. It's been, over 7,000 years now since Coldheart left this thing? And it's public knowledge." "It appears so, my liege." "So we're out of luck?" Dorian raised a brow. "Or are you telling me that in all this time, no one has taken the inheritance?"
That is exactly what I am telling you.
Gerard slipped out a monocle from his suit pocket, put it on, and thumbed his book open.
The requirements to receive the dragon ancestors' inheritance are quite stringent, and are enforced by God King-level array formations that no one has managed to crack. First, you must be of a pure, regal dragon's bloodline, and second, you must enter the ancestor's tomb and complete the trials that await you. Gerard snapped the book shut. Thus far, no one who has gone into the tomb has come back out.
Dorian massaged his chin. If that chamber of infinite time is as you say, it's too good to pass up. It can't be helped. I do feel bad killing the old coot and taking his inheritance.
No, you don't, said Sun.
Okay, fine. I'm looking forward to it, actually. I'm sure old Coldheart won't mind. It'll be for the good of the realm. But mostly myself. Usually the two are mutually exclusive, but this seems to be a happy exception. Say, how do you feel about holding things down here while I'm gone? Sun blinked.
Me?
The troops seem to like you well enough. Surely you can handle, let's say 3 days without imploding the rebellion. Just go around doing what I've been doing. We've got enough of a force here that I don't really need to be here for us to get recruits.
But I'm me.
And that, runt, said Dorian, nuzzling her head with his knuckles, is precisely why you're the one who will lead. Have some faith in yourself, will you? I know I do. He was surprised to find he meant it. Underneath all that cheesy rah-rah stuff, he knew worked on her for some reason. Sun blinked again. Then her eyes shone, a little teary. She grinned.
Yeah, actually. What am I saying? I'm Sun Wukong the Ninth. I'm awesome. I've got this. Hell yeah.
That was new.
You won't regret this. By the time you get back, we'll have half the realm on our side.
The tomb of the dragon ancestor was half a day's flight away, going at top speed. Gerard led the way, alternating between his history tome and a book stuffed with maps. Dorian was content to follow, whistling cheerfully as they went. "What are we looking for?" asked Dorian.
A pure white gravestone, engraved with light blue, stretching from the earth to the sky, said Gerard.
Gerard saw it first, a tower of marble the clouds seemed scared to touch. Dorian felt it next, a resonance in his spirit, like a plucked string in his heart, quivering. It wasn't that pure harmony a torch dragon artifact might elicit, but it still drew out a pleasing note in his soul, a note that stirred up that hot eagerness in Dorian's soul, that familiar desire. This was a cousin of his, also possessed of pure dragon blood, and by the feeling of it, a great deal of that blood. The gravestone was still wreathed in its proud aura. The stone had that grand aura only truly ancient things do. It seemed to say that it had been here since the dawn of time, and would be here at its twilight, too. So old that its oldness was too big for puny, godly minds to wrap around. So old their minds could only fall back on a sense of awe, of cosmic smallness as a way to make sense of it. Dorian was pretty sure it was a cosmetic effect. Maybe some glamour array? Neat trick. He could see why the little folk, who were always in need of something to worship, chose it as their object. As they descended, Dorian noticed a dotting of gods prostrate at the tomb's base. There were even a few Empyreans. All were humming a low, bassy tune. The religious folk Gerard had spoken of, no doubt.
Praise be to his august majesty, first of his name, the great ancestor,
croaked an old dragon, who looked so withered his body seemed one long stretch of jerky, spotted in parts with cracked scales. His Empyrean aura flickered like a candle on the verge of going out. He seemed to be held upright by the sheer strength of his faith. A priest of sorts.
"Praise be,"
said the congregation. It looked a lot like what the rebellion had going on. Maybe Dorian ought to pull this priest aside after this inheritance business. Exchange notes, one cult leader to another. Dorian dropped straight into their midst. "Praise be," he said. Gasps, cries. Folk rippled away from him like he was a pebble tossed in a still pond. "Nice to meet you. I'm Dorian of the regal Torch Dragon bloodline, and I'm here to try for the dragon ancestors' inheritance. Might any of you fine fellows point me to the entrance?" He got some growls from the crowd. A few spat, which was fair. He had been rather rude, barging into their worship unannounced. The priest didn't seem fazed in the slightest by Dorian's sudden entrance.
"Young one,"
croaked the priest with a sigh,
"do not fall prey to such whims. This request bespeaks your ignorance."
Which was a little rich, considering he was only of third form, meaning Dorian was at least 10 times as old as him. But he let it slide. You couldn't take things personally with these youths. They probably didn't know any better. The priest went on.
"Every moon, an impetuous youth comes along, brashly requesting to challenge for the inheritance, and every moon they leave, never to return. Young one, this gravestone is our Lord Coldheart's final lesson to us all. His true inheritance is the wisdom that we creatures of the multiverse must rein in our desires, lest they lead us down dark paths."
"That's certainly one interpretation," agreed Dorian. "But isn't there a chamber of infinite time buried under that hunk of rock? That seems the likelier inheritance to me."
"You have missed the point,"
growled a burly Empyrean. "Probably. I was never very good at internalizing these morsels of wisdom. But if I wish to challenge for the inheritance, that's my choice, isn't it? The dragon ancestor didn't go through the trouble of constructing it for no one to try for it."
"It has been prophesied that one day the savior of the realm shall descend from the heavens and claim the ancestors' inheritance," said the priest. "Until then, all who try are doomed to fail."
"Oh, I never put much stock in prophecies."
"You,"
the priest sighed.
"I can see you shall not be persuaded. Very well. Follow."
"Wait." The burly Empyrean stalked up to Dorian, teeth bared.
"If you wish to challenge for the inheritance, you must first get through me. If you cannot even defeat me, what hope do you— Oh!"
Before he'd finished the sentence, he found himself off the ground. Dorian had picked him up before he could react, and now held the dragon overhead. Then Dorian closed one eye, licked his thumb to test the wind, aimed, and tossed him into the sun. The dragon left a trail of screams, then a trail of vapors in the sky. He was soon a tiny dot. "Don't worry, he'll come back down," Dorian promised the gaping priest. 255. The God Hunter 7. "So," said Dorian brightly, "about that inheritance?"
Stammered the priest. Yes, this way."
"No young one this time," Dorian noted. Before they set off, a shadow stretched across them. Gerard, in rock form, bore the dragon Dorian had just chucked. He gently dumped the creature at their feet.
"Are you all right?"
asked Gerard to the dragon. It nodded slowly, looking somewhat traumatized.
"You seem slightly nauseous. I have an elixir that may be of use, if you'd like."
"Thanks," said the dragon in a far-off voice, accepting a bubbling blue concoction with a shaking claw. Gerard nodded.
Of course, it was no trouble at all. He turned to Dorian. I shall wait for you here, my liege. May I expect your return in 3 days? Sounds reasonable. I think I shall busy myself digging in the meantime, mused Gerard. The Dragon Realm is highly mountainous. The terrain is uniquely suited to archaeology. I'd like to see what species I can unearth. Perhaps I shall make a few contributions to the literature. Dragon bones are deeply fascinating, you know. The oldest go back some 50,000 years. Right, said Dorian, since if he didn't cut in, Gerard might go on for the next half hour. Off you go, then. Have fun. I shall, sir. Good day. Gerard bowed. Gerard Jr. burped on his shoulder. The toad had on a small tweed hat, was swaddled in a small tweed coat, and wore a tiny glass monocle, through which it regarded Dorian with a haughty eye at double its usual size as they flew off. Prick. The priest led Dorian up a set of wide stone stairs, past a familiar-looking statue. It was Salus Godhunter, with his nose blown up, a screwed-up face, and an ill-proportioned bone structure that made him seem deeply inbred. Dragons passing by took turns spitting at it, some ashy flakes, some flakes of frost. The dragon ancestor commissioned a number of statues and automata from the master artificer Rythius, said the priest. This one depicts the heinous Salus Godhunter, bane of dragons, perhaps the worst mass murderer in the history of the realm. It is customary for all who pass to spit on him. He hawked up a mouthful of embers and spat them in a sparking shower. Yeah, fuck that guy, agreed Dorian, and spat heartily, too. What an ass. They came up to the front of the gravestone, where the priest spoke an incantation. The ground ahead burst with white light, outlining a square previously invisible. The soil in the square dropped out, leaving only a yawning blackness, and stairs to seemingly nowhere. At your leisure, said the priest. What, not going to wish me luck? The priest thought about it. I don't think so, he said at last. I don't like you very much. Fair, honestly, said Dorian. Whistling a tune, he strolled in. When he reached the chamber, it felt like waking from a deep, dreamless sleep. There was a lot of nothing at first, so much nothing he lost track of time. And then, all at once, the world appeared. He took a step and blinked, and he was somewhere else. It was like he'd gone colorblind. There was only one color here, and it was gold. He stood in a chamber lined with statues of gold dragons, mouths open in silent eternal roars. Each clutched a lit gold torch in their claws. Gold plated the walls, gold plastered the domed ceiling with its coffered roof. Golden murals lined the walls, each carefully engraved with portraits of the only non-gold thing in the room. Cold Heart in icy blue. One depicted him beating down a dragon horde in battle, another of him coiled on a comically giant horde. He was depicted as a bluish dot for scale atop a mountain of treasures. A third of him roaring triumphant atop Mount Tai. On and on they went, one giant exercise in autofellatio. The centerpiece of the room were the 4 massive doors set deep into the walls. One was engraved with a drop of blood, a second a symbol of chains, a third a heart, a fourth a fist. "Challenger, I am God King Coldheart," boomed a voice. A ghostly image flickered to life before Dorian, a faintly translucent bluish dragon which looked like an ice sculpture moving. Its eyes burned cold white. "You think you're worthy of my inheritance, do you? My life's work, my greatest treasures, and my ultimate legacy.
If the God King knew who Dorian really was, he probably would have been considered the least worthy person in the multiverse. "That's the idea," said Dorian. The God King squinted at him.
"That aura, I know you."
"No, you don't," said Dorian quickly.
"Really?"
"We've never met, I'm sure of it."
Said the spirit, looking troubled.
But then it moved on, thank heavens, because things could have gotten very awkward just then.
"You speak now to an echo of my soul I have left behind to administer my legacy and to make certain it falls in the hands of whoever I deem worthy."
It snorted a cloud of frost.
"Your worth shall be determined in a trial of 4 parts. Succeed, and you gain my greatest treasures. Fail, and only death awaits you. 4 trials in 4 doors. Challenger, enter the first."
The door farthest to the right, the one marked with a drop of blood, glowed gold. It was sort of hard to tell at first, given the goldness of everything else. For some reason, the stronger you got, the shittier your sense of design. This monument to Coldheart's ego was the sort of thing that seemed neat in an idle fantasy, but was hideous and ridiculously impractical in execution. Or maybe it wasn't only the strong that had these silly inclinations, it was just that they had the resources to make them real. Still, Coldheart made his point. He was rich as all hells. If this was only the lobby, what did he consider his true treasures? Dorian waltzed through the first door.
"The door of blood,"
intoned Coldheart's spirit. Inside was a simple chamber. Gold walls, of course, with a pedestal in the middle bearing a simple basin and a knife.
"Only those of true regal blood can inherit my legacy. Prove yourself, challenger."
It was plain what he was expected to do. He grabbed the knife, leather handle, silver blade laden with runes, and stabbed at his hand. The knife clattered off with a flurry of sparks. He tried nicking at it again, scraping around the scaliest bits at just the skin, but the knife didn't leave so much as a scratch.
"Stop stalling,"
snapped Coldheart.
"If you have not the will—"
Dorian stabbed hard. There was a sharp crack. "Oops," said Dorian, now holding a shaft, half a blade, and a severed blade tip. "Sorry about that. Is the knife important? Can I use my own claw for this?" Coldheart goggled at him.
"That knife was specially made by the master artificer," shrieked Coldheart. "It was forged of Sylvan steel, an artifact with a 10-millennium history."
"I suppose I can have a go at gluing it together after this."
"You may use your claw,"
growled Coldheart. This time it took about 10 seconds of hard digging to draw out a drop from the base of his palm. He dropped it in the clear water of the basin. A flash of light, sudden and bright as lightning, and the liquid turned the color of blood. A mask of black floated over the top of it, depicting a torch dragon's visage.
"Perfectly pure,"
breathed Coldheart, peering over Dorian's shoulder.
"Lineage of the torch dragon, rare indeed among the regal lines, and of the 4th form, too."
He sniffed.
"Adequate, I suppose."
Dorian suspected it was far better than adequate. Dorian suspected that it was among the best that had ever graced this chamber, perhaps the best. Yet Coldheart seemed the type of old ass who was determined not to be impressed by anyone except himself. Dorian couldn't recall how he'd gotten into a feud with Coldheart. It was possible he'd offed the dragon out of sheer annoyance.
"On to the second door, the door of chains."
The door of chains led to a room much like the first, same gold walls, same pedestal. Only this time, the object atop it was a disturbingly familiar scroll.
"You are to swear an oath
By the tone and volume of Coldheart's voice, you'd think he was preaching at a congregation of 10 million in a giant stadium, rather than shrieking directly into Dorian's ear less than a foot away.
"A soul contract! You must swear to wield my inheritance, to kill that fucker Salus Godhunter."
His eyes bulged.
"Avenge me!"
Naturally, this presented a bit of a conundrum. Dorian scratched his chin. It seemed a bit late to back out now, and he wasn't keen on seeing what nasty surprises Coldheart had ready if he tried, which left him only the option of finding a loophole, which suited Dorian just fine. It felt like most of what he did in life anyway.
"Well," said
Coldheart. "Define kill?"
"Are you stupid?"
snapped Coldheart.
"Destroy, ruin, annihilate."
You'd think being stuck haunting a tomb for millennia would mellow a spirit out, but Coldheart's anger had only fermented in that time, apparently. "So, I can only inhabit one body at a time, per Bartemius's law of the singular soul, and I'm trying to maximize the power of one body right now. The best course of action would be to merge all my bodies." And he was pretty sure he knew exactly how to do it. He'd been thinking along these lines for a while. His core was a supergiant with frightening absorptive capacities. At the god level, he was already capable of absorbing Empyrean cores. What happened when he leveled it up? At Empyrean, could he absorb God King cores? Could he perhaps absorb the essence of his past body and convert it into his own? On the one hand, its chi would be aspected differently. It wouldn't merge easily with his own. On the other, it would be bound to him by soul already. He wouldn't be trying to force merge with foreign chi, which would be orders of magnitude harder. And his star system had shown some resilience before when dealing with unruly, conflicting energies. Its two halves, fire and darkness, had violently merged already, after all. It was a gamble. Best Dorian could tell, it would probably work, which was a lot better of a chance than he was used to. So he gnashed his teeth and shook his fist and said, "Rest assured, O dragon ancestor, I shall end that bastard Salus for good." He signed the contract and felt that hot twinge in his soul that marked the point of no return.
"Good, good," said Coldheart. "What is your name?"
"Dorian. Why ask now?"
8 in 10 contenders don't make it past the first 2 trials. There is no point in asking prior."
He turned a narrowed eye on Dorian.
"But 98 out of 100 don't make it past trial 3. And the difference in difficulty is heaven and earth. And beyond that there is challenge 4, which is the most challenging by far. Dorian, enter door 3, the door of the heart. The true trials begin now."
256. The God Hunter, 8. The door of the heart led to a room much like the other two, all gold with another pedestal at its center. But this time 10 vials sat atop it, arranged in a circle. They were filled with an elixir of murky white, like if forgetfulness was a color.
"Drink,"
ordered Coldheart. "What are they?"
"Drafts of infinite remembrances," said Coldheart. "Each vial contains the memory of a life. That is all you need to know. Drink!"
Dorian picked up the first vial, sniffed at it, shrugged, and downed it in a gulp. His eyes went cloudy. He was born anew. He was Dorian no longer. Had he ever been Dorian? Who was he? He forgot. Thoughts leaked out of his head, and none bubbled up to replace them. His mind went blank. And then his eyes were struck with light, a wild jumble of sensation, foreign feelings, smells, sounds. He couldn't make sense of any of it. He was crying. He was a baby named Fern, born to a loving family. His father was a blacksmith, his mother a fisherwoman, in a quaint seaside village named Padua, a day's ride from the big city. He lived a childhood soaked in laughter and sunlight. He spent long afternoons playing in the streams with the other children, spent long days working steels with his father, his young hands calloused by a hammer's leathered grip. He was to take up the family trade. He shared secret joys in seaside coves with one of his playmates, a girl named Mia, and everything about her, the way she bit her lip as she blushed, the way her eyes sparkled with mischief, the cinnamon smell of her hair, melted him utterly. They spoke in whispers of running away together to the big city. He was to marry her, and he was to brave his father's disapproval to do it. All was well. And then, one day, cultivators, led by the young master of the Rising Phoenix sect, passed by their village. The young master took a liking to Mia. He snatched her away, bound her in chains, then slaughtered her family when they resisted. Fern fought for her. He saw Mia in tears. He recalled that little spark of hope in her eyes, then dimming as he was beaten, driven into the mud by a boot on his head by a laughing young master. The last thing he recalled was the disappointment in her eyes as she turned away from him, wiping at her face with a torn sleeve. She could bear to watch no longer. On his knees, he felt an absurd urge to apologize, to beg for her to turn back. But why would she? That disappointment stung worse than any of the young master's blows. It was like a realization had dawned on her. She'd chosen the wrong man. Fern's true nature, his true weakness, was revealed to her blow by humiliating blow. How could she marry this pathetic, mud-scuttling creature? Was he even a man? On his knees he looked no better than a dog. A dog on the leash of the young master. The handsome, powerful young master. Every bit the man he was not. He staggered up to a knee, tears in his eyes. Then the young master knocked him out with a careless kick. The cold light of dawn woke him. He found his village burned. He vowed vengeance. He joined the local sect. His spiritual roots were weak, but his will was strong, and he outworked every other outer sect member to be among the chosen few promoted to the inner sect. His striving caught the eye of the sect's ancestor. He was taken under the ancestor's wing, remade in flesh, nurtured with the sect's best treasures and technique manuals. Soon he too became a young master. And he waged war on the Rising Phoenix sect. The sect of the young master who'd stolen Mia from him all those years ago, the Rising Phoenix young master who was now the Rising Phoenix sect leader. Thousands died on both sides, but at last he slaughtered his way to the sect leader's door. But where was that arrogant young master of his memories? This was a somber, gray-bearded man, regal of bearing, soft of voice. Him and his wife, Mia. Mia, a woman now, and every bit as beautiful, staring at the sect leader with the same love she had once reserved for Fern. No, there was more. She loved the sect leader, loved him so much looking at it made Fern feel like a knife was slowly driven into his chest. When she looked at Fern now, it was as though she saw someone else, an evil man. It enraged him. He drove the sect leader to his knees. What enraged him more was the quiet dignity with which the sect leader took it, not whimpering as Fern had done all those years ago. It was a man beaten but not defeated. He kicked the sect leader to the mud, whipped him, cut body parts from him, sliced off the things that made him a man at all. And when Fern asked if the sect leader had any last words, the man simply whispered, "I know I wronged you.
For that there is no excuse. I was young and foolish, and no apology I give now can be sufficient. I'm sorry. All I ask is that you please spare Mia and our children."
Fern kicked the sect leader's head so hard the man's skull caved in. Mia had slumped to the ground. Her hand covered her mouth, but she did not look away as he advanced on her. She did not turn a loving gaze on him as he'd so dreamed for so many years. Now he'd proved himself the bigger man. Instead, she stood shakily and stretched out her fists and said if he wanted her kids, he would need to kill her too. He was stunned. He let her free. He returned to his sect, listless, confused. Why was he so empty? Things had played out exactly as he'd wished, and then gone so wrong at the very end somehow. For years he wandered like this, until at last he found another, the head alchemist of the sect, whip-smart and classically gorgeous Therese, who consoled him and taught him what it meant to love again. Soon it was she who melted him utterly. They married and began a family, a daughter named for Therese's favorite flower, a son named for Fern's father. Years upon years passed. Fern grew old. He left his sect to his son. He breathed his last surrounded by a loving family. After a life of such intense hatred and strife, Fern died satisfied, happy. Dorian's eyes unclouded. All this passed in the space of a heartbeat in real time, but it felt viscerally real to him. He lived in that illusion the span of centuries. Every creature Fern had loved, every feeling Fern had felt like his own. The time he'd lived there dwarfed the time he'd lived in this life, but it was all false.
"Painful, isn't it?" said Coldheart. "To gain my inheritance, you must have a heart of ice. This test places upon you the burden of time. How much cognitive stress can you endure? For how many centuries? That was but an appetizer. The life of Fern was short. Its traumas are the lightest of the 10 vials. It even has a happy ending. None of the other lives here are so kind. Each successive vial only increases in suffering. The 6th vial is an unbroken millennium full of the most brutal traumas. The 7th is a torture in reverse. It presents you a dream so sweet, long, and laden with meaningful relationships that many gods, upon waking, commit suicide on the spot, for their real lives feel empty in comparison. The 8th is a millennia-long torture device that has driven god-kings insane. You are permitted but an hour of recovery before you must drink vial 2. "What are you doing?"
Dorian had picked up the second vial. He grinned at Coldheart, then downed it in a gulp. He shuddered. His eyes went murky, and then cleared a breath later. "I have to clear all 10, you said?" he said. Coldheart just blinked at him, mouth slightly ajar. Before he could answer, Dorian had picked up the 3rd vial. Down it went. Centuries passed through him in a blink.
"You!"
shouted Coldheart.
"Dorian! Speak!"
"Yes?"
"You are fine?"
"I think so. Why?" Coldheart looked baffled, likely because by now most gods would be sobbing in the fetal position. It must have placed an immense emotional burden on the untrained mind. Several identities forged over centuries, clamoring for space in one brain, should have been crippling on its own. Alas, Coldheart didn't know who he was dealing with. Dorian's first Tao was time. You want to break the mind of Time's God-King with these little tricks? Ha! Coldheart was testing one's heart at a basic level. Sure, in these vials were some horrid traumas. But at a deeper level, what Coldheart was trying to do was to make life feel empty, weightless, A meaningless rise and fall, give you heartfelt memories, horrible traumas, and then wake you up, invalidate it all, and in so doing, imprint on one's soul the sobering insight that life was void of meaning. So why bother if nothing you treasured mattered? It was an easy thing to understand conceptually, but knowing it was nothing like knowing it, feeling it, living it. The thing was, to ascend to God King that very first time, Dorian was forced to internalize this millennia ago, and none of this silliness could match what he'd gone through then. He downed the fourth, then licked his lips. Spicy. I think I felt that one. A little twinge, maybe? Coldheart just stared as he went through the fifth vial.
"What is wrong with you?" cried the dragon, face twisted in incredulity. "Why aren't you feeling, reacting?"
Didn't you say the point was to have a heart of ice?
"Yes, but—"
He drank the sixth. "Ah," said Dorian, smacking his lips. "I like that one. The life of the master painter Yveltan. For his enemies to pluck out such a sensitive artist's very eyes, cripple his fingers, then shatter his magnum opus he'd been sculpting for 1,000 years, tarnish his reputation, and leave him in solitary confinement for millennia, only to set him free, just to have him realize his wife's suicide was his fault all along? I can see why a lot of folk quit on that vial." The seventh, the eighth, the ninth all went down smoothly, one after another, like shots at a bar.
"You," whispered Coldheart. "Heavens, you have no soul. There is something wrong with you."
"I know," said Dorian. Then he downed the 10th and gave a little burp. "So, what's the fourth trial?" 257. The God Hunter. 9.
"The trial of the fist," said Coldheart. "That is next. And of the 462 who have made it past the third trial, all met their ends at the fourth. Dorian the Heartless, pass through the fourth door."
As he stepped through, the door vanished behind him. A pocket dimension. Dorian found himself in a wasteland. The ground was all ash and soot. Anything that had once lived on it had been cooked into a bleak sameness. It was as though some giant meteor had struck here, and he now stood at the lowest point of the aftermath. Above, the sky was a bruised purple. Something about this scene itched at Dorian's mind. Strangely familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. Before him was a statue of himself. Well, of Salus Godhunter. On a pedestal, much like in the other rooms, but orders of magnitude larger. This statue was wrought out of star steel, a kind of steel shinier than any that could be found in nature. It was one of the most durable alloys in the multiverse. Locks of thick, shaggy hair ran down to a shaggy beard, which framed a mouth twisted in a snarl. There was a bow slung across Salus's back big as his whole body, a menace of gold with a string like liquid crystal. After the nasty work it did in this realm, the poets and the bards coined it Bane of Dragons. Then there were daggers of the finest Stygian obsidian strapped to Salus's thighs. It was a strangely good replica. So good it had Dorian feeling a pang of nostalgia.
"This is a test of might," said Coldheart.
"Do you remember your oath?" "Kill Salus Godhunter, yeah?" said Dorian absently.
"Indeed," said Coldheart. "But any fool can make empty boasts. I need a successor who has the might to follow through."
He swept out his wings, gesturing at the valley.
"This is the place of my ultimate demise, the place where Salus Godhunter and I dueled for the last time. We traded blows to the bitter end, but it was he who won an extremely close battle of attrition. Bah! Had I been but a century younger, things would have turned out different, I tell you. I had sustained an injury 2 centuries prior besides, hurt my wing in a duel. And Salus, bastard as he was, caught me off guard, as he knew he had to, if he wished to have any chance of success. But I shall make no excuses for the matter. What is done is done. He emerged the victor over a hobbled, weakened, unready version of myself, and promptly made his name off it too. Couldn't stop boasting of it, the bastard.
Coldheart spat. That rendering wasn't at all how Dorian remembered it, but it seemed polite to nod along. Yeah, fuck that guy, he agreed. Inwardly, he was thinking that this was yet another instance of a sad truth. Maturity and moral character seemed to have no relationship at all to one's power level. It often ran in reverse, actually. Dorian was a prime example, of course, but Coldheart was too. This old fart trapped in a god king's body. Sometimes age simply gives one's personality time to calcify, grow crusty. Bitterness becomes obstinate. Grudges become like scars, eternally etched into one's identity. Which was how you got this sad tyrant of a spirit, reliving his past for all time. Perhaps creatures simply weren't meant to live this long. At a certain age, you harden. Then you calcify. At some point, you start seeming like a cartoonish version of what you once were, unable to change even if you wished. That's time for you. Dorian stared at that statue of Salus and sighed. He supposed he was old now, wasn't he? When had that happened? He could point to no discrete moment. But at some point, he hardened and calcified and was cast in something harder than flesh. Staring at this statue, he could have been staring at his reflection. He nearly was. For your 4th trial, I have commissioned from the Master Artificer Riththeus this replica, blathered Coldheart. After he finished, he called it his greatest work. He studied thousands of hours of scrying glass footage of the man to make it. It cost most of my remaining savings, in fact. A modern marvel. Star steel for the body, and weapons of legendary caliber. My only gripe is that this Salus is not alive, and so lacks laws, but you'll find it'll serve its purpose just fine regardless. Its purpose? A tingling went up Dorian's spine. Perhaps right now was not the best time for reminiscence. Coldheart's words caught up to him. A test of might? He realized what was about to happen just before it happened. Oh no. Don't you say it. Don't you say it, you crusty old fucker. Your task is to defeat Salus Godhunter, crowed Coldheart. Fuck! The statue's eyes burned gold. Let the battle commence! The automaton leapt off its pedestal. There was no groaning, no grinding of joints. This was a well-oiled machine made by a god-king of incredible talents. At first glance you'd think it moved indistinguishably from a human. But look again, and you'd see the error of your judgment. It moved better than any living creature ever could, all its limbs flexing in inhuman coordination. It was the platonic ideal of movement. There was not an inch wasted as it reached back and flipped its bow to a hand, the other grasping for its quiver. Dorian leapt away with a curse. He folded his wings over himself, praying he'd been quick enough. Then there was a crack, a burning in his calf, and he looked down. It had been run clean through with a silver arrow. As his wings folded, they went top to bottom, naturally. The first point they covered was the head, the next the chest, until the two wings fully overlapped. That arrow, drawn and shot at the speed of thought, beat his wings closing to the punch. The speed, the precision, exactly as he remembered it. Dorian landed, hissing in pain at the flare-up in his leg, ripped out the shaft, and threw up his wing in the same motion. There was a clang, a flash of silver ricocheting off. That arrow had come precisely in his blind spot. He knew it'd be there, because he only now recalled just who it was he was facing. Salus Godhunter stared down at him with pitiless gold eyes, calculating gold eyes. This was phase 1 of the hunter's attack. Probe the opponent, get a gauge for their habits and weaknesses and talents. Phase 2 took that information, internalized it, and grew considerably more violent. But just this was enough to punch a hole in Dorian's calf. Quickly mending, but still. This early, a very bad sign. Salus hadn't even gotten warmed up yet. Dorian kept running. Luckily, he had a good sense of Salus's timing. At first, it had all been a bit hazy and out of reach. It was all flooding back to him now, maybe because the urgency had kicked his mind into getting its shit together. He could hazard a good guess at where each arrow would land. It was where Salus would think he was most weak. He batted 2 more aside, limping a little, then took a meaty arrow right through his other leg. Fuck! You'd think, having been Salus, it would be easy fighting him. It was quickly becoming apparent to Dorian this was far from the case. Coldheart's voice floated over. "Wounded so soon? Your trial may come to a quick end, young dragon. Show some heart. Take the fight to him." But Dorian knew how Salus thought. That was the easy thing to do, the instinctual thing. Wounded, on the defensive, your first thought is, to change my fortunes, I must change my tactics. Charge him. Catch him off guard. Only then would the victim find out those knives strapped to Salus were not for decoration. Only then would they realize Salus was not a long-range sniper in truth, but a demon of close combat. Dorian could recall slicing dragons 6 different ways head to toe the instant they stepped into range. They didn't even have time to register their surprise. Just burst apart, chunks of evenly sliced meat toppling over each other. It was a devil's choice. Stay at long range and you were not out shooting the man with dragon's bane. But get close and it was like stepping into a meat grinder. Even the best Empyrean dragons would probably try both before they realized they could not win at either. And by then they'd be carved up nicely, perhaps crippled, and phase 2 of Salus's strategy would begin, shifting from passive to aggressive, and it was all over. But if there was one thing he had that this hunk of metal did not, it was his own mind. Try as that Rhythius might, Dorian refused to believe he'd taught a robot to ass-pull. He had to think. He couldn't fight this thing at close range. His fists of falling star rising moon would need to be retired for this fight. He couldn't effectively punch while also shielding himself with his wings, and he had a suspicion only his wings could stand up to those wicked knives. The rest of him would be bleeding all over. If he was lucky. He might just be made an impromptu fillet. Either way, he wasn't keen to test it. Long-range options would have to go, too. That bow would pick him apart with devastating ease, and Rhythius had taught it well. It knew just what weak points to target and went after them like a damned hound. Which left only the mid-range, somewhere close enough that Salus's bow felt awkward to use, yet not close enough to justify the drawing of daggers. Could he force the fight there? What weapons did he even have at mid-range? Maybe his javelin, but that thing was a relic. He hadn't worked on it in ages. He had zero confidence he could punch through star steel with it. Same went for Yama's chains. Maybe his dragon's breath, now breath of the ashen sky? But all it'd do was smite the star steel at the cost of a huge chunk of Dorian's chi. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did I have to be so damned good? There was facing the consequences of his actions, and then there was whatever this mad nonsense was. 258. The God Hunter, 10. Salus was not polite enough to wait for Dorian to come up with a plan. The machine kept piling on shots, which was tremendously annoying, not only because it kept breaking up his thoughts, but also because each shot was aimed exactly where it'd be most uncomfortable for him to defend. Dorian was constantly making of his body a pretzel, crossing his legs, bending backward to thrust the tip of a wing at an arrow aimed at his exposed heel. He had no chance to find his footing, no chance to counterattack. What was he supposed to do? He had nothing. He still had nothing seconds later when a third arrow carved a bloody gash across his back. Dorian groaned. In his younger years, he'd often fallen prey to the misconception that if you had no plan, you should keep thinking until you find it. But often in these circumstances, the perfect answer fails to materialize. By then, it's too late. Sometimes a bad plan is better than no plan. So, feeling like an idiot, he did exactly what Coldheart told him to do, what Salus wanted him to do. He rushed in. He had to try something, if only just to probe. Fist of the Rising Sun. He regretted it instantly. As he dashed in, Salus hunched in. His bow flipped to his back, and blades leapt to his hands as if by magic, fast as blinking. But there was a nastier surprise yet. From Salus's back sprung 2 more arms bearing their own crescent daggers, black and sleek as a crow's feathers, its edges seething with smoky chi. Dorian was ready for it, and they still caught him off guard somehow. They moved just like him, yet he was used to them from the other direction. He was used to holding the knives. Facing them meant he saw their mirror image, meant that on instinct he slipped back and left, and the arm cut front and right, or at least that was what he surmised from the fact that a sharp pain erupted from the top of his head, and 2 of his 3 horns were cleaved from his head. He hadn't even seen the move, it went so fast. Then his own fist connected. It felt less like him punching Salus's ribs than Salus's ribs slamming his fist. The eclipse chi rippled across the surface of the star steel, scoring the lightest of burn marks, a slight roasting, the only evidence it had done anything at all. It was sickening. Dorian pulled back, harried, had the wherewithal to contort his body out of the way of the blades, mirrored now in his head, and with a fervent sunshine step, he was back out of range, panting heavily. Blood ran down his arms. 2 thick gashes on his arms, fissures through his scales, ripping flesh, exposing muscle. He blinked. He was sure he'd dodged the other knives. When had those nicked him? He hadn't even felt them, nor seen them.
"What is the matter, Challenger?" crowed Coldheart. "Is that fear I sense in you? Trepidation, perhaps? But a coward cannot gain my inheritance. Charge him! Again! Again!"
What had Dorian gained from that dumb rush, other than a score of wounds? He racked his mind, dodging arrows, struggling for something, a fragment of a plan, anything. There was one thing. When his fist struck star steel, he'd expected to hear an echo, but there wasn't the slightest give to it, no reverberations. It was solid. He'd expected a hollow automaton. How heavy must this thing be? There was the vaguest hint of an idea prodding at the back of his mind, but he couldn't think. There was no time. For Salus had entered Phase 2. The machine was suddenly a supernova in gold, an ongoing explosion of chi. There was a high-pitched whirring of gears, of joints springing to action. Its forearms held knives whose edges burned molten red, and it hunched in like a loaded spring. Dorian ran. There was some good news. His regeneration was fierce as ever. His calf had healed. His leg was mostly fine, too, so there was some much-needed lift to his frantic leap. A meteor blazed past him and crashed into the gold wall. Dorian chanced to glance back, saw Salus righting itself. The wall before it bore a smoking set of scars that ran so deep he couldn't see where they ended. The metal there was struck black. The chunks of wall around it sagged, dribbling trails of melted metal.
"That wall was imperial gold of the highest grade, specially imported," said Coldheart. "How do your scales compare? Not well, I imagine."
Dorian would have put his scales on par, but the old spirit had a point, as much as he hated to admit it. He could not afford to be struck by a rampaging Salus even once. This time he took a bullfighter's stance. All defense, legs spread, arms wide, eyes locked on Salus, putting all his mental efforts into sussing out just when and where the thing would charge him. But Salus did not charge, because Salus fought like Dorian fought, and so Salus did not make the same mistake twice. It adjusted. This time it moved to cut Dorian off. No sudden movements. It just marched at him, and its footwork was painfully familiar. It moved like him. Dorian feinted left, ran right. It took a step right, then a step left. Dorian dashed faster. It turned, tracking him with ease, and stepped in closer. It crept in with methodical efficiency, step by patient step. It felt like the jaws of a trap slowly closing over Dorian's head. The point was to make its victim feel claustrophobic. The point was to make its victim lash out in a blind panic. Sadly, it was working. Damn Hu Yi and his damned footwork. Which reminded him, in a weird way, that there was only one trick left to play. A technique with a very long name apparently belonging to his brother. Salus was so close Dorian could feel its chi singeing his skin, waves of it rolling off like heat from a furnace. This thing was no sleek skiff. This was a warship, and it boasted the machinery to back it up. It drew closer. Close enough, Dorian saw his own scrawny-looking reflection warped in the plates of its body. It crouched. Dorian seized his chance. Supernova fist! He leapt one way, then sprang the other, heard a crash, and saw the walls shudder, and for the first time in his life, thanked his brother for drilling the footwork for that escape into him. To exert pressure, the offensive fighter would creep closer and closer, systematically eating up space. The incompetent fighter might chase in circles, but a master hunter knew how to stalk prey down. In a confined space such as this, it was inevitable they'd achieve their aim. If left alone, that was. It was up to the defensive fighter, Dorian, to harass, to disrupt, to create openings, and then slip through those openings to freedom. Dorian hadn't expected that crude flash to work, but why wouldn't it, actually? It blinded on 3 levels at once. A big flash, a loud bang, a wide burst of chi. What other detection mechanism could the machine have? Salus marched on him again, and this time Dorian liked to think he saw a quirk of a frown on that robotic lip. It came at him slower, even, more methodical, exactly as Dorian would have done, which was also how Dorian knew exactly what moment to pick to flash it, then sneak out as it crashed past him. Level up, sunshine step, level 6 to 7. Dorian let out a snort of breathless laughter. He'd found a way to hang on. A tiny win, almost pathetic in how small it was, given the circumstances, but a win nonetheless. This time he was ready for Sallis as it charged him. He flashed it, let it dash past, but there was no crash behind him as he skirted away, only a thud, the sound of metal feet planting on metal wall. Dorian watched, horrified, as it rushed him again. Sheer instinct saved him. His gut picked a direction for him, and he followed it like his life depended on it, which was easy to do when it did. A meteor scorched past him, and then that same thud. You're kidding. Dorian could only pull up his wings in helpless desperation as Sallis sprang at him a third time, full force. And all he could think was that this was fucking unfair. Now the thing decided it needed no time to recharge. It could just pull out one continuous direction-changing bull rush. A solid hunk of star steel stuffed with unreasonably powerful machinery, fueled by what must be a truly obscenely large power supply to sustain all this fuckery. How was one supposed to beat this thing? The challenge was so absurd he couldn't even bring himself to feel despair at it, just a grim mix of amusement and resignation. The feeling grew all the more poignant as he felt a hot point bite deep into his wing, a point brimming with so much chi it made Yama's best efforts look childish. He did his best, leapt back, shielding himself as best he could, and, to his credit, he sustained no more than a scratch on the other wing as a parting shot. He was pretty pleased with that, if you discounted the fact that one of his wings just got sliced clean in two. He almost got out of that one unscathed. Alas, any try at shielding now would be incomplete. That long slab of wing now lying charred on the ground was integral to his defense. It was all coming apart. Just a few more good runs at him and Dorian would be finished. Why isn't it charging me? Sallis was steaming with chi. Smoke trickled off it. Its body glowed brighter than it ever had. Was it overheated? Its movement slowed. It no longer stalked at him. Instead, it sheathed its knives, slung out its longbow once more. It seemed to be taking it easy all of a sudden, a reversion from Phase 2 to 1. Ah, it isn't charging me because it can't afford to. That idea, tickling the back of Dorian's mind, started to gain definition. It was easy to forget, when facing down an emotionless, precise killing machine brimming with seemingly endless chi, that it had physical limits to consider too, and that mad charge just then must have taken a lot out of it. Then it hit Dorian. An idea, thankfully, not an arrow. Why was he fighting this thing like it was a fleshy enemy? He ought to be using its nature against it. This was an automaton. It did not regenerate chi like him. It did not cycle chi like him. Its anatomy was not like a living creature's. It almost certainly ran off a battery of spirit stones. So it was limited in two ways. First, how much sheer power it could throw out in a go before it started to overheat. And second, the supply of its battery. And Dorian had his plan. He licked his cracked lips. I don't need to beat you, do I? 259. The God Hunter, 11. Dorian's plan came to him as a vision. He was like a gull flying amid a great storm, and thus far he'd been battered about. But if he could just find the eye and ride it for all he was worth, there was a path, or at least he dearly hoped there was. He leapt like he was about to rush in, but stopped just short of making Sallis draw his knives. Then he began an awkward dance. He bounced left and right, sunshine stepping in random zigzags, forcing the automaton to pivot as it tracked him. It was harder to hit a moving target up close than it was from afar. Harder still, since even Dorian didn't know which way he'd bounce. And even harder still, since he made sure to chuck in offbeat supernova fists to throw the thing off. But Salus drew its bow with a hunter's patience, its aim inching inexorably closer. These antics bought a little time. That was all. They wouldn't save Dorian. Both of them knew it. Shield of the Blood Moon. The arrow flashed at him like a shaft of harsh sunlight, but it clanged off Dorian's wing since he'd moved to block the instant Salus moved to fire. He had a unique advantage. He knew exactly where Salus would think his weak points were. But it would only buy him a little more time. He blocked another shot with his good wing. It ruptured the skin and felt like a fire poker jabbing at his bare flesh, but at least this way he kept the tendons in his knee. He dodged another shot, and a third, blocked a fourth, dodged a fifth, and just when he was starting to feel himself, felt a searing point of pain rake across his chest.
"What is this foolishness?" snapped Coldheart.
"I'm taking my time. What's the rush?" said Dorian with a grin. He then hissed as a line of pain carved up his back. "Could it be that your precious automaton runs on a finite amount of spirit stones? Could it be it's starting to run out?"
"Is that your hope? How laughable! The God Hunter machine has barely used 20% of its stock."
20%, eh? Dorian's eyes brightened. It was far less than he'd hoped, but at least he had a figure. Now he could plan around it. He couldn't beat Salus up close. He couldn't beat Salus at a distance either. The only way was to drag things out in this uncomfortable middle range, make things as annoying as possible, take his licks, regenerate all he could, and bet that Salus would run out of fuel before he fell apart. Thus began a fraught game of cat and mouse. Salus was a thinking machine. It noticed his habits, especially his subconscious ones, and targeted them mercilessly. Over time, it ought to find the mark more and more. But it was pitting a version of his mind against himself, and Salus was not the only one capable of adjusting. Any new weakness Salus found, Dorian covered in seconds. He switched up styles. He leapt on offbeats, played with tempo, made a chaotic mess of his movements. And so they settled into this uneasy equilibrium. An equilibrium Dorian handled with deceptive ease. One misstep, and an arrow would pierce his heart, stab through his eye, cripple his leg. But he simply refused to make a fatal mistake. His mind was locked on the task at hand. Every muscle was forced into an agile, supple relaxation. But inside, he was strung up with incredible tension, alert, ready to explode in any direction at a moment's notice. Dodge, 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 block. An arrow ripped up his shoulder. Another glanced his leg. Dorian took them in stride, kept moving. The light wounds of a breath ago were now healed. The deeper wounds of 4 breaths were nearly gone too.
"Fight!"
screeched Coldheart.
"Fight, damn you!"
"Oh, but I am. How did you say Salus beat you originally? He outlasted you in a battle of attrition, didn't he?" Dorian twisted out of the way of a pair of arrows. "Aren't I beating Salus at his own game? Isn't it poetic vengeance in a way? You should be proud." Coldheart was momentarily speechless. Thank heavens. Dodge, dodge, dodge. An arrow found the wall 2 strides behind him, erupted in fire. Heat licked Dorian's back.
"What do you plan on doing?"
said Coldheart, exasperated.
I shall admit your plan is cute, amusing even. I have come around to it some. But at this rate, it will take hours to empty Salus's supply. You can't simply dodge for hours straight."
Dorian smirked. "Can't I?" Dorian didn't need to not be hit. It was impossible to be perfect against this thing. Rather, it was a simple, cold calculation. His total health plus his regeneration minus Salus's damage was greater than Salus's power supply. The hard part was keeping it up, staying in the eye of this firestorm. There could not be a second's lapse, but he took the challenge second by second, minute by minute. He did not think of the vast expanse of time yawning before him, vast enough that considering it in its whole would sink him in despair. No, there was only the moment. This perfect, unitary moment. The whole made this sliver of time feel utterly weightless, pointless, but the moment considered on its own, it mattered. He could make it matter. And then it passed. There was the next moment. String enough together, you get a minute. Then several. They started to flow together, to flow with the moves of his limbs, to flow with the state of his mind. Then considerations of time left his mind. There was only the act. 10 minutes, 20, then 30. Even Coldheart's interjections tapered off. The dragon had taken to staring. There was contempt in his eyes at first. Then, after 10 minutes, bafflement. And now, something nearing awe. It was realizing this figure dancing clownishly before it was not so simple. It was witnessing something extraordinary. It almost seemed afraid to speak, as though speaking might shatter this flow. Level up, Shield of the Blood Moon, level 2 to level 3. Level up, Supernova Fist, level 6 to level 7. But it had to end. Dorian couldn't dodge forever, whatever his boasts. He had no clue how long this had gone on for. An hour? 2? His mind felt like a frayed string. Still, he clung on. He had more time in him. It would be at least another hour before he broke. Before he could, though, Salus shifted gears. Chi roared out from every inch of its body. The bow was discarded. Out came the daggers. Kill mode. Just as Dorian had expected. He was honestly surprised it hadn't tried this earlier. When Salus was in bow mode, Phase 1, it expended less energy. It spent most of its time here. If it could rush Dorian endlessly, of course it would. But it had tried that and it had failed. It was left steaming. That was meant to be a finishing blow. It stretched Salus past its physical limits. It had to recover. And now it had. This time when it rushed him, Dorian was literally one step ahead. He fled for the far wall first. Salus pounced after, angling to corner him. He flashed the thing, skirted away, but it remembered from last time that one rush wasn't enough. It put together 2. And when Dorian tried sunshine stepping around it, it summoned up a 3rd charge, just like last time. But unlike last time, Dorian started a step ahead. Rather than slice off half his wing, Salus's daggers shrieked through air, and Dorian let out a breath of relief. Salus was smoking like a bonfire now, just like before, overheated. Its joints screeched faintly, and there was a rattling and a sloshing within it, like some of its inner workings were coming undone. It had probably burned through another big chunk of its chi, too. After this, how much could it possibly have left? Which meant all he had to do now was survive a few more arrows. Wait. That wasn't right at all. How would Dorian fight if he were Salus? His body pushed to the brink of failure, energies nearly depleted? After this, he couldn't afford any more mad charges. Would he bank his last? 20-30% of his chi on finding a fatal kill shot in Phase 1? A kill shot that this tricky, slippery dragonoid seemed to be able to avoid, as though it could read Salus's mind. Of course not. Dorian's breath of relief froze in his throat. His instincts screamed at him to turn. He ignored them. Turning would have cost him a precious fraction of a second. Instead, he kicked off with as much force as he could muster. Lucky, too, since Salus's knives took off his legs beneath the knees the next instant. All Dorian felt was relief, because those knives hadn't gone through his neck, because those knives still took slivers of time to scythe through his flesh and bone and tendons, slivers he took desperate advantage of. His wings closed over his vital points, head, neck, heart. For Salus had gone on a suicidal blitz, all out. Suddenly its face was in front of Dorian's, and its features were blurred, like a wax sculpture left out on the hottest day of summer. Drooping, dead eyes locked on wide, living ones. It had charged at him for the 5th time, one shining knife aloft. It descended for the very last time. Dorian knew exactly what was going to happen. The trouble was, he still couldn't stop it. All he could do was shove every last drop of chi into his wings, throw up a shield of the blood moon, and hope. The knife met the sum total of his chi and incinerated it utterly. There was a great sound like a thunderclap, a blast of energy, but it scarcely slowed the blade. Just as Dorian had put all he had left into the defense, that knife held all Salus's might, and it would not be denied. It went through his first wing. It did not carve through it, nor punch through it, for those words implied some kind of resistance. It carved through his second wing, for it had slowed, Dorian felt, just a little. Wishful thinking, probably. It came to him in a vision. There was no stopping it. It would gut him. Dorian knew exactly what was going to happen. He couldn't stop it, but he could roll with it. He saw the arc of the knife. It drove for his heart. Then he flopped up with all his might. His chest rose, and the knife went through it, but not through his heart. This way he chose where it struck. It passed under his heart and kept going, through his body, just like it had gone through his wings. It was a victim of its own power. If it had stopped there, all that pent-up chi could have gone straight into Dorian, obliterating his insides in an instant. It would have stopped there, pinning Dorian to the ground, had he not done that sudden flop. Instead, it passed through him entirely and buried itself in the floor underneath him, dispersed like grounded lightning. Which was how he found himself, at the end of things, with a replica of his past self arm deep in his torso, its face an inch from his own, fast melting. A heartbeat passed.
"Humph!" snorted Coldheart. "I don't believe it. This is my successor. Bah, I suppose I can consider you adequate of my legacy. If barely. You alive under there?"
"Barely," croaked Dorian.
"Good."
Salus vanished. His knife did too, leaving only holes and a great deal of pain behind.
"I suppose you'll be wanting the treasures now. Very well."
The scene shifted. 260. Black Hole 1. At first Dorian thought he'd been shunted into yet another cavern, albeit a strange, misshapen one that had suffered a few cave-ins and whose walls were this sparkling, translucent color, cold as ice. But then he saw a fish trapped in the wall, a hefty one riddled with fins, frozen with staring, blank eyes, its mouth mid-gulp. and realized it was cold as ice and looked like ice because it was ice. Everywhere he looked, he saw fish trapped. Fish of all shapes and sizes, their only commonality the shocked bulging of their eyes. Around them, natural pillars of stone rose from the depths, and Dorian saw eyes poking out of their crevices. He stood in an air pocket in the midst of a great glacier. But this glacier was not a natural one. Plainly, it wasn't made gradually. It was like someone had taken a snapshot of the ocean, clipped out this moment from the three-dimensional album of linear time, frozen it still, then pasted Dorian in the middle of it. Curiously, all those eyes were pointed in one direction, up. Dorian followed their sight lines and saw what had caused all this. It was Coldheart. The dragon's body sprawled out for miles, a spiky monstrosity. Muddy sunlight filtered through its translucent body like it was some giant prism, spraying them all below with strange geometric patterns.
"This was the place of my birth," said Coldheart with uncharacteristic softness. "My sickly mother bore me here and died of the effort. It is only fitting that this is my final resting place, too."
Was the dragon going sentimental now that they were at the end? Old folk were prone to it, but Dorian would have never pegged Coldheart for the type.
"Now I bequeath my life's work to you."
Yep, there was a certain wistfulness in the dragon's eyes. It gestured, and for the first time, Dorian noticed 3 pedestals sharing this air pocket with him. They seemed inconsequential amid this vast splendor. 1 ring, 1 toy, and 1 manual sat atop them.
"This interspatial ring contains all I ever had," said Coldheart. "My hoard in full. Treasure it, youngling. Within is a mountain of gold, and within lie technique manuals, elixirs, herbs, rare treasures, the bones of my enemies. Even I know but a fraction of what lies within. I have slaughtered many a god king and simply dumped my winnings on the pile. But there are some lifeblood elixirs, that I do know." He eyed Dorian's stumpy form. "You should find them of use. Unto this, my most prized treasure of all, the Chamber of Infinite Time."
The chamber lay on the 2nd pedestal. It was a colorful little pagoda shrouded in a faint purple haze, an intricate children's toy.
"1 day outside equals 10,000 within. Priceless."
He was right. Even Dorian as the God King of Time could only achieve a 1 to 1,000 dilation. Perhaps he could forge an artifact that got near 1 to 5,000. Whatever Rithius had done with this made it 1 of 1.
"And on the 3rd, my cultivation method, the culmination of my life's work, the frostbite path. I had long wished to starting my own school and establishing it as one of the premier techniques in the multiverse. But alas."
A notebook, the least interesting of the bunch to Dorian. Maybe he could pawn it off at one of those shops in Ur if he got a chance. "Is that all?" said Dorian.
"Indeed,"
sniffed Coldheart. Coldheart stared wordlessly at him. Dorian stared right back, one brow quirked. The old dragon seemed to wish to say something. He opened his mouth, coughed, grunted, closed it. "Yes," said Dorian. This moment probably meant a lot to Coldheart, passing on his legacy at last, at the place of his burial, the same place where his mother had given life to him. It was like he was trying to muster up words from the cold depths of his heart. Something moving, maybe? But even in death, Even as a spirit, even with Dorian as his sole audience, the geezer couldn't find the courage to do it. It was like his emotions had frozen inside him.
"Bah!"
snapped Coldheart.
"Congratulations!"
The dragon turned away and vanished. Dorian blinked. Coldheart probably wasn't just a hard-ass. There was likely more to the legendary God King that he simply couldn't bring himself to express, in life or in death. There were probably depths of emotion hidden beneath that rough facade. But what did it matter? If you never let those feelings out, did they ever really exist? Ah, well. Eagerly, Dorian dragged himself over by the knuckles. First, he snatched the ring with Coldheart's hoard. Then he stashed the technique manual, just in case. And last of all was the Chamber of Infinite Time. He grabbed it. Nothing happened. He shook it, drummed it against the pedestal, blew on it, and it did nothing but glow amiably. Coldheart had left without giving instructions. How was he supposed to work this thing? Could he just wish to enter? He blinked. He sat on a floor segmented in squares of tatami. The walls were bamboo. You could be fooled into thinking it was an ordinary temple, but look at the windows and you'd see the endless nothingness that yawned outside, muffled by coils of purple mist. There was the giant hourglass on the wall filled with glowing sand. A panel was fixed to its side. It displayed its battery, full at the moment, alongside an array of knobs and dials. With it, you could set the rate of time flow. You could set a timer for how long you wanted the dilation to last. Dorian wound it to its maximum. 1 day inside, 10,000 outside. He had 2.5 days, nearly 70 years? With a few winds of a knob, he set that on the timer too. Time starts now. He addressed his most pressing issue first, his impressive collection of wounds. His body's healing powers could work miracles, but it had nothing to work with. After that fight, his chi reserves were nearly empty. So he tapped the interspatial ring, rummaged around until he stumbled upon a high-grade chi elixir and a high-grade healing elixir, chugged them both, and dove back in the ring for more. A week later, he was fully healed. Now for the fun part. He started with the Tao potions. It was here that his cultivation met its bottleneck after all. He had chi to spare. His supergiant was so full it couldn't accept any more chi. It was at 100%. But his laws weren't robust enough to advance to the next stage. He spent a day sifting through Coldheart's ring. As a species, dragons were insanely gifted, but a few things kept them from conquering the multiverse. Their greed, jealousy, and territorial tendencies certainly played a part. But there was also their preference for lumping all their treasures, from legendary relics to common elixirs, in one big pile, with no labels whatsoever. They had no sense of organization whatsoever. Which meant that even after Dorian's painstaking digging and his unearthing some 4 high-grade Tao elixirs of varying sizes and colors, it looked like a bar's liquor stocks, only more colorful. He couldn't be sure he'd got it all. One of the best elixirs here had been scrounged by an innocuous-looking interspatial ring buried deep in the mound that Dorian had checked on a whim. But for his purposes, this ought to be enough. For now. He uncorked them one by one and got to chugging. The first notification came when he was half an hour in and a 6 bottles down. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 2% to 3%. He was sure at least one of those bottles had been a venom, but with his body's fierce vitality, all it managed was a mild bout of heartburn. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 3% to 4%. You weren't supposed to drink different elixirs at the same time. Something about certain ingredients not playing nice with one another. But the neat thing about having a torch dragon's regeneration was Dorian didn't need to care about any of that. And with Cold Heart's hoard, Tao elixirs were cheap, easily disposable. Level Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 4% to 5%. It took him 3 days to run through the first batch. By then, his levels looked something like Level Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 9% to 10%. No wonder he hadn't heard of anyone who'd pulled off this star system cultivation method. It was a monster that kept on eating. Its appetite for elixirs was endless. Each percentage point of Tao was harder to grasp than the last. Luckily, for the first time in this run, Dorian had both time and resources in abundance. There was also the divinity lotus fate had given him, way back in Ur. It sped his comprehension up 16-fold, and its effect was subtle. It made his mind feel like the surface of a clear lake, the kind where you can see all the way to the bottom with no distortions, no ripples, a nearly perfect vessel for Tao comprehension. Level Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 18% to 19%. Level Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 19% to 20%. Level Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 45% to 46%. Level Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 77% to 78%. By now he was on his 4th batch of scavenged elixirs. At first he'd thought he'd run out. He then realized the interspatial ring was a palace full of rooms, and he'd only explored the first one. He wandered into the next, and lo and behold, a pile of treasure almost twice as big as the first. No species hoarded quite like a dragon, and no dragons hoarded quite like those ancient god kings who'd been fattening their stocks for millennia on end. 3 months in, and countless Tao elixirs later, truly the alchemists' guild of a minor state in the Middle Realms wouldn't have been able to keep up with Dorian's rate of consumption. He finally got his wish. Level Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium, saturation 99% to 100%. Rank Up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, medium to high. To achieve God King, he'd need a heavenly Tao, which meant leveling up this great law one last time. For now, all it meant was his laws were now on par with an Empyrean's, which meant all his techniques just got a serious boost. More pressing, though, the gates to Empyrean were open, and what lay beyond frightened and excited him in equal measure. Sure, that rank up in law would put him among the most powerful Empyreans to tread the multiverse, but it paled in comparison to what was coming. With a swig of the most potent chi potion Dorian could find, he stepped right through. Level Up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 100% to 101%. But this was a false state. It couldn't last. It was too much for his supergiant core to take. It started to sag under its own weight. It couldn't hold. Eclipse laws spasmed over the surface of the massive thing. It shuddered, rippling down its length, struggling and failing to hold itself together. Then it started to cave in. It felt like watching a grand old tree slowly toppling. What would happen when it hit the ground? 261. Black Hole 2. The Frost Realm. Jez stood atop an icy bluff overlooking a slaughter. His eyes were closed, his hands clasped behind his back. He hummed to the tune of the battle, to the throaty cries of Saliaris's ice giants as his frost drakes gored through them, to the dying throes of Saliaris's golems as his own crushed their insides to shards. Saliaris had chosen to make his last stand in this realm in the fortress of the Frost Emperor. It was strategically sound. The fortress was thought to be impregnable. It was walls upon walls, spiked like a porcupine, giant cannons peering out from every window, spitting thousands of balls of frost chi each breath. There was a moat around the fortress, which dropped so far you couldn't hear a body hit the bottom. There were soldiers on every rampart, so heavily armed you could hardly make out bare skin through all that armor, brimming with Saliaris's insurrectionist red chi. And they fought with the certain knowledge that if they lost here, there would be no clemency. They fought with the desperation of caged animals. Yet none of it would matter. This time, Jez did not play around with tactics. There was no strategy to this assault. The boot did not need tactics to squash the insect, no matter which hives it wished to hide in.
"Jez," whispered a voice. There was Nugia behind him, smiling dreamily. "I come bearing good news."
"Sorry," said Jez. "What was that you just called me, General? I must have misheard." He kept his voice light, but he saw Nugia stiffen.
"Master, Jez, my deepest apologies."
"Better," he said with a kind smile. "What is it?"
"It seems we are on the verge of victory. Look."
She gestured to the sky, where a lone ice rock was flying over. It clutched in its mouth a white flag.
"It seems Saliaris wishes to negotiate a surrender. What shall I tell him?"
"Surrender?" Jez's eyes sparkled. "I never knew he had such a sense of humor." In an instant, he'd drawn his sword and slashed. The golden arc whipped furiously through the sky, met the rock, and it burst apart in a shower of gore and light. That shot had about 10 times the strength it needed. Jez pursed his lips. He hadn't meant to put that much into it. It seemed he'd slashed in anger. A happy accident. It sent his message rather nicely. The white flag fell and fell, spinning and fluttering, and was lost to the depths of the moat. "Did you know, Nugia, that I've cultivated a poor reputation?" he whispered. Nugia shifted uncomfortably.
"I would not put it that way."
"Please be honest." Jez's eyes glinted. "I despise liars. I despise them most of all."
"Poor to some is rich to others, Master."
"Well put. Yet in the eyes of the multiverse, kindness is the greatest poverty, isn't it? Kindness invites predators. Predators like our good friend Saliaris, holed up on his little fortress. Do you know what I think? I think he planned to ride my kindness all the way to multiversal domination. I think he thought I'd simply roll over and let him have it all, just as I'd let him gouge out his little resistance." Below, hundreds of cables stretched across the moat. Golden warriors swarmed across them, burning with the powers of the infinity. Too strong, too fast, too much. They swarmed up the walls, and the red warriors atop were powerless to resist. Tides of gold and red surged against one another. The red broke. The gold crashed through. Jez laughed. "I've come to realize that the multiverse is like a child," he said. "I love the multiverse and all its living creatures, and so my instinct is to dote on it.
But what comes of this? Nothing but petulance, resistance, like a spoiled child. To truly love the multiverse is to raise it right, and sometimes that means a healthy beating.
Very wise, said Nugia. I must correct my reputation, Jez mused. And this shall be the first act. How many realms yet remain in Saliaris's possession? A handful of upper realms, a half-dozen of the middle ones. I shall go realm by realm. I mean to enjoy myself. He nodded down at the fortress, which was so overrun all but the highest peaks were glazed gold. Saliaris had fled, but not for long. There is another matter, said Jez. I have a mission for you.
Yes, master.
I have heard reports of other misbehaving children. A certain god-king of time making a mess of the dragon realm. While I pursue Saliaris, may I entrust him to you? A long silence from Nugia.
Master, it pains me to admit, but I fear I am not his match.
Even overdrawing from the infinity.
I can bring no assurances.
I see. Jez pursed his lips. Then you can have whoever you need. Nugia started.
Truly?
I want this done, Nugia. He turned to face her, and the millennia-old Empyrean flinched at something in his gaze. No more close calls. No more failures. Take enough power to bury 5 Dorians. If he is not dead within the month, I will be very, very disappointed in you. Do you understand? She swallowed.
Yes.
Good. He turned back, sighing happily. Dorian's eyes were closed, but he felt his body smoking with chi, the way breaths smoke on a wintry day. The supergiant was unstable, and he felt what it must do, and he'd only have one chance to do it. Ahead there was only rebirth or ruin. He drank another chi elixir, slowly, felt the added mass wobble his core. Careful did it. He needed to hit a tipping point, no further. His law gave the structure, his chi the substance. As he poured in more and more chi, and the mass strained against its law confines, a sense of pressure welled up within him. The elixirs poured in like drops of water, dripping into his core. It would not stop wobbling, yet it wouldn't give in either. The thing was stubborn. It needed a shove. Dorian kept drinking. Level up. Star Realm, Supergiant, 101% to 102%. And drinking. Level up. Star Realm, Supergiant, 104% to 105%. And drinking. Level up. Star Realm, Supergiant, 112% to 113%. The supergiant wasn't merely wobbly now. It was a volatile, spasming mass. It seemed more likely to burst like a broken dam than to condense like he envisioned. For the first time, he wondered if this was a good idea. Maybe there was a good reason he hadn't heard of any Empyreans or God-Kings with his setup. Maybe those who got to this point and kept going inched their way to oblivion. There was something uniquely settling about feeling that seething mass spasming within you, like bad heart palpitations. Somehow, when it's a part of your own body, you get this nearly overwhelming instinct to stay still and touch nothing, lest you break something vital. An irrational instinct, Dorian knew. He really ought to keep pushing. This method's fundamentals were sound. There was no reason it should cap out at Empyrean. If this were a run, he'd probably be rushing ahead already. But this was not a run. This all felt real in a way leveling hadn't for a very long time. Each time he took a sip, it felt like prodding a slumbering giant.
Who knew what it'd do when it woke? In the end, it was simple logic that convinced him. If he didn't advance and maxed himself out as a god, Jez had just reaped god kings from his prison. Dorian would likely fail in his mission and then die a terrible death. That way lay certain oblivion. He might die here, but if he was going to die either way, it might as well be on his own terms. He drank. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 113% to 114%. He felt something within him crack. His breath caught. Fissures crackled down the supergiant. Streams of black light burst out from within, and the supergiant exploded in fiery chi. Blood spurted from Dorian's mouth. He was burning up all over, certain he was about to melt. Huge chunks of chi burst out against his innards. There was no pain at first. Acid surged up his throat, choking him. For some reason he giggled, which was a terrible idea with a throat full of acid. He doubled over, coughing and hacking. Puddles of blood splattered the tatami. Then it all froze. The explosion and its many chunks of supercharged chi hung suspended. Rank up, Star Realm, Supergiant, to Black Hole. Dorian choked, this time out of surprise. A heartbeat passed. Then it all reversed. Some intense gravity at the heart of his being had wrested control of the explosion. Now all the chi in him sank toward it, slowly at first, then quicker and quicker. As they neared the center of his being, they were so fast they streaked like comets. Then they vanished, one by one, sucked into seemingly nothing and nowhere, gone without a sound. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 0.0 to 0.1. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 0.1 to 0.2. Dorian probed the center of his being, fascinated. There was only a swirling whirlpool of force, this immense pull, but he could sense no great reservoir of chi as its source. All he could do was deduce its presence at the very center of things, just as he might deduce the presence of an object by its shadow. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 0.3 to 0.4. And the last vestiges of his supergiant's chi had been recalled. All that cultivation, from nothing until now, counted only as 0.4 in this new system, whatever that meant. As he opened his eyes, he found he had no aura. He felt like a mortal. Yet as he moved, the air shimmered around him, suddenly charged like he was exerting some invisible force upon the world. It was a similar effect Jez achieved when he pulled power from his infinity, or his brother when his bodies merged into one. Dorian had not climbed to their heights just yet, but it seemed he now breathed the same air. "I'm alive," he croaked, astounded, then burst out in laughter. He waded into old Coldheart's ring and pulled out a suitably strong vial of spirits. Time to celebrate. He rarely had time to indulge in this life, but the moment deserved it. Besides, he had time to spare. The next 70 years were devoted to two things: stockpiling chi and Tao insights. He'd reached that grindy part of the growth curve, the stretch where most gods spent their whole lives struggling and getting nowhere. Luckily, he had a literal treasure trove at his disposal. In those 70 years, his bladder certainly got a level up, but more important things did too. Level up, Great Law of the Eclipse, grade, high, saturation 28% to 29%. Compared to other gods, going nearly a third of the way from Empyrean to God King in Tao in just 70 years was astounding progress. Compared to his prior rate of progress, it was a little depressing. But that was cultivating for you. Level up, Star Realm, Black Hole, 2.9 to 3.0. It had taken him 15 years to go from 0.4 to 1.4, then about 30 from 1.4 to 2.4. He'd been grinding at this last level up for years. That last notification was like sunrise after a long night. What was the benchmark for 1.0? He felt a lot stronger, but there was no way to know by just how much stuck here in the chamber. He glanced to the hourglass on the wall, where the last few motes of glowing sand were trickling their way down. He'd been sitting here long enough. It was time to stretch his muscles. 262. Black Hole, 3. There was another reason Dorian found it hard to gauge his strength. For the first time, his cultivation had gone from percentages to absolute numbers. It reflected his feeling of the black hole, like staring into the darkness of an abyss. It gave an impression of fathomless depth, which lent him an aura of mystique, but also meant even he didn't know how much chi was in there. Maybe the scale in the system was calibrated to a universal constant. The amount of chi it took to fill 1,000 max-grade spirit stones, perhaps? All Dorian knew for sure was that someone had made it this far, and that someone had likely taken great pains to keep it a secret. It wasn't uncommon for the great clans with their signature techniques. Sadly, it left Dorian feeling like a blind man who'd stumbled into someone else's house, trying to construct a blueprint by touch alone. He stood and willed himself out of the chamber. And like that, it was done. He was back in Coldheart's tomb, which looked exactly as he'd left it 2 real-time days ago. Long fingers of sunlight brushed his face. "Coldheart," he called. No answer. "Coldheart!" Maybe that last remnant of spirit had been released now that its purpose was done. Or maybe it was just that sound didn't travel very well through hundreds of strides of ice. Either way, Dorian saw no way to get out, and the dragon hadn't offered him any instructions, leaving him in an awkward place. As far as he was concerned, what was about to happen was Coldheart's fault. "I'm going to count to 3, he said. "If you don't appear, I'm taking matters into my own hands. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. He shrugged. You couldn't say he hadn't given the spirit a chance. Let's see. He ran his fingers along the ice. Smooth, strong stuff. There was Coldheart's permafrost chi permeating the whole thing. Mere sunlight couldn't melt it, and it was strong enough to freeze whole schools of godly fish in place. No ordinary technique would break through it. He flexed his fingers. This might take a few cracks. Fist of falling star, rising moon. The illusion that manifested was so real and so huge, it almost made him drop the technique out of shock. He was convinced for an instant he'd been teleported. There was no sunlight. There was no glacier. There was not even the ice beneath his feet. He stood amid a starless night, a velvet of a single hue stretching as far as the eye could see. But that was only the background. What drew his eye, what drew the Multiverse's eye, was his fist, which was not a fist but a brilliant white comet, a fragment of bright heaven fallen to earth to land soft as a whispered wish on the glacier wall. Then he was falling, blinded by a wall of intensely hot air, grasping at nothing. It was in his eyes, his nose, his ears, matting his scales. He landed on his ass a moment later. A few thuds landed around him, and then a great crash. I seem to have overdone it. It took a few seconds for all that steam and Dorian's confusion to clear. There was no glacier anymore. Instead, there was a rising hurricane of hot air pouring out through a crack high above him where sunlight trickled in. There were no frozen fish anymore. Instead, there were cooked fish scattered haphazardly, some so crisped they seemed like charcoal blocks, though a few still looked edible. He snatched them up. Sun might get a kick out of them. Then there was Coldheart. Dorian stood before a small mountain range of a corpse, once a lovely light blue, now scorched to an unsightly black. Oops! Then, just in case Coldheart's spirit was still around somewhere. Sorry, it was an accident. I seem to have underestimated my own strength quite severely. It's remarkable, actually. Once you supercharge a technique with chi, it almost seems like a different technique altogether. The Mirage was blown up 10 times its usual size, and even I couldn't have predicted it'd do all this. Anyway, thanks for all those elixirs and your life's work and that fantastic little treasure of yours. He scratched his head. Was there anything else? Now's probably a good time to mention I'm also Salus Godhunter. Surprise! But I'm very sorry about, He gestured helplessly to Coldheart's corpse. But I was young and dumb and hot-blooded back then. Don't we all make silly mistakes in those regrettable years? You understand. No hard feelings, eh? With a crack, Coldheart's skull rolled off its body to face him with truly eerie timing. 2 hollowed sockets stared at him accusingly. He winced. I'll see myself out. He kicked off for the open sky. It had been a pleasant 3 days of archaeology, and Gerard Jr. were now ambling back to Coldheart's grave, notebooks full of sketches in tow, not to mention an interspatial ring stocked to the brim with new fossils. At least 2 were worthy of a spot in a realm museum. Gerard would need to check with his curator friend back in Taranthia whether he might be interested. Pliny's voice would always approach squeaking when Gerard brought him new species. He had spent many an enjoyable eve drinking with that paunchy, gray-bearded centaur and discussing the implications of the latest great finds. Old as he was, he always brought a child's enthusiasm. It warmed Gerard's heart each time. A pity that the war situation meant Gerard wasn't certain whether his old friend was even alive. Last he heard, Jez had scoured Taranthia. Gerard dearly hoped Pliny had avoided capture. He sighed. He could not fault cultivators very much. He understood why they fought. How immensely hypocritical would it be for him, of all folk, to condemn them? Yet if only they would pause on their blood-soaked battlefields and glance up every once in a while, they might notice, really notice, that above their heads hung stars in the night, and they even be moved to let new feelings into those hermetic hearts, as he had once done. The world was full of wonders, if only you dared look. Up came Coldheart's monument, up ahead, a beautiful thing, constructed to appease a terrible ego, yet that did not diminish its beauty, which seemed an injustice to Gerard. So often, beautiful things were birthed from awful creatures, laboring in agony. Gerard Jr. croaked a question at him, and he petted his Yulwa toad fondly. An assistant, a friend, a conversationalist all in one, was Gerard Jr. The only fault he could find in his wonderful new pet was its bloodthirsty hatred for his master. "No, we shall not simply leave him here." Gerard Jr. croaked another suggestion. "It would not do to behead him either. What has he done to offend you, little one? Called you names? It is hardly worthy of capital punishment." Gerard Jr. gurgled unhappily. "You haven't gotten to know him yet. It is entirely possible you'll yet become great friends." Though Gerard rather doubted it, admittedly. More disgruntled gurgles. Perhaps, but every one of us has a demon within us. Some more than others, perhaps. We can't simply off whomever fails to meet your moral standards. Gurgle, gurgle. Gerard frowned. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out a tiny fly swatter, and whacked Gerard Jr. over the head. It didn't seem to do much physical damage, but by the look on Gerard Jr.'s face, it sure seemed to hurt his feelings. "Bad, Gerard Jr.," said Gerard sternly, and put it away. Sourly, Gerard Jr. glared at the ground. Then, confused gurgles. "That is strange. Good point." Where had all the dragons gone? They hadn't seen one for Lee, and there were none worshipping at the shrine. Gerard only noticed something was wrong when he landed. A whiff of a familiar scent. No, more than one. Far more than one. His hands were talons as the array formation burst to life, a bubble of a force field that sealed off him and Cold Heart's monument from the rest of the world. But that was not all it sealed off. A shimmer of air, and 4 figures appeared before Gerard. 4 familiar figures, and they even had the decency to arrange themselves in ascending order, from least to most powerful. There was the ogre king Ugas, 2 fangs protruding from that club of a lower jaw. He held in his fists 2 giant chains, which ended in metal balls with spikes tipped a sickly green. There was the sky fox, Nugia, eyes dangerously narrowed. She licked her lips. There was the minotaur warlord, Ajax, flaming battle-axe in tow. Then, at the front, a figure that made Gerard sag. A very familiar god-king. "Pliny?" The centaur looked back to him with sad, watery eyes. Gone was his professor's well-worn coat. Gone were his neat little spectacles, his affable smile. In their place were a warlord's armor and the legendary plum-blossom spear. Pliny blinked and looked away, as though holding Gerard's gaze was physically painful. Gerard understood. They had tortured him, no doubt. Maybe that had broken him, but maybe it was the threats to those things he held dear, the objects in his museum that he'd poured his soul into, night over night, for thousands of years. Some of them laid the cultural foundations of entire civilizations. Or perhaps they had his wife, his children. We all had reasons. It was not Gerard's place to judge him. Gerard simply nodded and sighed, unsheathing his claws. He did not beg. He did not flinch. He whispered an apology to Dorian. He glanced up one last time at the night sky. When he looked back down, his eyes were not those of Gerard the caretaker. He looked upon them as the butcher of Pythia. "Well, gentlemen," he said, "shall we begin?" 263. Black Hole 4. Dorian emerged to a slaughter. At first he couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. There was Gerard in midnight rock form, breathing heavy, collapsed on the floor, glasses crushed at his feet. Bones jutted through his feathered skin. A tear exposed his crushed ribcage. Others carved up his arms. He was so bloody Dorian could scarcely tell it was him. One of his wings had been sliced off. The other hung on by a few ineffectual scraps of tendon. Limp. His legs had been sliced off at the knees. Standing before him, chest thrust up in defiance, was Gerard Jr. Space chi shimmered around it. Its eyes shone with rage. It seemed ready to make its last stand. "At last," breathed Nugia. "He arrives." The sky fox's tails burned like bonfires at the sight of Dorian. By her side were an ogre, a minotaur, a centaur. The last one, a god-king, his spear tip glistening with Gerard's blood. Dorian took these facts in coldly. yet his blood roared hot in his ears. Nugia sauntered up to him. Her grin was sultry, mocking. Her claws were unsheathed, glinting, burning at the tips.
In Ur, our dance was cut short, but I have not had my fill of you.
She choked. Hard not to when his clawed hand was clamped so tight around her throat. Her allies shouted, started, readied their weapons. They seemed as shocked as she was, which was to say very, very shocked. Dorian smiled with none of the mirth. Now, fucking me up is one thing, he said softly. But you really had to take it out on poor old Gerard? Who does that? All he does is water plants and read books. Nugia's face grew paler by the second. There seemed to be no blood going to her head. She hacked at his arm, thrashed at him, but they felt like the flails of a toddler. Her hands tried prying at his own, glowing with golden strength. You'll need to try harder than that. Fire roasted the air. A giant fireball, surely a fierce thing in an absolute sense, filled with some very impressive laws. But who tried burning a torch dragon? There was practically a warning against trying it embedded in the name. They gave him a tickle, but not nearly enough to make him drop her. Then she tried teleporting out in a flash of fire, but Dorian saw the laws of fire sputtering in the air about her and scoffed his disapproval at them. They flickered out. His hands gripped harder. There was a crunch. Nugia's eyes bulged desperately. By now, her allies had recovered enough to mount a counterattack. Dorian's smile widened. The Ogre King roared, slinging a mace at him, but he flicked up a lazy wing with his shield of the blood moon, and where the mace touched, there was a burst of light and sound. The ogre was sent flying. Next came that minotaur with his fiery axe, and it was like he hadn't learned from his poor friend's demise not a half-second before, for he hacked at Dorian's other wing and ate some shit of his own. Last was the God King with the spear, slow to act. His expression was either wary or reluctant, maybe both. "Wait," said Dorian. "Aren't you Pliny, the historian and curator?" The centaur flinched at the name. "Gerard tells me nothing but great things about you, though," Dorian eyed the tip of his bloodied spear. "Evidently he's left some important things out." "It isn't personal," croaked Pliny. The tip of his spear trembled. "I'm sorry." "No, you aren't." Dorian's hands clenched. There was one last crunch, and Nugia stopped resisting. She'd left some paper cuts on his arms, maybe singed a few of his hairs. He probably could have finished her off without allowing all that, but this way felt right. Probably because he was fucking furious. "If you were sorry, you wouldn't be here, would you? Let's not kid ourselves. From one horrible person to another, just own it. Life gets so much simpler." The other two Empyreans had picked themselves up. They weren't very hurt, just startled. And these were hulks, tanks, unlike Nugia. Dorian had this funny feeling they'd crumble just the same. He opened his hands. One shone like a moon on a sky with no stars, the other like a comet in a cloudless sky. All his aura poured out into the world. God King," spluttered the ogre. "No, fool. See those laws? Empyrean," snapped the Minotaur, hefting his axe. "Besides, we've got the infinity to draw on. Don't get in your head." "He's right," commented Dorian, eyeing him lazily. "Say, it was that axe that split Gerard up the ribs, wasn't it? Tisk, tisk." He'd meant to sunshine step to land right in front of the beast, but he was still in that awkward phase post-power-up when his body hadn't gotten used to his strength. He plowed right into the fellow. They tussled, skidding some 20 strides before landing, facing one another. Dorian had gotten his hands on the haft of the battle axe, but the Minotaur must have been a veteran. Even bowled over, he hadn't let go of the thing. He must have deduced what Dorian was about to do, for a surge of gold chi went into his hands, and suddenly his grip was several times stronger. It made Dorian lurch forward, off-kilter. He steadied himself, frowning, and really pulled. There was a moment of deadlock. Gold chi coursed into the Minotaur's hands. It gritted its teeth, snorting, feet planted. The harder Dorian pulled, the more gold chi it drew. Dorian got the impression it wouldn't let go unless its fingers fell off. I can work with that. He yanked hard. The Minotaur screeched as gold chi rushed into his fingers in a torrent. Flesh flaked off the bones, which glowed so bright they looked like gold bars. One more yank, and he tugged the axe free, along with half the Minotaur's fingers. He examined the axe, sturdy wood handle, runes glowing on its sides. They seemed to suggest it was enchanted to cut organic matter especially well. Gerard's blood staining the axe head attested to it. "Nice axe," said Dorian, and split the Minotaur's head in two. His brain matter splattered the earth, his blood staining the axe head, splattering Gerard's. Blood for blood. His body slumped, twitching, to the ground. The ogre seemed incensed. It made to rush forth, but Pliny held it back. He treated Dorian to a calculating gaze. "Support me," he said. "I will deal with him." "Good call." Dorian started twirling the axe between two fingers, faster and faster. It shrieked as it spun, and with the way the blood caught the light, it seemed a wheel of fire. "Pretty spear you've got there, Mr. Traitor. Care to show me how it works?" "If you insist," sighed Pliny. They charged one another. Things seldom caught Dorian off guard anymore. After his bloodline had reached the fourth form, his serpent senses pretty much eliminated the need for reflexes. He saw everything coming. So he noticed instantly how weird Pliny moved the instant the centaur set down a hoof. It wasn't that Pliny moved particularly fast, but it seemed like the earth shifted under him, even as he thrust himself forth, so each pace covered double the distance. An illusion? No, that's his Tao, a Tao of the earth. There was no subtlety to Pliny's spear. Blossoms spiraled off it as it moved, one clean, elegant stroke aimed squarely at Dorian's head. Its target was obvious to anyone, its arc fixed. Even so, Dorian had a gut feeling that if he tried dodging, that spear would find him regardless. There was a subtle quality to the way it negotiated distance, to that smooth arc of its path. In the hands of a master, a strike of immense complexity can appear as simple as if it were a child's. Dorian raised the axe, grinning madly, and met his blow head-on. Spear tip met axe edge. An explosion, a great rippling of sound. The grasses for 100 strides were matted to the earth, and Dorian gritted his teeth, muscles working furiously, his heels driven deeper and deeper into the dirt. Of all the gods, those specialized in earth and its cousins hit the heaviest. It felt as though Pliny had dropped the weight of a mountain on the tip of a spear. But even so, Dorian felt strong. His body was boiling over with chi, gushing out of his core and packing into his muscles. A wave of fresh power hit him like a jolt of electricity. Roaring, he shoved harder. Pliny frowned. Then he skittered back a pace, yielding the exchange. Dorian dashed in, pressing his advantage. But Pliny wasn't retreating, not fully. Already the God King was twisting his spear in a high arc, coming back for another blow. Dorian sent his axe to meet it. A giant spiked metal ball hit him in the face. It didn't hurt. With his scales, he could laugh off 100 of these things. But the trouble was, a hunk of metal several tons heavy slamming into you mid-air still sent you tumbling. The ogre! Dorian snarled at it. He considered blasting it with a breath, but with how supercharged his attacks had been of late, he might end up terraforming the realm on accident. And killing Gerard. It shot him a slick grin before ducking behind Pliny, where it was safe. It had the nerve to stick out its tongue at him. A child's taunt, but you'd be surprised how many powerful warriors could lose their shit at nonsense in the heat of battle.
"You have grown powerful, Dorian," sighed Pliny, and laws crackled around his body so strong they were visible to even mortals. The earth loved him like it loved no other. That was the privilege of the God King. "You are more powerful than I ever thought possible of an Empyrean. But I am a God King ranked 86. The gulf between our laws is too vast. Stand down, and I will spare Gerard. Treat him and make certain he makes a full recovery. This I promise you. We needn't escalate things further."
The centaur looked tired, like an old warrior returning from a long war, only to find one last battle waiting for him. It wasn't that he was scared of Dorian. It was simply that he sensed Dorian wouldn't go down easy. He didn't want to have to go through yet another drawn-out duel. "Please don't make me do this," his eyes seemed to be saying. "Ah, so now you want the peaceful way out. Sorry, but I'm afraid it's far too late. Should have brought it up before you stabbed my friend full of holes, eh?" Dorian hefted his axe.
"You cannot defeat me," said Pliny.
"No?" Dorian frowned. "You sound so confident."
"I have observed you with Nugia, and with Ajax, and in that exchange just now. I have gotten the measure of your powers. You don't want to do this."
"He does," crowed the ogre. "He's cracked in the head. You can't seriously think you, a mere Empyrean, can beat a top-ranked God King, can you? It's never been done."
"Ah, but it has. Hu Yi twice, and Fate too," said Dorian, smiling lightly. At that, the ogre burst out laughing.
"You hearing this? He thinks he's Hu Yi. He thinks he's Fate. I've got news for you, buddy."
"Hey, want to hear a secret?"
"Huh?"
"Don't tell anyone." Dorian leaned in conspiratorially. "But I was actually only using 1/3 of my powers all that time." Centaur and ogre just blinked at him. "Here, I'll prove it. Catch!" In a blur of motion, he cocked the axe back, flooded his arm with chi, and threw with all his might. Pliny dodged, but the axe hadn't been meant for him. The ogre's head splattered like a crushed melon. His body flopped behind the axe head, stuck as the axe flew through the air, scarcely slowed. It burrowed into a mountainside and was gone from sight, though you could still hear thunderous booms as it went deeper and deeper through the stone. "I liked that axe," sighed Dorian. "Oh well." 264. Black Hole 5. For a few breaths, Pliny merely frowned at the axe-shaped hole in the mountain. His expression was blank. Then he let out a sigh that started from his belly, flowed up his chest, and where it passed, he sagged with resignation.
"Quite a throw," he said. "Quite a throw indeed."
"Why, thank you," said Dorian. "Though axe-throwing isn't my strong suit, I much prefer fisticuffs, actually." His hands lit up with chi. "Let's end things, shall we?"
"Very well,"
said Pliny. The words dropped from his lips, heavy as a stone. He cast his watery eyes above to the heavens. The sun was rising in the east, banishing the last vestiges of night, but you could still see glimmers of the stars in the lightening blue.
"I wished things didn't have to end this way,"
he murmured. His eyes searched for Gerard's. Dorian's manservant was propped up to his elbows, but still nowhere near in moving condition. Gerard simply nodded.
"Jess has my daughter,"
said Pliny, his voice a little choked.
"You remember Talia, the one who'd gifted you that watercolor of that horned dragon fossil of yours? Handmade, as I recall. She always used to ask me, 'When's Uncle Gerard with the silly glasses coming back?'" "You do not need to justify yourself to me," said Gerard. There was no hate in his eyes, even now, and the sight seemed to ease some invisible load off Pliny's shoulders. "I understand. If it consoles you at all, I shall see to it that she is taken good care of, after all this." The implication that Pliny would not be there to do it himself hung heavy between them. Pliny shook his head. "If things had been different—"
Then Dorian stepped in front of him, cutting off his line of sight. "All right, that's enough. Sentimentality is like sugar. A little is nice, but too much gets sickly sweet, fast." He flashed his teeth. "Besides, Gerard might understand, but I sure as hell don't. All I understand is you hurt my friend. Would have killed him too if I'd been a few breaths late." He snorted. "That much closure is already more than you deserve. Goodbye." A burst of sunshine steps, and Pliny gagged on the words in his throat. Dorian came at him head-on, no tricks, partly because he was just that confident, and partly because there was nothing more cathartic than a good old-fashioned pummeling. Fist of falling star, rising moon. Pliny might have been caught wrong-footed, on all 4 feet, no less. But he was still a god-king, and his spear darted up to meet Dorian, arching like a snake. There was a mound of earth laws at the tip, packed with incredible density. The runes along the steel shaft worked mightily, but they still couldn't stop the thing from bending. All around them, the tops of mountains were floating. Clumps of dirt, chunks of stone. Gravity had loosened its hold on the world. But it was only an illusion, a redistribution of weight. Dorian felt all that weight the instant his fist made contact with the spear. His arm nearly buckled under all of it. One hand versus a mountain range. There was a light crunch in his fist, a bone snapping, a spike of pain. Dorian was flung back. But before Pliny had time to retract the spear, he was on the centaur again, slinging blows with abandon. Fist met spear again and again, and the air shivered at their passing. Nothing much moved, for their forces seemed to cancel each other out, which masked just how immense each blow was on either side. Dorian's fist would have made a sooty heap of any common Empyrean. Pliny's spear would have made dust of all the bones in their body. It was doing a fine enough job obliterating Dorian's hands as is. But Dorian kept rushing in, kept wailing, blow after blow, faster and faster. Pliny looked shocked at the aggression. It was all backward. You didn't get fiercer the more injuries your body sustained. But Dorian felt like a racehorse that was still getting up to top speed. There was so much damn chi in him. So what if his vessel couldn't handle it? It had to be let out. Centaurs did not like to be crowded. Neither did spearmen. As Dorian rushed in, Pliny grew skittish. His spear rose a little slower each time, a little more frantic. One more punch, and a cloud of blood erupted around his hand. Dorian blinked at it. The fingers refused to curl, all bent in the wrong direction. His thumb was smooshed deep into its socket, a little deformed nub. His chi and bloodline worked madly to heal all of it. He shrugged and launched the thing again.
"Hells!"
cried the centaur.
"You're a madman!"
Dorian cackled. His next blow landed hard on Pliny's face, 4 knuckles branded deep into his cheek, blackening the skin. There was the pleasant smell of burnt meat. Pliny screamed, kicked him off, broke something in Dorian's chest as he did. Dorian kept coming. There was some gold at Pliny's trembling fingers now. Jez's power. He slashed at the air with his spear, and a hurricane of rose petals erupted. Dorian simply put up his wings, pumped them full of chi, and waded through it. He didn't care what Pliny threw at him. He burned to get his hands on the fucker. The petals bounced off his skin like hail off a rooftop. Dorian scarcely felt it. Punch by punch, step by step, he blasted his way into Pliny's personal space. Real close. So close he could wrap his wings tight around Pliny, even as the centaur launched a desperate thrust of the spear. There was a loud crunch, then a squelch as it shattered Dorian's abdomen plates, pierced the skin, skewered enough internal organs to make a meat kebab, and poked out his backside. Just as Dorian planned. Well, not precisely. He'd been hoping to pull himself in so that the spear went right between his organs and emerged out his backside unharmed. But this stuff was more of an art than a science. He got what he wanted in the end. To get some alone time with the bastard. Up close and personal they were, so close he could pick out the branching red veins at the edges of his eyes, could see the terror in Pliny's shivering pupils. With what remained of his hands, he clung on tight to the spear. He crunched in, and his body clung tight to it, too. Even if Pliny could pull it out, with his wings wrapping them up, there was simply no room to try. There was a timer on Dorian's life now. Make no mistake, that spear in him had made a mess of things. It had detonated a bomb of golden chi within him, too. He wasn't healing from this. He'd be dead in minutes. So he seized the moment and head-butted Pliny in the face. The centaur had a thick skull, but Dorian's was thicker and had horns on it besides, and one of them found a crevice where something softer and squishier lay and dug greedily into it. Pliny screeched. Dorian kept bashing. He was disappointed that there was only broken bone this time. He bashed again, cracked the skull further. Where was that damned second eye? Another bash, then another, and finally he rolled his head around and felt the squelch. He paused for a moment. What's gotten into me? This level of savagery was unlike him. Really, it was more of a Gerard thing. He must have been madder than he'd thought. He kept bashing. Crack, crack, crack. The skull caved in earnest. All the while, Pliny was screaming and bucking and thrashing. He was vaguely aware they were falling, flipping upside down over and over again. None of it mattered. He only had one mission in mind, to see which of their heads broke open first. Then Dorian was flung flying. All his holds were broken at once. His wings, his hands on the spear wrenched free of his body. He gasped, hitting the earth hard, wheezing. His ears rang. His head was splitting in pain. As always with these sudden shocks, it took some detective work to figure out just what the hells had happened. He was so singed that had to have been an immense explosion. Where was that blasted centaur? Ah. In his desperation, Pliny had pulled on the infinity, recklessly. His body, corpse, lay at the center of a smoking crater. His eyes stared sightlessly. There was little else above them. It seemed he'd inadvertently blown the top half of his skull to bits. His brain had roasted in his own head. A bit of a downer ending, but that was about as good as Dorian could reasonably expect. Revenge was seldom as satisfying as you pictured it. By the look of him, Dorian figured Pliny had learned his lesson. The old centaur wouldn't be bullying any more poor geeky rocks any time soon. Gasping, trying not to vomit up the rest of his internal organs, Dorian crawled up to Gerard. They looked quite alike, strewn out like that. If anything, Dorian had the claim to the more mangled body. His manservant just stared. Dorian coughed, wiped some blood out of his eye with a limp hand. "So," he croaked, "how'd the dig go?"
"Good,"
said Gerard. His voice had a faraway quality to it.
"I found a fossil."
"Nice." Another coughing fit bent Dorian over. A pause.
"Thank you,"
said Gerard. "Oh, don't mention it." They sat there for a breath, blinking numbly at the smoking wasteland around them. A croak punctured the surreality of the moment. It was Gerard Jr. He opened his mouth, and out popped two glowing violet flowers. He nudged one to Gerard, licking his cheek in affection. Then he wrinkled his nose at Dorian, but plopped the other flower at Dorian's feet nonetheless.
"Blue-violet petunias," said Gerard. "Excellent healing properties. Good find. Well done, Gerard Jr."
He reached out to give the toad some well-earned scratches behind the ears. Gerard Jr. purred. At times it was like he forgot he was a toad. "Oh, that reminds me," said Dorian. "I got a literal dragon's hoard of healing treasures from Coldheart's tomb. Not to mention that time chamber. What do you say we head in to recuperate?" 265. Black Hole 6. An hour later, in real time, Dorian was fully healed, and so was Gerard. Before they set off, Gerard insisted on burying Pliny, even crowned him with a gravestone. Something neat and poetic about returning a centaur whose life work was fossils to the earth, an apt resting place. Dorian and Gerard Jr. stood by, incredulous. Dorian didn't feel the centaur deserved shit. Gerard Jr. thought so too, by his increasingly irritated croaking. Dorian was pretty sure that little monster was even more vindictive than he was. After Gerard finished up, planting a sapling atop Pliny's grave and bowing to it like a monk, Gerard Jr. strode up and took a piss on it. Gerard rapped him over the head with a tiny fly swatter for it, but the toad didn't look very sorry. Then they were off to find Sun. A day's journey later, they were back where they'd started, where they'd met Greenscale and Slick Claw and the rest. Their peaks were deserted. There wasn't a dragon in sight, save for a blind, wingless codger who tried to eat Dorian when he asked where the resistance had gone. Sun had left nothing behind to indicate where she went.
"Sire, perhaps Junior can help," said Gerard. "Yulwar toads are magnificent creatures, as you well know. One of their many spectacular talents is a prodigious sense of smell. Junior, if you would."
The toad didn't answer at first, still smarting over the swat. But Gerard won him over with some coaxing, some head rubs, and a glazed spider as a treat. He extended his fat lily-pad tongue into the air, as though tasting it. Satisfied, he raised a leg and pointed. Dorian and Gerard exchanged a glance. Dorian shrugged. Why not? So Gerard Jr. clambered onto Gerard's head and assumed the role of his hat. The toad pointed like a weather vane, and they flew on. Hours passed, and still they found naught but empty peaks. They passed a mountain range caked in greenery, with orchards bursting with fruit, but no one there to tend them. Dorian was worried something had happened to her until he visited a high, lone peak, only to find an array formation sealing off the entrance. "Yellow Eye is out," read a sign nailed haphazardly to the stone. Then, underneath, "Long live the resistance." "It seems she's been busy in our absence," murmured Gerard. Nearly half a day in, they came across a troop of sprightly dragon gods. They wore red sashes, and they all looked to be in great spirits, enjoying life a little too much for Dorian's taste. He would have been on guard as they flew up to him, but they really didn't seem the mugging type. They seemed more likely to get mugged, honestly, and by how irritatingly innocent and joyful their smiles were, Dorian had half a mind to do it himself. Sighing, he reminded himself he was supposed to be one of the good guys now, and good guys were not allowed to have fun. Begrudgingly, he forced down his more sinister instincts. How fate managed the good guy act all the time, he'd never know. Dorian's own good guy phase had only lasted right up until he'd first hit God King, and it had been an exhausting 1,000-odd years. "Sir," squeaked the dragon at the lead. He brandished a pamphlet at Dorian. No words, curiously, all pictures. "Sir, this humble one is called Squashed Nose for reasons that ought to be fairly obvious. Do you have a spare moment?" "No," said Dorian. "Oh," said Squashed Nose, head drooping. His neck was so long it took a few seconds. "Was I too forward? Well, I'm sorry, sir. I'm kind of new with this. I'm still learning." "You were well within the bounds of etiquette, Mr. Nose. Please, pardon my master," said Gerard gently, stepping up. "I fear he is terminally antisocial. What is it?" Squashed Nose brightened. "Oh, excellent. Sir, have you wondered why so many peaks lay empty?" "I have, in fact." "There is a great movement sweeping all of the dragon realm as we speak, sir. We common folk are tired of crawling under the shadow of the oppressive elites of Mount Tai, and we've decided to give them a piece of our minds. Many pieces of many minds, in fact." "Hear, hear," crowed the dragons behind him. "It's all outlined very helpfully in this pamphlet, sir," said Squashed Nose. He opened it up to the first page. "At first, no one believed we, the common folk, could rise against such a powerful foe, but under the leadership of the greatest military mind of our age, Supreme Leader Sun Wukong, we have routed every force they've sent to destroy us. We've beaten back their Empyreans." Here he pointed to what looked to be a child's sketch of a dragon with crosses over its eyes. "We've broken their god cannons and felled their warships." Yet more doodling. "And with each victory, our numbers have only grown." "Hear, hear," crowed the dragons. "Impressive," said Gerard. "Thank you. Do you like the pamphlet? I made it myself, with some notes from the Supreme Leader," said Squashed Nose. His little crew weren't full-grown, second or third form at best, Dorian guessed. They had the starry-eyed look of new recruits, the type that liked the idea of fighting for a cause without thinking much about what it'd actually entail. He suspected they just liked being part of something. "And how many fighters have you amassed?" asked Gerard. "Almost 200, sir." "If memory serves, that's about 3/4 of the realm," muttered Gerard. "She's managed this in just 3 days." Dorian was only mildly surprised. Whenever Sun got her mind off food, unlikely, and crippling self-doubt, which she'd gotten a lot better at of late, she could be a terrifying force. If she could string together a solid century or so of unbridled megalomania, in other words, just be a normal cultivator like the rest of them, she could probably be ruler of the multiverse.
"We've all been chafing at Jez's rule for ages,"
piped up a dragon in the back.
"We just needed a spark, like we're dry straw or something, and she made the sparks."
He looked to Squashed Nose.
Did that make any sense?"
"I think you made plenty of sense, Comrade Thickskull. Great job."
Thickskull beamed.
"Aw, thanks, Chief."
Dorian cleared his throat. "So, what are you meant to be? Infantry?" He dearly hoped not. Sun might have gotten a lot of folk to join, but if this was their quality, they might as well trade those red sashes for white flags.
"Oh, heavens, no. We're just recruiters, see? Our mothers said we're too young to fight. The soldiers are far off," said Squashed Nose. "They're about to assault Lockjaw Fortress right about now, right as we speak, actually. After we're through with that, well, there's only Mount Tai left. So we're out here recruiting brave folk who'll join us on the final push to a free dragon realm."
"Hear, hear!"
cried the dragons behind. A thin, sickly-looking dragon with a head too big for its body waddled over and whispered something in the lead dragon's ear. The lead dragon gave a start.
"Oh, I forgot to mention the most important part of the pitch. Pardon me, it's my first day on the job, see?
Squashed Nose squinted down at his pamphlet.
Military mind, routing foes, recruits so far, Mount Tai. Here it is. If you, dear listener, are still unsure, Supreme General Wukong hears you. She knows it's a daunting ask to go up against Mount Tai itself, what with Scraggletooth up there and all. Despicable villain he might be, but he is still a god king. But fear not, for the Resistance has an ace, a trump card,
Squashed Nose seemed to be struggling for a third synonym.
Secret weapon?
Offered a dragon in the back.
Yes, that, thank you.
Squashed Nose pointed to a sketch on the last page. There was a mountain for scale, and next to it, towering over it, a giant horned dragon with smoking eyes, giant bat-like wings, and a tail brimming with spikes. Tiny dragons cowered around it.
They say he's taller than the tallest mountains, that just standing upright, he towers over Mount Tai.
Whoa,
said the crew. They say he's as powerful as 10,000 dragons. They say he's never lost a duel.
Whoa,
said the crew. They say he's the Supreme Leader's personal mount, that she's ridden him into battle and slain a god king.
Whoa,
said the crew.
Dorian's eye twitched. This had better not be who I think it is.
Dragons tremble before him. The heavens dare not defy him. His name
is Dorian, said Dorian. Squashed Nose blinked at him.
Oh, how'd you know?
Dorian pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. I'm Dorian. The whole troop frowned at him.
No, you're not,
said Thick Skull. Dorian wasn't sure what he was supposed to say to that. Yes, I am.
No,
said Thick Skull stubbornly.
No offense, sir, but you don't look very rideable, said Squashed Nose.
Never mind. My friends and I will join your cause. Can you take us to your Supreme Leader?
Hold on, said Squashed Nose. You're really joining?
That's the idea. Squashed Nose turned back to his crew, sniffling.
Comrades, we finally got one!
Thick-Skull was dispatched to guide Dorian and Gerard to the rest of the resistance, which was in the middle of assaulting Lockjaw Fortress. It was the last of Mount Ty's outposts across the realm, apparently, and it looked like Mount Ty's much less impressive little sibling. A mountain-top fortress, stone and bulky, squatting atop a peak of middling height. But it did have cannons mounted atop it and array formations throwing up a force field. A swarm of sun's dragons 100 strong, almost all gods, were busy firing at the force field. It was dimming by the breath. Sun sat on a hill behind them, chewing on a leg of meat so huge she could barely hold the bone with both hands, looking very pleased with herself. The fortress's forces tried shooting them down with cannon fire, but there were simply too many to nail down. The force fields soon failed. Then the fortress's own forces responded. 12 Empyreans, all decked out in plate, clasping giant swords and bows and spears, shot out to face the mob. Trailing them were a squadron of equally well-armored troops. Real troops, unlike Sun's ragtag volunteers, and their quality soon showed. The fortress troops rammed into Sun's swarm, which scattered and burst apart, retreating, screaming as they went. It only fueled the fortress troops, which gave furious chase, perhaps a little too furious. Sun dropped the leg and hopped to her feet. Waving frantically, mouth half full, she shouted, "Now!" The fortress troops had flown a few dozen strides from the fortress by now. They had nowhere to retreat to as the cloud layer below them erupted with techniques, and 12 Empyreans of Sun's own burst through and tore into their flanks. At the same time, Sun's seemingly scattered troops turned as one and blasted the baffled fortress troops in the front. A nicely executed pincer maneuver that quickly put an end to the fighting. Then the army broke out in raucous celebration. "Long live the supreme leader!" went the chants. "Long live!" It occurs to me that we are all very lucky her ambitions do not extend beyond her belly, mused Gerard. 266. Mount Ty, 1. Mount Ty's courtyard garden was the envy of the dragon realm. The soil was fine and loamy, and so soft your feet sank into it as into a wool carpet. But you could scarcely see it under all that greenery. It wasn't all green, of course. There were sky blues, molten reds, sunny yellows, deep cave blacks, great herbs, big and small, planted so close they twined and sagged all over each other. If you took a stroll through here, then peered out at the rest of the realm, you could scarcely believe they shared a world. This garden of Mount Ty seemed painted of brighter, more various colors. It made those lesser peaks look monochrome by contrast. This was by design, for this wasn't just God King Scraggletooth's personal leisure garden. It was also the vault that held his ill-gotten gains. Once upon a time, before Salus mauled the realm, every peak in the dragon realm with color. But after him, nearly every peak was burned down, and the flowers that survived were the mean, tough types. So it was with plants, so it was with dragons. The meanest, toughest dragons seized hold of Mount Ty. They then went about pillaging the broken realm and setting up a new social order. The survivors were too weak to resist. So it came to be that the few pretty plants left were gathered up and planted here, as were much of the rest of the dragon realm's splendor and power. For the second time that week, Spiketail crash-landed into this lovely garden. He was as ugly as Scraggletooth recalled. The idiot hadn't the courtesy to wear a mask to spare the rest of them his face, like Scraggletooth had asked. Spiketail somehow managed to look even more disheveled than the last time. His jaw was trembling so hard, his first few tries at a word came out in loud, squawking blubbers. At last, he choked out a word.
"Emergency!" he wailed. It's horrible, sir."
Scraggletooth's harem yelped and skittered. Scraggletooth simply sighed. He held up a finger, finished eating the last of the grapes out of Sweet Red Fang's mouth, gulped and licked his lips. Spiketail bounced about all the while, looking like he was about to explode.
"Sir."
Scraggletooth kept his finger up. He took a long sip of wine.
"If this is not truly dire," he said slowly, making sure to enunciate every syllable, "I shall pick up this pole-axe."
He gestured to his trusty weapon lying against a pillar, huge even for a dragon.
"And I shall gut you with it, tear out your entrails, and hang you with them."
Spiketail audibly gulped.
"Well," drawled Scraggletooth, "go on, then. What is it?"
"The strike force. Jazz's strike force. All dead. Dorian yet lives."
"Oh, is that all?"
Scraggletooth reached for his poleaxe.
And the revolution,"
screeched Spiketail.
"It's swelled to over 200.
Scraggletooth froze.
And they've taken Lockjaw Fortress. They're marching on us as we speak, my king. What do we do?"
Scraggletooth was forced to admit this was rather dire. Disappointing, since he'd really been looking forward to gutting the unsightly fellow.
He said.
"I see. Thank you." He waved a hand.
"You may go."
Spiketail stared at him.
"Sir, I don't mean to be presumptuous, but I sense you are not treating this with the seriousness it deserves. The revolution is marching here. They'll arrive in a mere day."
"On the contrary, I am treating this with exactly the seriousness it deserves," said Scraggletooth. "Red Fang, another grape, if you would."
"Oh, thank you, my dear."
"Sir."
"It shall be taken care of. Now, shoot."
For a breath, Spiketail just gaped. Then he swallowed, saluted, and pitter-pattered his way into the sky.
"My king,"
said one of his harem, a cute little creature whose name he couldn't quite recall.
"We'll be fine, won't we? Could those rebels possibly breach the walls?"
At that, he had to laugh. He remembered her now, Moontail, the youngling he'd spotted bathing. He'd made a special trip down to the Common Lands just to abduct her. Pretty she might be, but there wasn't much between the ears. Her acting was terrible. Beneath that thin veneer of fear, he could tell she was hopeful that she might one day be freed. He had to laugh at that.
"Oh, me. No. I fear this little resistance will be dashed against Mount Ty's walls easily enough."
But aren't there 200 of them? And that one fellow, he slew Jez's God King, didn't he?"
Scraggletooth tisked, flicking her nose. You could forgive a lot of the pretty ones. If Spiketail had asked something so silly, his head would be on a stick.
"True," he said patiently, "and that is all very impressive, I'm sure. But you forget who you're talking to, my dear." He sighed. "Everyone has, it seems. Do you know how I came to be king?"
Moontail judged it wise to stay silent on that one.
"You have my permission to speak the truth," he said gently. "Just this once, mind you."
"You betrayed your brother,"
Moontail sneered. There was defiance in her eyes, flickering like the last embers in a dead hearth.
You stole the throne.
That's what everyone says. It's very flashy, I grant you, and he was very popular with the little folk, so of course that is the narrative of history. But no one recalls what came before I shoved Dusk here, he patted his poleaxe, through dear brother's overly muscled back. For 3 moons we held Mount Tai against Jez's forces. 3 moons. How? Because it was I who was his general. It was I who handled the preparations, and the strategizing, and the execution down to the littlest detail, while he sat here slurping up all the credit as he lounged on his fat arse. We could only hold for that long because of my meticulous preparation. In the end, Jez judged it such a nuisance to finish me, he offered me the realm. He paused. Besides, do you know just how hard it is to get up here? The mountain is a fortress unto itself. Ancient magics have welled here since before there were dragons in the dragon realm. It makes flying up the mountain impossible. The gravity is simply too strong, and the chi in the air itself is so dense it seems to weigh on you, and it gets worse the higher you fly. The only reason we can fly normally is due to the fortress's astonishingly chi-intensive arrays. Even Jez's Empyreans and God Kings had to take the long route up. Climbing. Don't you recall marching those thousands of li the first time I brought you here? I wouldn't do that to you for no reason. I'm no savage. Ah, I suppose you wouldn't. You were likely unconscious.
But aren't there hundreds of rebels? They'll get here eventually, won't they? Said Moontail.
The girl was desperate. After braving hours of cannon fire that can end gods and Empyreans in a blast, perhaps, and setting off 1,000 nasty traps en route. By then they're bedraggled and worn, and they haven't even gone up the walls, nor the moat, which is the real challenge. And then they'll have to face fresh, well-armored Empyreans and a God King. Moontail drooped.
Then why was Spiketail so scared?
Spiketail is very stupid, dear, said Scraggletooth. But I hate to see you so worried. If it'll give you peace of mind, I suppose I can petition our friend Jez for some insurance. One can never be too prepared, after all. Yawning, he stretched his massive serpentine body and got to his many, many feet. Scraggletooth was a dragon of the classical Eastern lineage, as all rulers of the dragon realm were since the days of yore. Excuse me, my dears. Business calls. I wish to speak with Jez, said Scraggletooth. He had to wait a few breaths before the scrying glass mounted on the chamber wall resolved. What is it? Said Jez. The man's voice was nearing a snarl. Scraggletooth couldn't really tell where he was, but there was a great deal of fire and explosions in the background. He'd noticed his employer had gotten a lot snippier of late. Rather disappointing. Scraggletooth had taken him to be a reasonable man. I would like to inform you that the dragon realm is about to fall, and with it your infinity heart, said Scraggletooth calmly. Not strictly true, but if you wanted something, you really had to exaggerate the direness of the need. What? Your strike force has utterly failed. The realm is in full revolt. Courtesy dictates I make this call. Presently, I'm preparing my escape. You are a top-ranked God King in a fortress that is nigh impregnable. Jez narrowed his eyes, and there was genuine fury in them. Fury? How is this possible? Scraggletooth shrugged. The fortress is not what it was, my friend. Nothing in the dragon realm is after Salus. I am not your friend. Jez's voice was dangerously soft.
I am your master."
There was a long, awkward pause. Scraggletooth supposed the courteous thing to do was to indulge him. He really had flown far off course since they'd first met. It was sad to witness.
"Of course, master. How silly of me. I sincerely apologize." "Better."
Jez gave an odd little laugh.
"It is so tiring, Scraggletooth. Oh, so tiring, trying to save this realm from itself, while my allies, my underlings, are all raging incompetence."
Scraggletooth scratched at his cheek.
So, what should I do?"
Jez sighed.
"What do you need?"
"Presently, the fortress is powered by a stash of peak-grade spirit stones," said Scraggletooth. "Fine for those lesser cannons, our shield arrays, and our chi traps. But I fear this isn't enough to power those most powerful weapons, firepower that can threaten even god-kings. For that, I shall need to make use of the body." Jez's face spasmed. Clearly, he didn't like the idea at all. But it was a question of which he liked less, losing his infinity heart or losing that strange relic which had fallen from the sky.
"Fine," Jez gritted out. "But you must ensure that it does not fall into enemy hands. Dorian cannot be allowed to get hold of it, whatever the cost. Do you understand?"
His words were slightly muffled by an explosion.
"Of course. I don't think you do."
Jez leaned in so that his face took up the whole mirror. He stared, and there was a faint gleam of madness in his eyes.
"Earlier you mentioned an escape. If you fail, there will be no such thing. There will be no corner of the multiverse where you can hide from me. I will find you, and you will not be so smug then."
Jez was not the intimidating type. He wasn't built for it. He didn't know how to contort his face to make those deep, threatening grooves. Yet Scraggletooth was still struck by an unexpected pang of fear. For Jez was not trying to be intimidating. He was baring his heart and expressing something intensely true. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise.
"Rest at ease, Master Jez," said Scraggletooth. "Mount High shall not fall. With the body at hand, why, it's practically impossible."
267. Mount Tai, 2. The battle had barely ended, and they were already spinning up songs for Sun. Her soldiers bounced her between them as they flew a victory lap, cheering and hooting and spewing celebratory peals of fire. She cackled all the while. Beneath, Squashed Nose and the rest of the recruiters had scurried into Lockjaw Fortress. They set about dragging out cannons, gauntlets, spears, bows, and other such deadly knickknacks.
"Remarkable," muttered Dorian. "She has them on a string. I wonder how she does it."
"In past lives, haven't you inspired similar devotion in your own armies, sire?" asked Gerard.
"Well, yes, but she hasn't needed to threaten anyone's families," said Dorian. "They just seem to like her. How intriguing."
Now, Sun had gotten a hold of some of the fortress's interspatial rings. She chucked gold coins at her legions of adoring fans/soldiers who began rowdily chanting her name.
"Oh, hey!"
She'd finally noticed Dorian and Gerard standing on a bluff overlooking the battle. She tried leaping for them, misjudged the distance, and vanished screaming beneath the cloud layer. One of her minions graciously scooped her up and deposited her at their feet. She grinned.
"You're back," she said. "And stronger now, too, by the looks of it. This is very convenient, actually, because we'll really need any bit of extra power you can get. Without you, we're totally screwed."
"What?" said Dorian. I've got it all worked out. Here, follow me. To the command tent. This little vacation we're on has been a real treat so far, said Sun. So many new friends. The only disappointment is the food, really, which sucks because it's sort of why I came in the first place. They pushed their way into a small makeshift hut. It was made of straw and wood and looked like it had been built in an hour by someone who'd read a description of a house but had never actually seen or lived in one. It's like they haven't discovered seasoning. All the meat is a variant of leather sole. They say Mount Tai stole all the best livestock and spice trees and everything, pretty much, which is a real problem for us. She led them to the sole table in the room. On it lay a crudely drawn diagram of Mount Tai, labeled in Sun's messy scrawl. See, it's not only food, it's weaponry, too. Mount Tai has all the best ships, weaponry, cannons, ammo stocks, even draconic techniques. And all we've got is leftovers from Lockjaw Fortress, pretty much. It's like Mount Tai is a modern fortress, but the rest of the realm lives in the Stone Age. Wait, so you're telling me we've got no airships? Asked Dorian. Nope. What about claws? Gauntlets? Bows? Any weapons whatsoever? Only crude ones, not even as good as a dragon's claws. Dorian struggled to see how this was possible. Last time he came to this realm, he was greeted by artillery fire on every peak. The dragons loved their mortars. They practically pioneered this stuff. It took them but a breath to set off a whole row of them, and they were a massive pain. Salus had felt like a pigeon flying through hail. And don't even get me started on their swords. A strong Empyrean dragon wielding a two-handed godly blade could cleave a mountain in a stroke. All that's just gone? I have a sinking feeling, sighed Dorian. Our present woes are my fault yet again. I sense this is becoming a theme. I'm afraid you may well be right, my liege, said Gerard. Salus burned down the realm, which was destructive enough, but it would have recovered in time. It was his destruction of the great stone pictographic tablets, which held all of the arcane secrets of draconic artificing, that truly doomed them. Since then, the only weapons of caliber circulating in this realm originated pre-Salus, and the number has dwindled significantly over the years. Mount Tai is in possession of the vast majority of them. It is one of the ways they maintain their dominant position. Dorian had been hoping, naively, that after that nightmarish Salus mech encounter, fate had been done beating him over the head with the consequences of his own actions. He certainly felt he'd learned his lesson plenty well. Alas, here we go again. Hey, it's not all bad, said Sun. We've got something they don't have, too. She patted Dorian on the back. You. What do you have in mind? He said warily. I call it Operation Meat Shield. Dorian blinked. I don't like the sound of that. Just hear me out, said Sun. We've got 160 gods and 20 Empyreans, including Gerard and you, but we'll need to scale a mountain on foot against heavy artillery fire and all kinds of landmines and other booby traps, and then shimmy across this nasty moat they've got, and then climb Mount Tai's walls, which are enchanted to repel intruders like magnets. We'll have like 3 dragons left by the time we make it through all that, unless... You send me out in front with my wings spread wide, sighed Dorian, to trigger all the mines, and booby traps, and eat the artillery. That's the plan, said Sun with a grin. Oh, and they've also got this super powerful force field up there surrounding the main fortress. I was hoping you could just keep dragon breathing on it till it breaks. After you tank all the cannon fire for us, I mean, and the booby traps. Right, said Dorian. Anything else you need me to do? Move a few mountains out the way while I'm at it? Reverse gravity, perhaps, to speed up the climb?
I did not know you were capable of doing that, my liege, said Gerard. Is this among your new powers?
No, Gerard, I was being sarcastic.
Oh.
There's just one other thing. Sun gestured to the map, which was intricately plotted with arrows and X's. I've got all our angles of attack figured out. The army's been organized into strike squads. We'll breach the fortress, beat his armies, take the walls, and take out the cannons. The only thing you need to do after that is sit back and deal with Scraggletooth when he comes out.
You realize I'll be pretty damned low on chi by then. After all that, you want me to fight a god king?
Yeah.
Sun looked sheepish.
I know it's quite a lot to put on you, but you're really the only one capable of handling any of it.
I'm doing damn near everything. What's the rest of the army for? Decoration?
I'm not asking you to beat that god king, said Sun. Just stall him, long enough for us to break down their arrays and disable their cannons. Then we'll finish him off together. Sound good?
It sounds very painful. For me, mostly. But Dorian rolled his eyes to the heavens. Doable, I suppose. Did she really just talk him into sacrificing for the sake of everyone else? Him? Dorian? What the hells was happening? What was he doing? Had he gone mad? All very good questions.
Awesome, beamed Sun. Long live the resistance.
When neither of them said anything in response, she kicked Gerard in the shins under the table.
Long live the resistance, said Gerard.
Then she frowned at Dorian. Dorian frowned right back. A breath passed. Then another, and another. Long live the resistance, he grumbled.
Huzzah! cried Sun.
They're coming, squeaked Spiketail, peering through his telescope.
They're almost at the base of the mountain.
Man the cannons, drawled Scraggletooth.
Load the artillery. See to it they never make it farther.
His men scarcely needed his instruction. They were jittering out of their skins. Partly it was because he hadn't told them they had a super weapon, partly because none had ever seen action. After his rise, he'd gutted his brother's staff, often literally, and replaced them with toe-licking cronies. He selected them mainly for their fecklessness, uselessness, and general inability to usurp him. It was backfiring now as they scrambled about, one loud noise from collectively shitting themselves. Still, it hardly took much skill to point a giant death blaster at a thing and fire it. They seemed to get the hang of it. Dozens of giant gold-crowned cannons swiveled to take their aim. By the looks of it, this would blow over fast. Scraggletooth yawned. He'd known the rebels were ill-equipped. On top of their lack of airships and weaponry, they had no shields to speak of, and if they wished to survive this blast, they'd need fearsome shields indeed.
Huh?
A yelp from another of his Empyrean lieutenants, one of the bug-eyed ones whose name escaped him at the moment. It was possible he'd never learned it, actually.
What does he think he's doing?
Cried Bug-Eyes. Scraggletooth followed his trembling finger. A single Empyrean marched forward, wings outstretched, shining with chi.
What?
Sighed Scraggletooth.
You've never seen an idiot before. Shoot him down and be done with it.
Bug-Eyes swallowed as he lit the fuse. His cannon was pitch black. Its name was the Heaven-Devouring Cannon, and it was said a direct hit could evaporate an Empyrean in an instant. There came a crashing, and a great gout of black fire was expelled from the mouth of the cannon. It fell upon that single Empyrean like a mighty dragon descending from heaven. The Empyrean didn't move, just watched it drop. Perhaps he was stunned, or perhaps he was resigned to his fate. Scraggletooth yawned. One down. He choked, mouth frozen open. For that Empyrean had flicked up a wing and casually batted the blast out of the sky. There was a long silence, a silence that stretched from the rebels far below all the way up to the ramparts of Mount Tai. "Huh, that's new," said Scraggletooth. "All right then, let's try that again, shall we? I want everyone, every single cannon trained on that tricky fellow. Why don't you try batting all of these out of the sky? Fire!" Dozens of gouts of flame rained down at once. 268. Mount Tai, 3. The invader did not manage to bat all of the cannonballs out of the sky. He knocked down the first with a wing, whacked the second away, then the third caught him in the face and sent him flat on his ass. A fourth hit struck him, throwing him head over heels in the air. After that, the mountain's massive gravity yanked him into the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. A fifth, sixth, seventh cannonball slammed where he'd fallen. A sizable crater was forming on the narrow mountain pass. "We got him!" came a shrill cry. Scraggletooth's soldiers cheered. There was much backslapping and wing bumping. The cheering cut off abruptly when a dusty, soot-stained but otherwise unharmed figure stalked out of the cloud. They seemed to have accomplished nothing whatsoever, other than piss him off, that was. Shocked silence on the ramparts. "Well," said Scraggletooth, "hit him again!" The figure chose that moment to start charging up the narrow mountain path. Flinches and yelps rippled down the fortress. "He's coming!" came a shrill cry. The same idiot as last time by the sound of it. "For heaven's sake," sighed Scraggletooth. "He's still thousands of li away, isn't he? There's still a minefield of traps and the thousand-stride gorge and the walls of Tai between us. Just shoot him, you morons!" It took a few breaths for his troops to settle down, and by then the figure had cleared a shocking stretch of land. But at last they got the cannons firing. The mountain path was so narrow there wasn't much room to dodge. The figure was forced to cover up and eat it. But eat them he did. The cannons blustered, all flash and roar and smoke. But by the end of it, the figure bounced back up, wiped the soot off his wings, and kept on charging. "Seriously," muttered Scraggletooth. "Is something wrong with the cannons?" He marched over and shouldered Bug-Eyes aside. "Give me that!" He grabbed hold of the cannon, loaded it with several max-grade spirit stones worth of power. In theory, this was supposed to be enough to knock down several Empyreans. "Fire!" he yelled. A third wave of cannonballs roared down, including Scraggletooth's own. This time the invader was knocked several strides back, but that was all. He bounced back up yet again like there were springs in his damned feet. Gasps rankled Scraggletooth's ranks. "What is he made of?" cried that blasted shrill voice again, somehow carrying over the whole of his army. "Flesh and blood and the bone like the rest of you," said Scraggletooth calmly. It was important in times like these to make a show of his own composure, so that panic did not spread. "What do we do?" cried the shrill voice. "He can't be hurt by chi or fire. Oh, heavens, save us, dragon ancestor!" God's damned it. This time Scraggletooth caught who'd said it, a wiry little dragon with nubby wings. Scraggletooth checked the fool's power level. A god, and a low-level one at that. Good. He marched over, grabbed the fool by the throat, and chucked him over the ramparts. There was a long, shrill scream. Where seconds before it had felt like a nail scratching his skull from the inside, he found it strangely pleasing to the ear now. He was almost sorry when Shrill Voice passed beyond the bounds of the arrays and Mount Tai's gravity seized the fool mercilessly. The voice cut off with a crunch. A pleasant silence stretched over the ramparts. Ah! Scraggletooth took a moment to soak it in. "What separates us from mere animals?" he said. "Why, it is our ability to reason. It is a flimsy mind indeed that lets itself be overrun by something so banal as fear. There is no need for anyone to lose their heads. Let us all proceed calmly and in an orderly fashion, lest we all end up like that unfortunate fellow." He gestured vaguely at the smudge of blood on the stones. Lots of nods now. Frightened, quiet nods. "None of you have felt a true siege," he said. "But I have. This is nothing. So this trespasser of ours has survived a few rounds of cannon fire. And that was merely an appetizer. Aha! Look, he's about to reach Mount Tai's true first layer of defense. It's traps." He licked his lips. "Something tells me he isn't about to walk through this so easily." By now, the invader had rushed straight into the 99 Heavenly Thunderfire formation. It activated in a flash. The ground unveiled a pentagram of shining lines, sealing off that little section of space, trapping the invader like a bug under glass. Dark clouds rolled in overhead, choking off the sky. Pent-up chi groaned and growled within, then unleashed all at once. The invader was lost under a boiling, writhing mass of flame and light. Scraggletooth watched expectantly. He'd seen an entire squadron of top-tier Empyreans roasted to husks under that blast. When the blast subsided, the invader was flat on his face, sizzling, smoking, and still. Scraggletooth grinned. "And that, children, is why you do not leap to conclusions. In a battle, it is important not to underestimate the enemy, but it does equal harm to give him too much credit. He can't be hurt by chi or fire, my waxed arse." The invader groaned. Scraggletooth's grin wobbled. The invader stood, blinking heavily, shook like a dog, and all the soot fell off him. There were no marks on him. His scales positively shone now, like that storm had given him a deep cleaning. He walked through the pentagram with ease. Croaked Bug-Eyes. "So—" "Don't," said Scraggletooth through gritted teeth. "Don't say it. Shut up." "Yes, sir." "So he passed through the 99 Heavenly Thunderfire formation," Scraggletooth gritted out. "But that was merely an appetizer, in truth. In truth, the true test are the stones of Thond, mined out from the far depths of the dragon realm. These stones were made immeasurably dense by the great heaving of the earth over millennia. Each stone weighs so much they generate their own palpable gravitational field, and they're attached to hydraulic pistons powered by hordes worth of max-grade spirit stones. They can reduce a block of diamond to a fistful of dust. Not even a god king could survive its pressures. Let's see him walk through this." The walls of the mountains suddenly, viciously closed in on the invader, for they were not walls in truth, but hidden stones of Thond. There was a crunch, and then silence. Scraggletooth held his breath, his heart pounding wetly in his ears. A breath passed, 2. Then he broke out in nervous laughter. "What did I tell you?"
Said Bug-Eyes. He peered through a telescope. "Is it moving?"
"What? Give me that."
Scraggletooth snatched the telescope and peered through it himself. There did seem to be a slight wiggle in the stones. Was it his imagination, or were they slowly coming apart? A heartbeat passed, and the gap was too big to be denied. A groaning rose from below, the workings of the pistons. Then, smoke rising from the mountain walls as their efforts were slowly but surely overwhelmed.
"He's alive," breathed Scraggletooth.
With one last screaming effort, the invader shoved the stones apart. Sparks, loud screeching, and plumes of smoke as the pistons to either side of him broke under the strain. It had just outpressed 2 hydraulic presses. Scraggletooth had only seen this kind of power a handful of times before, only in the elite god-kings of the multiverse, and only in the most athletic of the regal bloodlines. For the first time that day, he felt a niggling of real doubt. His troops, meanwhile, were well beyond mere doubt. A collective madness had gripped them. They ran around headless, screaming all manner of nonsense. Watching them, you'd think the fortress was on fire.
"Calm down!"
Scraggletooth screamed, then did a double-take. Was that his voice? Why was it so loud? And did it break a little at the end there? He nearly sounded panicked himself. He cleared his throat, then tried again.
"He isn't even close to the fortress, you idiots! Keep firing!"
The invader tore through a quicksand trap, leapt over a chasm, and quickly arrived at Scraggletooth's next great hope, the great arrow forest. Arrows of honed star steel burst out from the walls, blanketing the invader in sharpness. Scraggletooth was assured at great length by its inventor, the master artificer Rhythius, that these arrows could shred any substance in the multiverse. Apparently, Rhythius had been lying out his arse. The invader looked worse for wear this time, finally, but it was less shredded than mildly scratched. If armor made from his scales were sold at auction, its condition could be fairly assessed as mildly used. Just then, another wave of cannon fire struck him. Scraggletooth almost told his men not to bother anymore. This time, it barely slowed him. On he plowed, wrecking Mount Ty's finest traps as he went. He was punched and blasted and pierced over and over and over, and he just kept coming. Halfway up the mountain, he seemed to slow some. Scraggletooth got a breath of relief in before a glut of battle cries echoed from the base of the mountain. Soldiers! They charged after the invader, the path before them conveniently cleared.
The true test is yet to come,"
he screamed. But he couldn't make himself heard over the rest of his men, who were screaming equally as loud.
"Listen to me! The force fields, the walls, even Jez had trouble breaking them. Everything till now has been but an appetizer. Do you hear me? An appetizer!"
His men couldn't hear him. Even he could barely hear himself. He screamed a curse. In the dungeons far below, Moontail peeked out of her barred window. She was the only one. The rest of her friends kept to the corners of their shared cell. She figured they were too scared to hope, but not her.
"Red Fang! Red Fang!"
she called, excited.
"Come look!"
Red Fang cracked an eye.
"Pipe down, youngling,"
she said.
"Take a nap. This will all be over soon."
I don't understand how you can be so calm, said Moontail. They're rushing the fortress. They're coming to save us.
They're coming to plunder, said Red Fang bitterly. And they won't get half that far. Mount Tai's impenetrable.
But one of them's already halfway up the mountain.
He won't get past the walls. Moontail pouted.
Why must you be so cynical? Would it kill you to think something good might finally happen for us?
Her eyes were wet. She blinked it away. She was almost grown now, not the little girl she'd been when Scraggletooth had abducted her. It had been so long since then, almost a decade. For all that time, she only saw Mama's and Papa's faces in the secret etchings she made on the dungeon cell that doubled as her bedroom. She wondered if they thought of her as often as she thought of them. Every night she prayed she could taste one of Mama's blood broths, or hear one of Papa's nostalgic stories of his kingdom raids. Just once would do. She'd miss them terribly when she'd first been taken. Time had only made it worse. Red Fang never prayed. The older dragon was quiet. The only sound was the explosions outside.
I'm trying to be realistic, she said softly. You don't know Scraggletooth like I do. He always has a backup plan. Usually several. I don't want you to be hurt.
Moontail didn't want to hear it.
He's almost to the chasm, she said,
eyes glued to the sleek, black-scaled dragon charging up the mountain. He was so close now, and his chi so vibrant she could feel his aura. She gasped.
He's regal blood. What if he's a prince? Or what if he's strong and noble and brave like in the stories? A hero, come to vanquish Scraggletooth and save the land.
Red Fang opened her mouth, but she didn't have the heart to break it to Moontail. The girl wasn't listening anyway. She had her nose pressed into the bars, eyes gleaming.
Go, Prince, go! You can do it! I believe in you!
Scraggletooth had seen enough. He turned his back.
Where are you going?
Yelped Bug-Eyes.
To end this nonsense for good, Scraggletooth snarled. It's time to fetch the World Breaker.
Bug-Eyes was so shocked he nearly fell off the edge of the wall.
Wait, did he say World Breaker?
Said one of his lieutenants.
World Breaker?
The word rippled down his army, leaving stunned silence in its wake. They knew of it, of course. It was the most legendary weapon in the Dragon Realm. Yet the last time it had been used, most of them hadn't been born. It was the weapon that had nearly killed Salis Godhunter in one blow and had driven the scourge from the realm at last. Most present, including Scraggletooth, had only heard of its capabilities in myth. It was said it could level Mount Tai in one blast, and Scraggletooth was fairly certain that was no exaggeration.
But isn't it supposed to be impossible to wield? Said Bug-Eyes. Not anymore. Not after a generous gift from our dear sponsor.
Scraggletooth unfurled his wings and took off, making for the fortress's highest point. 269. Mount Tai, 4. There was a cannon built at the peak of Mount Tai. It had been here long before the fortress was built, long before the dragons came to the Dragon Realm. It was made by an ancient god-king of a foreign race. History had long brushed them away, scattering their traces to the wind. This was all that remained. It had stood here, proud and solemn, since the dawn of recorded time, looking exactly as it always had. It was the model from which all cannons were built. It was simple, unlike those jewel-studded braggarts lining his walls. This was just steel without a speck of rust, clear but not shiny. It was built with an ancient sensibility.
It felt no need to proclaim its magnificence. Its deeds did that well enough. If Salus Godhunter was a name spoken with awe and fear, what would you say of the weapon that had downed him? Only it had been so long since it had last awoken that the myths had claimed its name, twisted it, made it stranger and bigger than it was, an object of much incredulity. Some said it was but an ordinary cannon. Some said that it had never shot Salus at all. After all, no one in living memory had seen its work, not even Scraggletooth, however much he'd wished to wield it over the eons. He had no way to power it. It had spat out his max-grade spirit stones. It had bucked off anyone who dared aim it, to his great annoyance. Until now. The cannon sat on a pedestal on the fortress's peak. Underneath it was a stone platform, inscribed with an array formation which had taken Scraggletooth's best scribes 3 days and 3 nights to carve. It took no spirit stones as its batteries. Instead, chained to the base of the pedestal was a slumped, bound body. A giant man, 13 feet tall, overgrown with shaggy hair, thick-skinned, thick-featured, eyes sealed shut. He exuded an aura so fearsome it instantly drew the eye, quickened the heart of even a god-king like Scraggletooth. You wouldn't dare take your eyes off it the way a man wouldn't dare take his eyes off a sleeping bear. This was not just any god-king. This was one of the greatest god-kings of the multiverse in his time, the most infamous name in the history of the Dragon Realm, Salus Godhunter, reanimated against his will for one last hunt. Scraggletooth stepped up to the cannon, took a shaky breath, and pressed a finger to its metal. Just one, tentatively, like he was testing to see just how hot it was. No reaction. Then he curled more fingers onto the handles and started to swing it around until it was lined up that narrow path down the mountain, a straight shot between 2 cliffs of stone. No escape. A sound somewhere between a laugh and a scream left Scraggletooth's lips. There was much to be mad about on this hateful day. The invader had wrecked his traps, panicked his men, and at this rate, left alone, he'd pose a serious threat to Scraggletooth's throne. Yet for some ridiculous reason, and he knew it was ridiculous, but it was true, what really burned Scraggletooth was that he'd made Scraggletooth lose his composure, in front of all of his underlings, no less. He was so used to wrapping himself in an attitude of cool, smug contempt, like a favorite cloak. Yet who would take him seriously any more after this? No doubt the image of his shrill screaming would be carved indelibly into their minds. No doubt it'd be the first thing they thought of when they spoke of him. That was face he'd never get back. Unless he did something so great and so terrible that it utterly overshadowed it. He chanted, and the array came alive below him. Dorian nearly made it to the moat, and he was close to finished. He ached all over. He couldn't tell if it was from the wounds or the exhaustion. Both, probably. His muscles burned, his skin burned, his wounds burned. Every heaving breath felt like hot coals raking his lungs. But he'd nearly made it. Finally! He could see the fortress ahead, carved out black against a bright sky, swimming in his vision. The sight gave him a rush of strength. A familiar aura seeped out of the fortress. It grounded him in place. "Salus?" he whispered. Then he felt very, very small, like he was an insect, and some great and urgent instinct told him something huge was coming for him. He had to get out of the way. Now! He could see nothing as he stared up at the sky, but the aura radiating off the fortress flared up suddenly, blanketing the heavens like clouds before a thunderstorm. This was not like Pliny's aura or like the auctioneer's. He stood in the presence of a true power of the multiverse. Scraggletooth couldn't control it, and he knew it. He was shaking so hard he was worried his grip would slip. He wasn't sure if there was an earthquake or if the earthquake was within him. Sparks leapt off the array, crackling in the air. Below, Salus had sat up. His eyes snapped open, revealing 2 sockets of incandescent light. "Just one shot," whispered Scraggletooth. "Just one." Snarling, he poured in his own powers too. The combined powers of 2 top god kings sank into the depths of the cannon. "Fire!" One moment, Sun was humming along, eagerly nibbling a sausage as her armies rushed for the fortress. There was nothing quite as satisfying as that feeling when things went exactly to plan. Not even a very good sausage. The next, the world had ground to a halt. All eyes were fixed on a point atop the fortress. It was like they were glimpsing a sunrise, but there was already a sun in the sky. What the hells? "Retreat!" cried Sun, chucking the sausage in panic. "Retreat!" The explosion cut her off. The aura swelled, cresting, a great tsunami of chi, and he felt it coming a split second before it did. Dorian's first instinct was to get the hells out of the way. But the whole army was behind him, and in front of him loomed the specter of the blast. He was stuck. If that thing struck, it could end him. If he jumped now, maybe he could clear it. But the rest would descend on Sun and Gerard and the others, and he could not let that happen. There was no assault with them gone. He needed them. Of course he did. Gerard for his knowledge, Sun for her soft skills. Without them, this whole journey fell apart, and with it the fate of the multiverse, and more pertinently his own fate. Really, there was no logical choice but to take it head-on. He caught himself, surprised. Why did it feel like he was trying to justify a choice he'd already made? There was no time to think on it. The blast was upon him. He reached for his core, deep within. Even he wasn't sure how much chi he had. He only knew it was a hell of a lot. He felt like a man shouting down a chasm and hearing the fading echo of his own voice. He was summoning something whose size even he couldn't fathom. "I want it all. Give it to me. Shield of the Blood Moon." He wrapped his wings over him as chi poured in, faster and fiercer than he'd ever seen. There seemed no limit to how much his wings could store. There seemed no limit to how fast his chi flowed either. It just kept pouring in. He knew he'd need every drop of it. It was then that Dorian realized where this bloodline technique got its name. His wings, wrapped in a tight ball, shone a sanguine red. They were so bright they seemed to darken the rest of the world, a blood moon dragged to ground level. When the blast came, it caught Dorian's wings directly. The instant it struck, his first instinct was to flinch, to unfurl, to get away, some primal instinct every creature has in the presence of a natural disaster. 2 great wheels of chi met in a fury, one red, one white, spinning against one another, holding each other mid-air. His wings couldn't handle such chi from the inside. There was well over a god king's worth coursing through them, and the forces from the outside were far worse. He realized with growing horror that he'd miscalculated. If it was merely his chi pitted against that blast, a battle of techniques, he very well might have held. But even a torch dragon's body could not withstand the combined stress of nearly 4 god kings' worth of chi all at once. For an instant, two titans wrestled for dominance. Neither would give. But his body did.
Can't hold on.
Dorian screamed. The world went white. Salus Godhunter's eyes burned out. The body slumped once more. Scraggletooth collapsed to his knees, sizzling. Dimly, he heard a crash, and the sky went white. Ears ringing, mouth so dry his tongue felt like it might fall out at the slightest provocation, he clambered to his feet. Even that felt hard. There was no power in him. All of it had gone into that earth-shattering blast. Silence reigned on the battlefield. Dead silence.
"It's done,"
croaked Scraggletooth, disbelieving. He laughed.
"It's done! Ha ha!"
No,
cried Moontail, wrenching at the bars of her prison.
Prince, you can't fall now. Please, please get up. You can do it.
In a corner, Red Fang just sighed. 270. Mount Tai, 5. Gerard was the first to his feet. He rushed over, shoving aside cringing, stunned soldiers, all propriety for once forgotten. He knelt by the charred husk on the ground, rolled him, over until Dorian was right side up. He felt for a pulse at the wrist. Nothing. No breathing. The organs were roasted. The heart was stopped. Gerard did not accept this for an answer. He checked the neck. No. The chest? No. He stuck an acupuncture needle in the chest and probed his core with chi, and felt something answer him. A weak resonance, so weak he scarcely felt it, but it was there. Still alive. Relief flooded him, but he let not one muscle relax. The moment required precision. Instantly he produced the most powerful healing elixir he had, one pillaged from Coldheart's stores, the evergreen brew. He forced it down the husk's throat. Then he stuck 3 acupuncture needles in Dorian's chest, a few over his legs, his brow. The skin was so burnt it gave like paper. He pressed his hands to Dorian's chest and started to inject his own chi. The needles hummed, lighting up as his chi flowed across them, jump-starting an artificial flow. It would be enough. Beside him, a figure pattered up, hesitant. Gerard turned to look at a cringing Sun.
"This wasn't supposed to happen,"
whispered Sun.
"I thought—"
A cough.
"Gerard,"
rasped a voice so soft it could have been the wind. Dorian grinned at him toothlessly.
"Toss me another healing elixir, will you? If I die on your watch, I swear I'll never forgive you."
"Yes." Gerard scrambled to obey. As he chugged another elixir, Sun ambled over, swallowing, ears drooping with guilt. She opened her mouth. "Don't apologize," said Dorian, rolling his eyes. Who knew they'd have that stashed away? The plan was a good one. Good plans go wrong. It happens. Besides, I'm alive, aren't I? He waved to the rest of the army. What are the rest of you looking at? Go! I didn't almost die for you not to take the goddamned fortress. They just wasted 3 God Kings' worth of power on me. Finish them off! That shook them out of their stupor. A cheer rose up, tentative at first, then another, full-throated. The dragons stormed off up the mountain.
"What about the force field?" said Sun. "And the moat?"
"I'll take care of it," said Dorian breezily. He tried to get up to his arms, but only his head and a chunk of his neck moved. The rest of him was limp as a corpse. He frowned at it. "Go guide your men. I'll catch up with you in a bit, all right?" "But—" "Go." With one last sorry look, she scampered off. "Gerard, the chamber, if you would," said Dorian. "We've got some work to do." Scraggletooth limped down to the walls to find his fortress surrounded.
"What do we do?"
cried one of his lieutenants, a chunky one with a big snout.
"Relax,"
laughed Scraggletooth. He spread his wings, a great big smile on his face. Usually he never smiled nor laughed. These things were the sort of crass displays of feeling reserved for hippies and dullards. But right now he was floating on a cloud, and he couldn't bring himself to care.
"How?"
Big Snout looked on the verge of tears.
"There's 200 of them, and 36 of us."
"Ah, but we have the wall, and the moat, and most importantly—" A spiky menace of a dragon rushed forward, bellowing, and was bounced away. There was a shimmering web of gold where he'd struck. The web faded. The force field. Scraggletooth grinned triumphantly for all his troops to see.
"I have slain their champion," he crowed. "Their best hopes are finished, and they haven't so much as scratched our best defenses."
A pitter-pattering of techniques struck the golden webbing, but it didn't even flex, just bounced them straight off, almost derisively. He sneered at the effort.
"This force field has held under the blows of god-kings. Do you really think these piddling efforts will make any sort of difference? Don't make me laugh."
But he did again, because he felt like it. He'd won, hadn't he? The mood was infectious. Soon the rest of his crew were chortling and laughing along. At first a few were doing it because he was doing it, and historically it had been very detrimental to one's health to not loudly agree with his opinions. But as more and more of the rebels tried the force field, and as they all failed, some wounding themselves with their own techniques, the laughs grew louder of their own accord. A few organic jeers popped up. Scraggletooth jeered with them. Why ever had he insisted on manners so? Being a boor was damned fun. No wonder all his troops insisted on it all the time. His chi had been emptied in that blast, but his infinity was fast refilling him. Soon he'd be recovered enough to sweep these nuisances off his lawn. Soon this would all be over. His mind had already turned away from this to the future, to him lounging in his garden once more with his lovely harem, that little cutie Moontail in particular. The little thing still had a defiant streak. But they all did at the start, until he broke them. No doubt this incident would go a long way to stamping that out. Scraggletooth licked his lips, feeling devious. It was much like training any pet, really. They were not truly yours until they accepted your mastery. He'd let her run off her leash thus far. She was young and pretty, and so he could forgive a lot of her. But she'd yapped long enough. It was high time he whipped her into submission. He imagined doing it now, imagined her soft little whimpers, and his eyelids fluttered. An inconvenient heat was spreading in inconvenient places. Then he saw a ghost. It sent such a spike of fear through him that it totally ruined the mood. He shook himself, sprang upright. It was still there, striding up behind the enemy army, a fat grin plastered on its face. He had never been so flaccid in his entire life.
"No," he croaked. "No, it's not possible."
"Hey," said the invader. His own army scrambled out of his way, shrieking in surprise, clearing a path for him all the way up to the force field. "Miss me?"
"You're dead!"
he shrieked.
That's..."
He whirled to his army.
"Do not panic! It's a fake! It's an illusion!"
His voice cracked badly at the end there. Am I now? Mused the invader. His aura exploded out of him. Mighty, full, so imposing all those present felt like they stood in the presence of an emperor. Scraggletooth felt an absurd urge to kneel. From somewhere far below, the dungeons, there came a squeal of joy.
Yes!
Was that Moontail? The world seemed to spin before Scraggletooth's eyes.
I don't understand, he croaked. I don't. How?
He kept mumbling, trembling. I suggest you get off those walls and find cover, said the invader. Or you may find the next few breaths quite traumatic. The invader sucked in a breath and blew. Every dragon present knew what he was doing. Every one of them had dragon's breath, after all, but what came out of the invader's mouth was no breath. It was like he'd opened the gates to another plane, and all of hell roared out of his mouth at once. Scraggletooth screamed and ducked for dear life. A breath passed, a breath full of devilish howling and bonfire crackling. But he felt no heat. He felt nothing at all. He poked his head up. The force field was holding. A gold web in the sky strung in a dome, like the outline of a turtle's shell. It shimmered against an ocean of red and black, and it really did feel like an ocean, like they'd been spirited to the ocean floor and were staring up at some unfathomably vast mass. Just one seam in that defense, the tiniest crack, and it'd all pour in. The force field was fine, for now, but not even Scraggletooth dared be smug about it. He had this horrible feeling that it wouldn't hold much longer at all. Whirlpools of fire and darkness licked hungrily above, waiting for their moment. 1 breath, 2, 3. The tension was unbearable, and the breath didn't let up in the slightest. A 4th breath passed, and the flow thickened, if anything. How much chi does he have? 5 breaths had gone by, just long enough for Scraggletooth to hope, just a little. Then the force field sagged. Fuck. All hell broke loose. You had to commend the fortress's architects. That was stone of quality. It looked only slightly seared after that mass of chi splashed down upon it like a molten avalanche. You couldn't say the same for the dragons on the walls, unfortunately. Most of them had changed states of matter. "Charge!" yelled the sun, and the army swept forth, brandishing their claws. Up on the ramparts, there was a strangled cry. Scraggletooth had taken flight in a herky-jerky panic. His tail had gone from spiked and sleek to the shape of ice cream left out on a hot day. His wings hadn't fared much better. At first Dorian thought he'd flown away to get a better vantage to strike, but Scraggletooth kept flying. And flying. Soon he was a dot in the distance. Dorian thought about chasing him, but why bother? It wasn't much of a battle after that. They crossed the moat without issue. The walls were a little harder, but it was like Scraggletooth's soldiers didn't dare throw a strike. They competed against each other for who could surrender the quickest. Soon Sun was being paraded about on dragon wing to cheering crowds. "I have something to say," she cried. "Let us have a feast for a freed dragon realm. Spare no expenses, dragons. Don't be shy. Bring out your best dishes. It's time to celebrate." In that moment, she probably could have asked to be crowned eternal empress of the realm, and they would have obliged her. Snorting, Dorian left her to it. It was time to reunite with an old friend. "Salus Godhunter," he said. The body lay slumped and cold, yet it still radiated a god king's aura. Standing this close, he felt a draw, some kind of magnetism at the level of the soul. Do you know how much grief you've caused me? He chuckled. Then he strode over. All right, then. It's long past time I reclaimed you. He pressed a hand to Salus's belly, feeling for where the core was, and that sense of magnetism grew stronger. His fingers practically tingled at the touch. This was him. The chi there, dormant as it was, of foreign laws, too, still reacted. There was even a spirit weapon there. Memories tickled Dorian. He smiled fondly. It felt like stepping into a childhood home and seeing everything so much smaller than you remember. I wonder if this stuff still works. Would that weapon still summon? Could those techniques still be dusted off and used even? It had been so long. He didn't know how this fusion would work, if it could work even. These were chis of entirely distinct laws, and powerful laws at that. They seldom played nice. But he did know his star system could support it, and his soul was bonded to this core too, a core that was also of God King caliber, which put him in an incredibly rare, possibly unique position. Salus's core wished to be his once more. There was just the matter of getting at it. For a few seconds, he frowned at his former self. Gerard, said Dorian. Do you happen to have a hacksaw? 271. The Power of the God Hunter, 1. Gerard retrieved the core. In the end, it was not with a hacksaw, but with a surgeon's scalpel, some softening acids, and enough gauze and ointment to stock a hospital. He insisted on spraying the core with a mysterious yellow liquid, then wiping it down before letting Dorian take hold of it. Dorian could barely hold it, even with both hands. It was a huge thing, all uneven and spiky, like a hunk of ice chipped off a glacier, and it was scorching to the touch, not with heat, but with chi and law. His fingers struggled to hold off its foreign powers. Gerard shrugged off his heavy apron and mask, folding them neatly and stowing them away in an interspatial ring. "What shall I do with the body?" "I don't care," said Dorian. "You can stuff it and hang it on a wall for all I care." "A fine idea," said Gerard, studying it thoughtfully. "I've always wished to curate a museum. Perhaps this shall make a fine centerpiece of a museum of dragon history. It is quite a fascinating history. In fact, it spans many more millennia than one might think. It wasn't until 20 millennia ago that the common folk began referring to it as the Dragon Realm. Before then—" "Sounds lovely. You go do that," said Dorian. "If you'll excuse me, I've got a core to swallow." Gerard blinked at the core, then at him. "Pardon? I may have misheard. You mean to try to swallow it? With your throat?" "Yeah, it wouldn't fit, would it? But how else does one reabsorb a previous life's God King core, which, by the way, carries an entirely different set of laws and chi?" "If you expect me to have an answer, I fear I shall have to disappoint you." "Aren't you supposed to know things? Haven't you read encyclopedias worth of cultivation manuals?" "This may surprise you, my liege, but reabsorbing one's previous life's God King core, which, by the way, carries an entirely different set of laws and chi, is not exactly standard fare in any cultivation manual." Dorian shot him a dry look. "Most every God King of my caliber would whip a servant for such mouthiness, you know." "Perhaps," said Gerard. "But you would not do such a thing." "Really? How are you so sure?" "Why, because I would be most displeased, my liege. Perhaps I might even be motivated to leave. And what then?
Between the two of us, I am the one who knows things. You would be utterly lost without me. It kills me that you're right. I usually am, my liege. You ought to have learned this by now. Gerard Jr. nodded sagely on his shoulder. A pause. That was a joke, sir. I know, Dorian grunted. It's strange that she repulses mine, yet it also seems to want to reunite with me, or more accurately, my soul. It responds to me. There is plenty of time and space to experiment in the chamber, said Gerard. In my opinion, swallowing it all at once, or implanting it, or ingesting it by whichever means you might wish, is likely a poor idea. It is to be determined whether your body will violently reject this chi or not. Perhaps you might try it one strand at a time and progress from there? Said Dorian. In the chamber, he started with his hand on the core and teased out a single strand of chi. It responded to his will, which was just his soul calling out to it, and they were bonded inextricably. It was his chi, after all. He let his own protective chi vanish from his skin, let this single strand worm its way down his channels and into his core. It was a strand of wind chi, bright blue as a mid-morning sky. Only when it went in, it ceased moving. He tried drawing it into the black hole, but the black hole repulsed it, or rather they repulsed each other, almost magnetically. He knew by instinct that forcing them together would be a very bad idea. So, what now? As he pondered the thought, the strand moved, slowly, in a wide arc, like it was orbiting his black hole, the way his planets did when it was but a star. What if they don't need to mix? What if I just absorb the chi in that core and make it its own separate star? What if I can make my core a universe of its own? At present, both the black hole and the strand seemed satisfied, secure. He drew in another strand, thicker this time, and began guiding it to his core with care. There might not have been much chi in it, but it was brimming with God-King law, and extremely high-leveled at that. Even in small quantities, it was to be handled carefully. It felt like holding a small dagger with a razor-sharp edge. It even exerted a slight pressure on the rest of his chi. Gently, he started taking in more. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 0 to 31%. The wind chi had coalesced into a tiny ball, a spark in the dark. Months ago, this had been his entire cultivation base. Imagine that. His organs seemed intact, and he wasn't coughing blood. Probably safe to pull a little more in. He grabbed a handful and let it be yanked in. Level up, Star Realm, Dwarf, 31% to 100%. Rank up, Star Realm, Dwarf to Sun. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 0% to 16%. Oops, a little more than intended, but nothing seemed broken. Shrugging, he started to absorb in earnest. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 16% to 25%. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 25% to 40%. Soon a bright blue sphere had established its place in the cosmos of his interior. It took a long, arcing path around the black hole. The two seemed in balance. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 93% to 100%. Rank up, Star Realm, Sun to Red Giant. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 45% to 55%. He found himself in a flow state. Some indiscriminate amount of time passed, hours perhaps, or days. It didn't really matter in here. Level up, Star Realm, Red Giant, 98% to 100%.
Rank up, Star Realm, Red Giant to Super Giant. By now, the light blue of his core was wreathed in puffy streaks of white, like rings around a planet. Perhaps clouds. This was a star of wind chi. It churned with haste, like currents in the upper atmosphere, flowing in streamlined motion, whereas his eclipse star had felt like a furnace, dense and scorching, 1,000 miniature explosions detonating within it a second. This star felt lightweight, yet much sharper, more agile, too. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 8% to 12%. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 35% to 37%. Dorian had opened himself fully to the other core, but its flow was slowing. Soon it would be done. It was a trickle now. Level up, Star Realm, Supergiant, 61% to 62%. And nothing. Dorian waited a little longer. The core had been exhausted prior to his taking it. It had just shot a ton of chi at him, after all. But nothing was forthcoming. He opened his eyes and found the hunk in his hands dissolving. Whatever made it the core, the chi it held, but far more, had been fully transplanted, it seemed. Skill learned. Oh? Carp leaping the Dragon's Gate. Ah, this old thing. He grinned. He'd forgot Salus even had it, and it was a pleasant surprise the core transmuted it, too. The cumbersome title wasn't his idea. This was a legendary technique of the multiverse, perhaps the most potent of the wind movement techniques, which also meant it was one of the most potent movement techniques, full stop. Near the end of his run, he'd taken a full century of strenuous training amid the highest peaks of Jotunheim, home of the frost giants and the ice phoenixes, to get it up to max level. Back then, he'd trained in the Great Roost, where all ice phoenixes were born, the most favorable spot in the multiverse for such wind chi training. It was a great relief that robot Salus couldn't use techniques. If it had had this on hand, Dorian would have never gotten within 10 strides of it. Even with sunshine steps, it would have looked like he was wading through mud. It was a pity. A legendary technique it was, but the kind of training it required to get it even to level 2 were far out of reach. He gasped and fell to his knees. His whole body flashed cold, like his blood had turned to ice. A glut of memories, of knowledge, assaulted him. He couldn't think his head was so full. There was a pressure on his temples. He was faintly worried it was about to explode. But a notification cut through it. Level up. Level 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. What? He was still reeling when the next notification struck. Skill learned. Clear Sky's Eye. Luckily, he had the wherewithal to brace this time. Level up. Level 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to max. For the next few seconds, he wriggled on the ground, moaning. He was caught between extreme pain and ecstatic joy. This damned technique. Salus was a hunter. He needed swiftness to catch his enemies, but also an immense perception. It may not have been Hu Yi's eyes, which could see across the multiverse, but it was nearly as good for his purposes. So long as the victim existed on the same plane and there was clear sky above, he could track them. But if he'd gotten Carp leaping the Dragon's Gate and Clear Sky's Eye, there could only be one thing coming next, the most potent technique in Salus's arsenal, the technique that made him God Hunter. Skill learned. Bolt from the blue. Level up. Level 0, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7, 2, 8, 2, 9, 2, max. He almost felt guilty, like this was cheating the multiverse somehow. 3 God King level techniques in seconds, though this he might not be able to use. It let him shoot arrows however fast he wished, from an inch a second to far beyond supersonic speeds, that could travel however he wished, aided by the winds. Linear, arced in loops if he so chose. The laws of the wind and sky blessed his arrows. Of course, it wasn't very helpful without a bow, and most bows snapped instantly if he applied this technique to them with any power. This whole realm might not have a bow that could suit his purposes. Maybe the bow in his clone's hands? He sighed. In his old body, this wouldn't be an issue. Back then, he'd had spirit weapon gained, Bane of Dragons. An almost comically large bow appeared in his hands, a wooden behemoth with a string of liquid crystal. Dorian laughed. 272. The Power of the God Hunter 2. When Dorian emerged from the chamber, he felt about the same and looked about the same too. His aura was still that of his black hole. If he summoned Chi by default, Eclipse Chi of Eclipse laws would answer. Only now he could summon new powers too. And then he seemed a different man. His aura went from heavy and oppressive to light and sharp, though he felt no less deadly. Cool, light blue chi wafted from his body like early morning mist. It felt like he'd stepped into an old coat and found it still fit splendidly. It was a pity they'd scattered all his enemies. He still had to test this stuff out. Who would he use for target practice? As he peered over the walls of his high tower, all he saw was merriment. The ramparts had been made into dining tables, cluttered with dishes stacked high with meats, the Dragon Realm's specialty. Giant tankards of wine blocked the walkways. Dragons stuck their heads in and drank with abandon. Dozens had drunk themselves into a stupor, but still more shot around the lower atmosphere, spewing their dragon breath. Fires, frost breaths, lightning breaths colored the air. In a lower courtyard, a crowd of dragons huddled around a pie-eating contest. Sun against the giant spike-tail, each mired in little mountains of plates. He was entirely unsurprised to find Sun winning. "Greetings," said a soft voice. There were 2 dragons surmounting the steps to his high platform. "This one is named Red Fang," said the first, bowing her head. "I have come to thank you. You have freed me and saved my children. Thanks to you, they have seen the open sky for the first time in decades. For that, they and I are forever grateful." "Of course," said Dorian. He used to play the hero all the time. When folk like this came up to him after to gush their thanks, he used to get so giddy about it, like a child getting his favorite toy. Now he only felt a faint amusement. Was there some faint echo of that old self, too? A slight warmth in his belly, maybe? Probably just indigestion, sadly. A dragon's head poked shyly out from behind Red Fang, pearly white with big eyes. "This one is named Moontail," she said, blushing. "Thank you. This one shall always be grateful. How can this one repay you? This one doesn't have much, but anything you like, Prince. Anything at all. Just ask. This one will be happy to oblige." At that, Red Fang leveled a faintly disgusted look at her. Moontail ignored her. "There's no need for that," said Dorian breezily. "There's nothing you could offer I could possibly want. Your thanks is enough." For some reason, Moontail went red at that. She opened her mouth, but Red Fang beat her to it.
If I may be so bold, I do have a request to make of you.
Oh? She gritted her teeth.
Kill Scraggletooth. After all he's done, he cannot be allowed to get away. Not if there is any justice left in this world.
There wasn't, of course, but Dorian took her point. He whistled. That's a tall task.
I know, said Red Fang. So long as it is within my power and does not sully my dignity.
At this, she shot a pointed glance at Moontail.
I shall do whatever you ask. A millennium of servitude, if you wish. As long as that scourge on this realm is dead by the end of it, I am satisfied.
No need, laughed Dorian. I'll do it for free. I was looking for an excuse to test out a few new toys anyway. One moment. He closed this body's eyes. Clear Sky's eye, and the eyes of the heavens opened to him. He was the sky. The land was a plain of bumps, veined with rivers, a living map teeming with auras. It took no effort to scan across it as though he were searching for a landmark, an unusually large glut of aura, a familiar aura. There, on a treeless, desolate coal mountain some 3,000 li away, nursing his wounds, angrily vowing revenge. Dorian pursed his lips. Well, we can't have that now, can we? He flexed his palm, and the bane of dragons leapt to his fingertips, swept in with a screech of wind. It gave off sharpness like the sun gives off light. Streams of wind-laws whistled around it. Moontail gasped. He raised it high, plucked at the bowstring, and channeled Bolt from the Blue. As he drew, a bolt of pure chi materialized at his fingertips, growing, solidifying, loading with more and more chi until it hung there at full draw, somewhere between corporeal and mere wild energy, an explosion held in stasis. Then he let go. Scraggletooth was fucked, and he knew it. If the invader didn't hunt him down, Jez would. He miserably gulped down the last of his chi elixir, reached for another vial, and found his interspatial ring empty. Even with the infinity boosting his recovery, he'd only clawed back half his chi. "Fuck!" he wailed. He was racked by a fit of sobs. Curse that smiley bastard. Curse him and his ancestors, and all his descendants, too, while he was at it. "Mark my words," he growled. "You've not seen the end of me, invader. Oh, you'll regret leaving me alive. I shall bide my time. I shall raise my strength, and just when you've relaxed, just when you suspect absolutely nothing, I shall strike. And you'll not be laughing then." He was aware at some level it was empty boasting. Probably he was fucked, and probably he would do nothing. Actually, he was certain he'd do nothing. Just the thought of facing that bastard made the depths of his belly churn unpleasantly. But saying it made him feel better at least, so there was that. He imagined the invader on his knees, begging for mercy, and the image gave him the first twinge of joy he'd felt in hours. He glanced down and blinked. "Eh?" he said stupidly. There appeared to be an arrow sticking out of his belly. Had it always been there? Had he simply not noticed? A pretty arrow it was, too, like a sculpted icicle. He screamed, blood spurting out his lips in a fountain. There was no arrow any more. It had burst out in 1,000 daggers of wind chi, and it had shredded him from the inside so thoroughly, so unexpectedly, that he could not believe what had just happened. On a less bulbous dragon, it might have been an instant kill.
but his waistline was so thick from decades of eating that it was like a natural layer of armor. Only a few of his organs were punctured. Where had it come from? When had he even been struck? By sheer luck, he happened to glance up, which was the only reason he saw the next shot coming. Which was just cruel, since it still wasn't enough time to react. It lodged into his wing, shredding it to long strips of flesh. It had cut so fast, so clean, that it took a breath or so for the breath to start bleeding. Like his biology itself was so shocked, it took a second to remember to bleed. He fled screaming before the third shot came. By instinct he tried to take to the skies, but remembered he only had one working wing mid-flap. He was sent careening sideways. Lucky, since if he'd gone straight up, a third arrow, the chunkiest of them all, would have lodged itself in his throat. He just started running, screaming, but he hadn't had a proper run in decades. In the time since, he'd mostly been lounging and eating, so his running was more of a hobbling waddle, his knees knocking against the jiggling of his fat belly as he went. "Help!" he cried. "Help!" Where was this bastard shooting from? The sky was clear. The mountain was desolate, a wasteland. There wasn't a stone to hide behind. He was gripped by a clammy terror. It was not the terror of being faced with a foe far out of his league. It was something far worse. At least then he had an enemy to face, a direction to run away from. But here there was nothing to do, nothing but to stand here and take it. A third arrow took him in the arm. He blinked at it. These things made no sound at all. They just struck. It defied everything he knew of combat. He shrieked. Then, in the second before the barb exploded in his arm, a rock flew by, casually, a few dozen strides away. It gave him a strange look. It couldn't comprehend what the fuss was about. Of course it couldn't. These things had no warnings, left no trace. He was stuck in his own private horror, while the rest of the world went about as usual around him, perfectly normal. He'd think he was going insane if it didn't hurt like the devil. "I'm sorry," he cried. "Whatever I did, I repent. I was wrong." Another shaft struck his leg. "Whatever you want, you can have it. Please." Yet another stuck his lung. "Doesn't everyone deserve a second chance?" he sobbed. "I can change. I swear it. I'll be good. For the rest of my life, I'll be good." Then he found he was having a great deal of trouble drawing breath. The arrow in his lung must have done some nasty work. He tried speaking, but all that came out of his mouth was blood. He collapsed to all fours. Cringing, he braced himself for the end. A breath passed. He cracked an eye. He could hardly dare to hope. Could it be his plea worked? Could it be there was still some mercy in this mystery archer's heart? Fat tears slid down his cheeks. He sniveled. "Thank you," he croaked, hiccuping blood as he did. "You won't regret this. From this day forth, Scraggletooth is a changed god." He was surprised he meant it from the bottom of his heart. A warmth spread through him, the warmth that comes only from goodness, he figured, from mercy. He thought back to the many transgressions of this life. In that instant they were all laid out before him in his mind. He could see them as clearly as if they were happening now. Thieving from the caves of lesser gods as a youth, all the way to backstabbing his chivalrous brother and enslaving the women of his harem. All the dragons he'd slain, the lives he'd ruined. It felt like his heart was melting. Even he would not have thought he could ever think this way, not in 100 millennia. But something about the shocks of the day, about teetering on the brink of death, then being shown such undeserved, generous grace, it truly was enough to change a god. He could not ever atone for all the evils of this life, but he could at least try. He'd start an orphanage and raise all of those poor children he'd deprived of fathers and mothers and teach them never to follow as evil a path as his own. He'd protect the hordes of all those dragons too weak to protect their own. He'd help share all the manuals and knowledge he'd hoarded so all in Dragon Realm could prosper. "Oh," he said, for an arrow had suddenly appeared in his eye. He toppled over as his head exploded. Seconds earlier— "Strange question," said Dorian, his bow held at full draw, ready to fire. "But do you think folk can change? Who they are, I mean, deep down?" Red Fang seemed confused. "Certainly. Even truly evil folk who've done horrible things. We all change, whether we like it or not. For some it takes more than others. The obstinate ones might require their lives to be upended before they do. But I believe change is part of living. Only the stones and the dead stay still." Mused Dorian. "I shall take it to heart. Thank you. You are a very wise dragon lady." "Why do you ask?" said Red Fang. "Oh, you see, I was just considering—" Twang! He blinked. "Oops, my finger slipped. Oh well." 273. The Power of the God Hunter, 3. For so long, Jez had seen the virtue of keeping a certain childlike innocence, a sense of wonder, a boundless kindness toward every living being. He saw now why children grew up. It was a way of living out of step with the world as it was now, at least. Kindness was so tiring, not physically, not mentally, but emotionally. For a time, Jez had made it a point to live among the tribes he was about to conquer, so he could feel the weight of what he was about to do. He broke bread with them and laughed and told tales around their bonfires. Sometimes he even wedded their kind. It was a way of treating life with dignity. It was a way of separating him from mere monsters, mere tyrants. It was a basic kind of empathy all living beings deserved. Yet none of his enemies burdened themselves with such trifles. They spared no thought to those they crushed underfoot. And why should they? Dignity? Respect? What difference did it make if he dug a grave and wept for a man he'd slain? The man was dead regardless. The only difference, he supposed, was in himself, in his honor, morals, character, ideals. And even now they meant something to him. They moved him deeply. In quiet moments, they still welled tears in his eyes. They were the basis of all of this. But they were things reserved for his new world, not this one. You could not measure honor. You could not unstopper an ideal and drink it. But power was real, tangible, and in this world, power, winning, was paramount. Only winners had the luxury of kindness. Until the world was his, he could ill afford to weary himself with empathy. Take, for instance, the screams echoing down the corridors of his dungeons, the screams he was plodding toward, step by step. In times past, they would torment him. Even now, his instinct was to wince as he heard them. They roused a throbbing horror in his heart. Some part of him, perhaps the part that made him him, cried out. This was good. It meant he was still human. It meant he still cared. Yet for now, gently, he quieted those anguished cries within. He let the screams outside become mere noise, mere sound, signifying nothing. By the time he approached the door at the end of the corridor, he was calm. He took a long, slow breath, steeling himself, and stepped through. The room was overgrown with machinery. Pipes and gears and cables and bulging steel engines clung to the walls like vines to a tree, groaning and puffing steam. Thick cables joined them to the centerpiece of the room, 2 metal tables scrawled with hundreds of runes. On them were 2 human god kings fitted with chi-suppressing bracelets. They were writhing, and from them came the throes of dying animals. Red smoke leaked from their bodies. Their eyes were pits of shining gold. Horus, god king of Flora, and Nuwa, god queen of life. Jez had chosen them for this particular project, since their Taos were kin to one another. He was hopeful it would smooth the fusion process. The only other person in the room jumped when he entered. Rhythius, the master artificer, a squat, white-bearded goblin with a thick pair of spectacles, sweating so hard his beard looked like a wrung towel.
"There's no need to fear," said Jez, laughing softly. "It's just me." If anything, Rhythius looked more frightened at that. Jez sighed. "How's the project coming along?" Rhythius wiped a splash of sweat off his brow.
Well, Master Jez, well," he said.
His voice was soft, weak, trembling slightly, almost totally drowned out by the screams. When Jez had first approached Rhythius for this project, the master artificer had protested. Rhythius was an artist, a craftsman. He would not be an instrument of war. When he heard Jez wished for him to conduct biological experimentation, he vigorously protested. He demanded Jez leave his lab immediately. He had a naturally soft voice, but he could still put some fire in it. Yet Jez was lucky that, in the end, Rhythius had proved malleable. Rhythius was an affable fellow by reputation, untested by war, unbroken by loss. He was merely a bubbly scientist at heart, eternally curious, used to being lost in his little world of pure exploration. But his lab could not seal out the world forever. When Jez found and captured him and subjected him to Jez's methods, Rhythius was a kind, curious, gentle soul, soft, weak. He didn't last a day. Still, though, Jez had only bled his body. He'd not managed to bleed out Rhythius's ideals with him. The God King was shivering as his great machinery whirred ever harder, and black lightning played across the bodies. He looked like he might faint any moment.
"If I may," said Jez, gentle as he could. "A piece of advice. You must quiet the voice of empathy. You can let it in after the battle is done. For now, think only of the cause. You are doing the right thing. That is all that matters."
He wasn't sure whether he was speaking to Rhythius or himself. Rhythius nodded. He did not seem convinced. This was a necessary evil. One of Jez's key weaknesses had been made plain to him in that battle in hell. Very few of his bodies could withstand the full power of the infinity. Like balloons, they swelled until they burst. What if he could create bodies that could suit his needs? He had the raw materials, the time-honed bodies of over 100 god kings in his possession. Now it was simply a matter of testing. Their first attempt had gone disastrously. The god kings perished after a day of agony. Their second, equally as poorly. But with each failure, they'd learned and tweaked. This time, Jez was hopeful. But if it failed, no matter. They were hardly lacking for bodies. As the party raged above, Dorian took a set of winding stone stairs which crept deep into the lightless heart of the mountain, whistling as he went.
There was still one final chore he had to do. For a while there was only his panting breath in the darkness. Sight did him no good, but his other senses took up the slack, mapping the space before him. The echoes of his footfalls, a drifting, stale stench, his wings brushing the path ahead. It all coalesced into a sort of wireframe image in his mind, a second sight. Lower and lower he went. There were some defenses. He tripped some invisible wire and the ceiling fell on him, or rather crumbled off him. He hardly noticed it. A bunch of arrows shot out of the wall. There was a ward at some point, but he breathed on it, then kept walking. How far does this thing go? It's been an hour. It must be under the mountain by now. Then his true vision came alive again. Slowly but surely, then faster, surer, the way the first rays of the dawn lighten the sky. The stairwell was hazy with gold, then flush with it as he drew nearer. He rounded one last bend, and gold was all he saw. There was only one light source in the stone chamber. Tendrils of gold ran up to it through the ground like roots off a tree. It was planted in the rucked-up ground, one giant diamond twice as big as he was, perfectly cut. It waned, then brightened, then waned once more as though it were throbbing. Several god-kings' worth of pressure rolled off it. The Infinity Heart. The source of Jez's power on a realm, the item that connected it to Jez's vast network. His first thought was, can I eat it? There was no harm in trying, he supposed. He put his hands to its surface and tried drawing it in, just as he'd done with Salus. It was the chi equivalent of trying to eat something far too hot and spitting it back out in haste. Gold chi splattered the walls. Blech! This chi was bound to someone else, to his annoyance. He rolled his eyes. Might as well be a good god-king and do what he was told. He muttered. Which to go with? Now he had so many choices, but probably it was best to be direct. Jez flinched, gasped. What? Rhythius asked something, but Jez only saw the movements of his mouth. His eyes rolled up, staring at something far away. A vision came to him. The Dragon Realm, his Infinity Heart deep in the bowels of Mount Tai. You! Dorian, fists alive with chi, was bashing at his heart with abandon. Each hand was so laden with chi it warped the air around it. You could never throw a punch like this in a battle. It was too slow, too ponderous. But here he had a sitting target. What of Scraggletooth? What of his defenses? Jez screamed in frustration. Useless! Must he do everything? All his men, utter fucking incompetence. Scraggletooth had better hope he was dead, for if he wasn't... Phew, said Dorian. That was a lot. He wiped some sweat off his brow, sat down, then took out a huge jug of chi elixir. He was recharging, taking his time. And why shouldn't he? There was nothing Jez could do about it. There were times when Jez wondered about the world of his dreams. Could such a place admit a creature so foul, so weak, so incompetent as Scraggletooth? As all his so-called followers in the Dragon Realm? Did they truly deserve to live in a community of eternal happiness when they'd done nothing to earn it? Nothing but fail him again and again and again. Perhaps they instead deserved eternal fucking suffering. Perhaps his dungeon ought to admit a few more floors and a few hundred more screams. My lord! Jez blinked. Rhythius was on his knees, clutching at his hands, pleading. The floor around Jez's feet had melted so badly he sank a foot into it. 2 of the pipes had ruptured. Ah, he breathed. He felt his heart slowing.
You may let go now, Rithus. I am calm. Calmer.
He'd had a fit again. He rarely had them before. Of late, they'd been coming on with frightening regularity.
"You were saying things," whispered Rithus. Such awful things."
"Mere words. I meant none of them. That was not me. I merely lost myself in anger," said Jez.
He laughed, but it sounded a little strained, even to him.
"Don't we all, on occasion?"
274. The Goddess of Light, 1. With one last punch, the infinity heart ruptured. A gale of gold chi buffeted him, howling out of the room, up the winding staircase, desperate to escape. Then there was silence. One down. One of dozens, perhaps, but Dorian savored it anyway. In his experience, the first of anything was usually the hardest. He had a feeling the infinity hearts might just be an exception, but a god can hope, can't he? When he went outside once more, the sky was blue, not gold, the world itself hailing his victory. And his army was wasted, destroyed, shattered. It looked like he'd missed some epic battle. Warriors were groaning, tongues lolling, strewn flat. Some spasmed, others foamed at the mouths, eyes rolled back. Whatever had swept through here had upended tables, smashed bottles, littered the walkways with all manner of sauces and meats and smashed fruit. They hadn't stood a chance. "What the hell's happened here?" he muttered.
"We found Scraggletooth's winery in the cellars," said Sun.
It was her voice, at least, coming out of a flabby ball of a creature. It took Dorian a moment to put the two together. "Sun?" She burped happily.
"Hey!"
She was lying flat on her back. She rolled over to get a better look at him. She'd grown several sizes. She was nearly as big as him now, and she was so bloated she had to roll to move. Any other creature would have exploded, but her anatomy was something special, all right. Her arms and legs were corded with thick muscles, but apparently even her metabolism couldn't keep up.
"Check this out."
She made a scrunched-up face, which he gathered was supposed to look scary, then hit a couple of flexes.
"Grrr!"
"Impressive," he said dryly.
"Thank you."
She tried getting up, but her belly was so big she couldn't bring her legs or hands together. After a few breaths of puffing and straining, she gave up.
"I think I need some time to digest,"
she said sheepishly. Said Dorian. "We've done all there is to do in this realm, I think. Which next?" He sat down on her belly like it was a couch. It was as soft as one, and he sank well into it. Then he laid back, crossing his arms behind his head, and started to turn the question over in his head. Sun wheezed as he did.
"Hey!"
She tried punching him, but her stubby little arms couldn't quite reach him. She managed a menacing jiggle, that was all. "Of the threads fate gave me, there's the wildflower preserve," mused Dorian, "and the realm of true light, and you can't forget Ataria." The dragon realm had been a lot of marching and battling, back to back. He was in the mood for a palate cleanser, something lighter, something easier, with any luck. The answer suggested itself. Most of the time, Dorian had to invent plausible-sounding reasons to suit his whims, but this one actually made sense on its own, too. "I've got a plan."
"Great," said Sun. "Is step one getting off poor little Sun, who's been nothing but good and kind to you?"
"No."
"Aw."
He snapped his fingers. "Gerard." Gerard was on a nearby peak, busily directing a horde of drakes. They appeared to be building the foundations for something. A crane carried the body of Salus on a stretcher. "Gerard!" But he couldn't be heard over the din. Sighing, Dorian picked up a chunk of stone and lobbed it. The air guided it in a smooth, perfect arc to land on Gerard's head. Bonk! Gerard jerked up, frowning, and met Dorian's gaze. Dorian grinned. Gerard gave him an unamused look. He flew over. "What is it, my liege?" "Say, how close are you to God King?" "My Tao troubles me, as it has for several centuries. I've given up that path long ago, my liege. If I were to try once more, it would take some centuries yet. It is a matter of surpassing a final bottleneck. What if you had access to all of Coldheart's best Tao elixirs, plus the Chamber of Infinite Time? Could you finish it off in, say, a week's time?" "Perhaps." "Good. Then you sit here and do that. And you," he flicked Sun, "you sit here and digest." Sun slapped her belly, then gave him a salute. "Yes, sir. I'm on it." "I'll be back in a few days. I'm off to the realm of true light. A little solo run, if you will. It shouldn't take long." Gerard nodded. "May your fate be true. Take care." "Are you sure you don't need any help?" said Sun. "You couldn't if you tried. Besides, there's no need for this one. I expect this to be smooth and easy. A vacation, if you will, before we take on the rest of the realms." "Uh-huh," said Sun. She squinted at him. "You don't know the realm like I do. Trust me, the last time I was there, I went under the name Yeshiva. I was the goddess of the church that ruled that place for millennia. It still controls most of the realm, doesn't it?" Gerard cleared his throat. "From the last status report of which I am aware, Jez's Infinity and the Church share the realm as allies, each controlling roughly half. The Church of True Light is a fearsome force, with 4 top-ranked god kings and dozens of Empyreans. I imagine it would take an appearance by Jez himself to bring them to heel." "Am I missing something?" said Sun. 4 top-ranked god kings, plus Jez's forces is easy? I mean, even for you, it sounds... She frowned mightily as she searched for the right word. "Sticky." "Oh, I won't be fighting them. I'll be joining them." "I still don't get it." "You don't need to. Let's just say before I ascended, I left myself a back door, let's call it." Dorian patted her belly and stood. "I'll be back before you know it." The realm of true light. Unlike the dragon realm, the realm of true light was exactly as he remembered it. The fate thread spat him out on the side of a road beside a sparkling river. Picturesque hills stretched into the distance. Rows of plum blossom trees wound into the horizon on either side. Once upon a time, it had been a land full of farming communities, the sort of place where a villager might live his entire life without leaving their patch of land. Pretty, tranquil, and utterly boring. No one had any ambition whatsoever. No wonder the first thing he'd done upon getting here was install a tyrannical church to spice things up. Give the place some flavor. Whip these lackadaisical locals into shape. Whistling, he followed the road. He was in no rush, and it had been a while since he'd enjoyed this scenery. Soon he found a villager boy in a straw cone hat, a demigod, farming a rice paddy on the roadside. "Greetings," he said, striding up. "I'm—"
"Wha?"
screeched the boy.
Devil! Black devil! Stay back!"
He brandished a hoe at Dorian. "I'm Dorian," finished Dorian patiently. "What's your name?" The boy leapt, screaming a battle cry, and thwacked him in the head with the hoe. Predictably, it bounced off, left his hands, and stuck into the dirt. The boy looked at him, then at the hoe, then at him again. Dorian saw indecision flash in his eyes, then a sudden resolve, a bravery. He leapt for the hoe with such desperation he must have imagined Dorian leaping for it also. Then he wrenched it out, screaming triumphant, whacked Dorian over the head again, lost control of the thing, and they were back where they started. "I'm not a devil," sighed Dorian. "I'm a human, just a different sort, that's all."
"Lies!" cried the village boy. "Liar! Flesh-eater!"
"Really?" sighed Dorian. "I hardly even—" His words were cut off by a thwack. The hoe went flying again. Rolling his eyes, he picked it up. "Keep a firm grip before you swing," he said. "You're trying to hit my head like it's a rice paddy. It won't work. And when you swing, go for a spot behind my head, and hold on tight." Dorian mimed the motion to a gaping boy. "Here." He handed the hoe over. "Now you try." After staring at him for a breath, the boy obliged. "See? Much better."
"You're really a human?"
said the boy hesitantly.
"But if you're a human, why are you so ugly? Your skin, it's dark like coal."
Dorian's cheek twitched. "I simply have some dragon's blood in me, child. No matter. Would you direct me to the nearest temple of true light?"
"Okay."
The boy turned, then hesitated and turned back around, and frowned doubtfully at Dorian.
"Wait, how do I know you are not lying to me? If you're not a devil, prove it!"
If fate were here, he would probably find some way to charm his way into this boy's good graces. That was probably what fate would have wanted him to do, given he was ostensibly on a mission to free the locals from the tyrannical Jez, and so on and so forth. But this was about where Dorian's patience ran out.
"See, this is why I'll never truly be good. It's simply too tedious."
He rolled his eyes. Then he widened them suddenly. He opened his mouth, lolled out his tongue, bared his fangs. "Boo!"
"Wah!"
cried the boy. "I lied," cackled Dorian. "I am a devil, the worst of them all, the emperor of devils, Dorian himself, and I love to drink the blood of little virgin boys."
"Devil! I knew it."
He whacked Dorian again, but Dorian caught the hoe this time, picked it up and snapped it in half like a toothpick. "I came here," said Dorian, "because I was hungry, and I smelled a delicious little virgin boy." He spread his wings out. The boy shat himself.
"You don't want me,"
cried the boy.
"My blood is tainted. I'm no virgin."
That made Dorian pause for about a half a second. Then he gave the boy a once-over. "No way. You think you can trick me? I smell it on you. A rancid stench. You dare lie to me, little boy?" The boy broke out in sobs.
"I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please don't eat me."
"What is your name, boy?"
"Rin,"
cried the boy. "Rin." Dorian smacked his lips. "If you don't tell me the directions to the nearest temple of true light, Rin, I shall swallow you in one gulp. Like that."
"It's down the road, down the right fork, in the mountain with the village,"
sobbed Rin.
"Please."
"Thank you." Dorian retracted his wings and let his face sag back to normal. Was that so hard? He'd taken a dozen strides down the road before the boy caught on. "Wait!" came the cry. The boy dashed up to him.
"You're not a devil?"
"Well, many have called me that," said Dorian, "and I played at it for a while, but at the moment, I'm trying not to be. It gets repetitive, and doesn't make life any more meaningful, which was what I was really hoping for. Alas." Savoring the view,
he made his way up to the village. 275. The Goddess of Light, 2. When the sun rose over Mystic Phoenix Village, the folk were already awake. Today began exactly like yesterday and the day before that. Wake at dawn, burn incense to Yashima, praise be her name, pray, then gather in the village square to hear out Priest Zhu's sermon. Today was on the importance of piousness, even when times were tough. Zhu had a voice made for droning. They'd just woken, but a few folk were lulled back to sleep. Zhu, who also doubled as the village elder, had a special talent, the ability to carry out the most menial, soul-sucking tasks without the slightest hint of displeasure. It was what had gotten him promoted to his post in the first place. It was a relief to the villagers when the crane flew in, just as it did every day, with its clear, high trill. It dropped off the daily missives from the basilica. These came straight from the Archbishop Han himself, who reported directly to the Pope. Priest Zhu fished an eyeglass out from his billowing robes and read it so slow, so haltingly, you'd think it was his first time reading anything.
"There is a new announcement from the Archbishop, comrades," he said. "Daily tithes have been increased from 1/5 of spirit crop to 1/4.
There were some groans, mostly from the elderly, who had a tough enough job as it was meeting the quota.
"I don't like it either,"
said Zhu hastily, flapping his arms like a flightless bird in a gesture that was meant to be calming.
"But what are you going to do? It is the will of the goddess. In times of war, we must prepare."
The church enforcers flanking him rattled their whips of justice, and the villagers simmered down as they always did. Zhu was right. What were they going to do, after all? Protest? Rebel? Once every few decades, someone tried it, and they tasted the enforcers' whips, and nothing came of it. Once every few centuries, the villagers heard tell of an uprising somewhere or another. Sometimes they heard several villages had banded together. Sometimes it got so big the basilica was forced to send the Inquisition to quell it, but no one ever got past them. Besides, the last time a Mystic Phoenix villager spoke up, Priest Zhu had featured him in nearly a year's worth of sermons.
"Don't be like you, fellows," he'd said, waving a finger.
No one wished to be made a cautionary tale. So they all lined up, tossed their spirit herbs into the holy bonfire, said their prayers, and watched their chi smoke into the sky. Headed for the basilica and the Pope, who did who knew what with it. It wasn't their role to question. It was their role to farm. The realm of true light was like a great organism, and everyone had their part to play. Some were the head and some were the toe, but the toe was just as vital to a healthy body as every other body part. So a good toe should shut up and do as it was told. So said the scriptures of Yashima.
"Comrades,"
said Zhu, still reading from the missive.
"There is yet another announcement, and this one comes from the Pope himself, so be certain to pay attention."
The quarter or so of the folk who were still listening to him sat up straighter. The other 3/4 saw them sit up straight and knew it was time to start listening.
"Be on the lookout for anything anomalous. There have been strange happenings in the greater multiverse. Stay true to your faith, and know that Yashima shall protect you from whatever foul devilry comes your way. Praise be to her lightness."
"Praise be," said the congregation/village.
"That is all. May your harvest be good."
The villagers went off, muttering amongst themselves. News of the outside was never good. They were a lawless lot, void of morals or faith, practically barbarians. Sure, it was at times tough and dull in Mystic Phoenix Village, but they felt ever more grateful. Before they left, a few stopped by the stone statue of Yashima installed at the center of the square, a peerless beauty gazing sagely off into the distance. A hobbled, bushy-eyed elder sighed.
"Oh, great Yashima, my wife is stricken with the fits. Locusts have taken the bulk of my ginseng crop, and the wounds in my back have only worsened over the centuries. Now I hear tales of barbarians at our borders, the heretics of Jez carving out our land for their own, forcing us to make an alliance. Foreigners setting foot on our plots. It is simply too much."
He shook his head, wiping his sniveling nose.
"Never in my 1,000 years have I seen the realm in such dire straits. Some say you have ascended forever, that you have forsaken us, but not I, great Yashima, not I."
At this, his head snapped up, and the light of faith burned in his eyes.
"I, old Rao, still believe in your great promise, that one day, in our time of greatest need, you shall return."
Mystic Phoenix Village, eh? Dorian whistled. A quaint place. It had good natural defenses, a ring of mountains cradling it. It looked to be like any other farming village in the realm of true light. Folk within living in peace and harmony, enduring the same unending sameness day in and day out. As he padded down the path, he wondered how they endured it. So he asked Rin, the boy who was still tagging alongside him for some inexplicable reason. The boy was almost too happy to answer. He was looking at Dorian like Dorian was a unicorn stepped straight out of a storybook. A few times he poked Dorian, as though to make sure Dorian was real.
"I have I and Wang to speak to when the field work gets too bad. And Mother and Father and sisters and I shared dinner, and we all gathered together to pray and talk over the day's deeds. Though I and Wang were struck down with the fits today, so it was just me out there. Then I guess it does get lonely."
Interesting. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong.
"So, why are you here?" said Rin.
It's a long story. Let's just say I left something in this realm a while back. I'm here to retrieve it."
"What?"
"A while ago, I founded this organization called the Church of True Light. It's grown to be pretty strong. Now I have use of a strong fighting force, so I figure I'll reclaim it. There's also a body of mine lying about here somewhere. You know, knickknacks lying about."
"Oh."
Rin was silent for a few paces. He had to run to keep up with Dorian's strides, but he seemed determined.
"If you're not a devil, are you maybe an angel? Were you sent by Yashima?"
In a manner of speaking.
"Really? Have you come to drive off the foul devils of the infinity and bring peace to the land once more?"
Dorian had to chuckle at that. Definitely not.
"Then what are you?"
Good question. You know, I'm trying to figure that out myself.
"Oh."
They wound a few bends down the climbing mountain path, Dorian enjoying the view, Rin deep in thought.
"I know who I want to be," said Rin after a while. "I want to be an enforcer when I grow up, like my big brother, the best enforcer in all the Inquisition. I want to be the Pope's sword and shield and drive off all those devils who threaten the realm."
Good for you. Soon the plum blossom trees gave way to wizened knobby trees sticking out from cracks between stones, swaying, bent like the backs of old men. It was not until they were within eyeshot of the village that Rin spoke again.
How did you know I was a virgin?"
Hard to say. You give off that energy, I suppose.
"Well, you were right. There is this girl in the village I like, but every time I try